local journalism is providing service to people to say, what are your information needs, and how can we best provide those that are respond to those information needs? Because if we do that well, then people get engaged in their communities more and more, and that's what, in the end of this, is what this effort is about, and in my mind, what democracy is about. So we've had some small successes and growing quickly, but we have so much more to do. And we hope that as we do it, we can not only attract interest from folks here in New Jersey and frankly other funders. It's a very difficult game. I know what you're all going through for those of you who are startup, but also in the larger organizations. WNYC has been a wonderful partner in this effort as well. But we're all struggling with trying to figure out what is the financial model that works here and how can we make this sustainable. So that's our goal at Dodge. We're trying every way possible to experiment in both providing the news, providing the information sources, to providing financial support, and ultimately moving to sustainability. But we look at the leadership, Meryl, that you provided. It's been great. We will continue this certainly for as long as I'm at Dodge, because we think it is so important. But I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, and looking forward to the day. It's a good group of people here, and I think we're going to have a spirited conversation on a number of fronts. So thank you all very much.
So we're going to move right into the first session, which both is compelling and newsworthy. You've read perhaps the release of a report that Steve Waldman, a media innovator and friend to many of you, has created about a new model for financing and developing new media properties. He'll tell you more about it in conversation right now. Steve and Debbie Coyne.
Is this live? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Somebody take this. I'm happy to be here. I'm delighted to introduce Steve Waldman, who is the founder and CEO of a new startup called LifePost, which you'll be hearing about soon. He also was the co-founder of EliteNet, and you may know him also as the lead author of the FCC's Information Needs of Communities report, which is very significant. It came out in 2011, right? So he's here to talk about Report for America, which is a really exciting proposal for a community service-based model for local journalism modeled after America. And so I'm just going to let you go right into it. Tell us what about the idea, how it came about, and what's going to happen.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Claire, to the Center for helping to unveil this, and for the focus on local, because that's really at the core of this proposal. 5 years ago or so, when everyone started to really focus on the digital disruption and what the impact was going to be, it was really a little bit of, there was disruption everywhere, but it was a little bit unclear what we should really worry about. You know, there was going to be a lot of change, but some things were going to get replaced by better things. And if you look back now, some of the things that we were terrified about, like international, have actually developed some really interesting models. National has come up with some really great new players in the space. But local is stuck. All the parts of the media landscape, really the part that has not yet put in is what I would call local labor-intensive reporting, especially accountability reporting. And we don't have to review the sort of the business model problems that have led us here, but on the ground, what it looks like is not, reporters not writing enough stories. In fact, the productivity of those reporters who are still out there probably never been higher. It's really about hours per story. the amount of time that people have to do the reporting, which of course, when you don't have enough time, it leads to certain types of journalism. You have to do quick turnaround things, and it makes for stories that take a little bit more time and therefore have a bad ROI, in effect, don't really work out. So I start to looking at it like, okay, we need, in addition to the approaches towards encouraging innovation and engagement, which like, you know, the systems are not producing to support enough journalists to do enough reporting.
Quality, I would say quality.
Of quality journalism, and which takes time often. This was an idea that actually grew out of earlier in my career. I worked at the Corporation for National Service, the government agency that ran AmeriCorps, that I spoke about the formation of AmeriCorps. And I kept thinking, as I was going around looking at local news startups and programs, that there were some things that could be learned from the AmeriCorps experience. And not just AmeriCorps, also Teach for America as a year, this kind of almost 3 decades old now movement of national and community service programs that could be applied to this. And so we came up with this, this notion, which other people have been kicking around also, of a journalism core, Report for America. And one of the lessons that I think is most important from the AmeriCorps experience is support people, not programs. They put the bulk of their money into stipend and scholarship for the members. And then they are placed into local nonprofits. And this is a lot of people may not know this. AmeriCorps was not set up in the same way that, say, the Civilian Conservation Corps was during the New Deal, which was a centralized program. And so the structure of what I'm proposing with Report for America would be something like this. There would be a national organization that would sort of establish the goals and focus of the program, and would recruit applicants. Now, by the way, I necessarily think this should be just people out of college. I think, unlike a lot of the AmeriCorps programs, this actually should be more focused on mid-career or people with some experience. And they would compete for these slots. Then news organizations on the local level would compete for the core members. That's the way it works with AmeriCorps. And so it could be a local digital news organization. It could be a public radio station, a PEG channel. It could be a commercial newspaper, as far as I'm concerned. And they would essentially make the case for why they deserve to have a core member. And they would compete. And then they would be awarded core members. So the core members would then go into the field and do reporting of kind of civically important nature, 2-year terms, say. The national organization would put in a certain amount of money, say $20,000, something like that, and the local organization would then need to match it. They could match it from their organization, or they could raise it from the community. And this, I think, also would be a way of just really engaging the community in this in a deeper way. And there are a lot of different ways you can structure something like this. You can have it be focused on a topic, you could focus on healthcare or education or development. You could have it targeted to underserved communities or news deserts. You could have it focused on particular skills. It could be about accountability work, for instance. And the key is we know what the pathologies of the kind of current market are. We know that for all the wonderful things it does, you know, the drive towards page views leads towards a certain type of story, and it leaves out other type of stories. So the key is for this to focus on labor intensive that's not getting done on a local level.
All right, so I want to point out that the story just broke yesterday in CJR, Columbia Journalism Review, about this. You can find the report itself here. There are 100 copies, so they will go the quickest, that are printed up, and they're across from the coffee section where you got your breakfast. And they are also, he also published it on medium.com, and you can find the link at bit.ly/, all lowercase. So you go, so you get the details of all this, you did a really good job summing it up. So let's talk about one of the basic things, which Chris kind of got to earlier, which is the sustainability issue. And I think you make a strong case, and we've had conversations about this too offline, that journalism is in need of philanthropy, like other sectors. So could you get to that issue? You know, why can't journalism support itself? Why do you think it can't support itself? And why do you think it needs more?
Yeah, and look, my belief that was a for-profit company, the new one I'm doing hopefully will be a for-profit company. I think most of the media world, works better when it's commercial, but I think it's time to really recognize that that's not true for everything. And there are certain types of journalism that the economics would refer to as public good journalism that really don't work well, or they're very difficult to sustain through commercial models. And it's particularly acute with local for reasons of scale. For all the problems with the ad models being obliterated by the disruption, there are plenty of national players that are doing really well anyway. When you have 200 million unique visitors, the way Huffington Post does, and I forget what BuzzFeed is up to now, and I think they're bigger than Huffington Post. You can outrun falling ad rates pretty nicely with scale. The problem is doing a really good investigative or explanatory piece about the Reno sewer board that's just not going to go viral all that often and become a international sensation. So there is a limitation of the scale that comes from the geography of places.
Well, and we also talked last night about how the day of advertising supporting journalism as a whole is really coming to an end. Sorry, I hope we don't have mass suicides here, but we were talking about what Jay Rosen calls the end of the days of adjacency, where people could sell that. I used to think when I was running Bristonet, well, we had a sweet spot there for selling local because we delivered an audience, but now you can get that audience yourself through social and through very cheap Facebook ads. So
and think about that. I mean, really let that sink in, this notion, because we're so used to it. Well, I've always worked in ad-supported media companies. The whole pitch was, if you advertise next to this piece of content, you can reach readers of that content. Content was always a proxy for reach. It didn't actually care about the content. It was a way of reaching reader, directly reaching the consumer. So the legs of the fundamental premise of most media advertising has been knocked out. And that's why we're all struggling to come up with other models, other advertising models, other paid models.
And despite the fact, we talked about this too, that there is in some ways, a fire hose of information out there. It's not that there's a lack of content. There's tons of content, but I mean, you can make the typical Lucian Cat videos, but and things about the Kardashians and so forth. But the truth is that it's at the democracy level that Chris is worried about that is the weakest link economically and most important. And so that leads into questions, since we know that there are funders in the room. It's become a truism of foundations and journalism to say we don't support content, we don't want to support operating funds, we don't want to support organizations, we want to support innovation. And what your program is different from that. You have to take on that.
Yeah, I think we have to move beyond that. I think we have, not that we shouldn't support innovation, but that we also have to realize that there's a certain part of this that is about supporting the people who are doing the reporting. And if we hadn't done all this work on innovation, that money supporting the people probably could have been wasted. you know, I think the fact is that now, as a result of tremendous innovation, any given reporter can be far more efficient, effective, and creative than they could have been 5 years ago. So that's the good news. But you still have to have the human being in there somewhere, and there aren't enough human beings doing it. So it's not instead of innovation, but innovation is not. I can't, I think because we live in this world that's so amazing impact all the time technologically, I think on some level, I had hope that there was going to be an app that solved the local journalism. Somehow, all these problems that we're talking about, there was going to be a technological solution to it. And there's a limit to that. You know, at a certain point, you just have. And by the way, this is something that's accepted in other spheres. You don't say in the arts, oh, well, any day now that's going to become a self-sufficient thing where earned revenue is going to support
Poetry.
Right. You know, there are certain spheres where we just say, you know, society is better off if there's a nonprofit element.
Right, we have museums and operas and centers and things like that, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, it is really hard to convey that, okay, now with some time and a little bit of precision, we can now see the part of this media ecosystem that feels that way, at least in part. Partially because, as you said, we're like awash in information. It's like hard to think of there being a shortage of anything in the media, in the information sense, that we have a shortage. But we do. We actually have a shortage of labor-intensive local reporting. And it's really serious and very consequential. And the other part of the problem is people also often don't know what they're missing.
Right.
You know, it's hard to make the case to people sometimes about why what local journalists are doing is important.
Well, and we have in New Jersey, what is it, 535 municipalities? 65, sorry, okay. I know it's one or the other. How many of them actually have people covering their town halls? Not all of them. I mean, certainly there are a lot of uncovered municipalities just in New Jersey. I know this is a national conversation we're having, but we're based here in New Jersey. And there's been a lot of cutback of local journalism in the major newspapers and so forth. But one of the things that I love about this report, and that in one of the executive summaries you talk about the sad fact that journalism is regarded as one of the lowest status jobs, and lumberjacks get more respect than we do. And one of the things that this would do is ennoble journalism and bring it back to the belief that it's the public good and the people going into it. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, these two factoids, which together are just kind of heartbreaking. One is that the newspaper reporter was listed as the worst job in America, and it beat out lumberjack and prison guard. So, of course, prison guards have more job security, and lumberjacks are just more beloved than most reporters.
They're hot and
yes, it is. The other one was a study that Pew did a couple of years ago that said 28% of Americans believe that journalists contribute a lot to society, compared to 73% for teachers and 65%. Perhaps that was always this way, and we have a romantic notion of, of journalism that was always more public service oriented. But I think that having a program that is clearly focused on the public service mission of journalism will be good for the community. That's the most important thing, because it will actually help the community if it's not done. But I think it will also be good for the profession, because you will have in any one of these organizations people whose job is not primarily to generate pages and income. That shouldn't be something you're blind to, but their primary job will be to serve the community and to think of their journalistic decision making. What stories do they do? How do they report it? As in some way helping the community. That doesn't mean being a civic booster necessarily. I mean, this is, doing good for a journalist can often mean making yourself very unpopular and, turning over rocks and looking at shadows. It's not about being a rah-rah, but it is about starting off with the premise, as a lot of you do already in your daily work, of is this actually helpful to the community? Is this a service? And a lot of us went into journalism for that in the first place. It's not like this is like an alien concept to us. The problem is that in most newsrooms, the economics of it pull us away from that. So this is a matter of inserting an economic model that would allow for some more breathing space for that kind of thinking.
Yes. I handed off the microphone, but it's okay, good. Okay, so before I open up to somebody's running it, or Lori's going to run it, somebody's going to run around, so get ready for your questions. Just before we we have about, and that is, what's next? I know that this is just a proposal that you're not spearheading this, but what do you think it would take to make it happen? How do you get it going?
About this construct is it kind of scales nicely. You can the administrative cost, this percentage goes down over time. So you could start with as little as $1 million, I think, to get it going. Be better if you're bigger than that, but that would be, about 20 before so you could sort of test it out somewhere.
We have 1 million. Do we go? Go. 1 or 2?
I think the better way to do it would be to, try to raise more of something more like 2 or 3 million to have on reporters. And the way this would work is there'd be a national pool, and then you have the local community pool. And I think part of why ultimately this is a philanthropically oriented program. This is not one where I anticipate, huge revenue streams. This would be mostly supported by donors, but by
and
donors.
Not government, too, that's another.
And not government, yes. I should make that clear because, America may sound like it's a government program, and I don't think it should be funded by government. But when I say donors, I mean the full range. So yes, I think you'll need big donors to step up to get this going, but ultimately to succeed, what you're really going to need is small donors at the community level.
Right.
And it's a bite-sized piece, to have, 2 reporting slots in the local community, that would be raising $40,000 at the community level. That's something that a Kickstarter campaign or a local, community foundation can do.
Which would be a really nice way of seeing little dollars, big dollars working together. Anybody in the audience want to have a question for Steve? Got the microphone there. Okay, go ahead. Is that Clark?
Steve, Clark, Corona Foundation. Could you outline a little bit about the length of service, how the recruiting would go, the mechanism of placing, some of the more details of these in your vision?
First of all, one of the things that AmeriCorps did in its first few years is that it experimented with different twists on each of those questions. But I would say as a starting point, I like the 2-year term, which is enough to get you deep into something without it becoming a permanent job necessarily. AmeriCorps also has tried both ways of having national recruitment and local recruitment. I think for these purposes, I would start off with national recruitment. Obviously everyone always says this, but a key is to make this very selective. You want these to be superb people. This isn't about taking someone who is right out of college who just decided they want to become a reporter and training them. This is about something more akin to the Peace Corps, where it's highly competitive. In some cases, they have skills that they're bringing to the table. Then they get intensive training. So the Poynter Institute and the great journalism schools of the country, I think, would be intimately involved in creating a kick-ass training program that makes these people be very high skilled and desirable. So that's a kind of key premise that with AmeriCorps and Teach for American Employers, they have to be desirable. You have to make it so a newsroom or a news organization really wants them and thinks about how they could really make use of them. And then the third most important piece of the puzzle is the application process from the locals. And this is another part that would, you can experiment with, like you can, do you have a fixed matching grant where the national puts in 20,000 and The local puts in 20,000, or do you say the local, actually, you can put in as much as you want. If you want to put in 50,000, go ahead. If you want to put in 10,000, you can have someone live there because it's a lower cost of living area, you can do that. So, but the match is really important, because without the match, the organizations will just write grant proposals. You may have experienced this in your life. People may, you know, when there's a pot of money, people will seek it. So you have to have someone that says, we have a great idea on how to use this. This is going to have a huge impact on our organization, and it's going to have a huge impact on the community. And what you're going to end up happening is you will have competition and innovation among the programs for making the best case. So it may be that Bill Dunsmore had a great idea of, well, what if you had, you know, when they're doing the selection of the organizations, said, we're going to give extra points to organizations that have figured out how to pair these midterm people with retiring journalists in a mentor relationship as a way of really tapping into some of the soon-to-be lost knowledge of
And I'm glad you brought up Bill, because if you do get the report either online or in the print version, Steve makes a point of noting people who preceded him in similar ideas. Bill Dunsmore is in the room somewhere, and it was certainly, we know that Michelle Ferrier, another leader in academia and journalism, has also been a proponent of this similar kind of thing. So he's not claiming to have invented this out of whole cloth. Anybody else? We still have a microphone. Somebody over there. Susan Hay.
Hi, thanks. Susan Hay with NJ Arts News. I'm just thrilled to hear you speak about the fact that the nonprofit model works well and has been accepted, for instance, with orchestras and with museums, because those like diversify really, you know, sponsors and their small donors and their revenue. So it's great for journalism. And I'm frustrated that 5 years ago used journalism as a weakness, as a vulnerability, independent model. I'm just going to go back to Chris's mention of democracy. When you say that the purpose of journalism is to serve the public, is it not also to empower citizens to be better self-governors? Because information is empowerment. And Stephen, I just wonder if you would put that in those terms as well.
I would, and I think one of the things that this could help address, hopefully, is this notion of communities don't always know what they're missing because they get used to the lack of information. They have a general sense that something's not working, but they don't necessarily know why, and they don't necessarily know how information can help them. So one of the things that would happen is if you have someone in there for 2 years doing this, you would start to see the impact. You would see the impact on democracy, you would see the impact on empowerment. And if that happens, obviously I'm not overly romantic about this, there may be cases where it doesn't happen. But when it happens, the community will be able to point to it and start to rally around and create their own financial support mechanisms.
Microphone?
Is that like getting that?
Yeah. Sorry.
So I think you'd be able to not only say that, but demonstrate.
Sorry. Okay. I think Susan Burnett.
Hi. I've spent 6 years building local, very much in the spirit of what Steve is talking about. I think there's an earlier problem that I think you just touched on right now, which is how communities care is central to their well-being. It's such a great concept, but I think you have to believe that if you don't have independent local news, there's a gap. And we all know that's really challenging. So how would you address kind of the pre-problem?
Well, part of it is, local media has a bit of an image problem. This statistic that only 28% of Americans think that journalists contribute a lot to society. And we know that comes from when the people think of the press, they don't think of the people in this room. They think of TMZ or a local news person sticking a microphone in front of a grieving widow or whatever the word, whatever the biggest.
The locust, the swarm of locusts
Yeah.
who sat on Newtown.
Right. The notion that this is a big problem, people, not only in lots of communities, but I've experienced this in Silicon Valley. There's a sense that actually this isn't that big a deal, which is kind of alarming when you're in it. But I think there is,
Well, there's a sense you can Google everything, right?
Yeah, it goes back to what we said before. Like, we're hardly in a shortage of information. There's information everywhere. And so I think that one of the things I like about having a discrete structure, a program, is and brands it as here's, yeah, this is like journalists committed service. You may not think all journalists are, actually a lot of them are, who are focused on whose mission, whose bylaws require them to be focused on it. And I think that will help to make the case.
Make the work to do. One last question, Mark, I heard back in the
notion of working with sport, I think, is really very important where they're underserved. How do you hypothesize integrate this new idea, this new approach of service with, particularly New Jersey, in existing infrastructure in many parts of the state of a lot of weekly newspapers who may underserve but are thriving in the commercial sector?
That's a great question. So one response is analogy of what's happened with AmeriCorps. When AmeriCorps was first getting kicked off the ground, there was a lot of anxiety among the existing nonprofit organizations in the country. Like, we've been here for, in some cases, hundreds of years doing this, and they're coming along and adding this new thing. What actually happened is that the biggest beneficiaries of AmeriCorps are the existing nonprofits, whether it was the Red Cross or Habitat for Humanity, or new ones like Teach for America or City or things like that. They were the ones that ended up getting a lot of the AmeriCorps members and using them best. So what I would expect to happen is that the existing organizations would be among the biggest beneficiaries of this in terms of getting people. Now, they have to be organizations that have a strategy for how to use these people to serve the public. If they don't have any good ideas on how to do that, then they shouldn't get them. One of the things I like about it is it sort of sidesteps the big debate about like who's going to survive in the new age. Is it going to be for-profit or non-profit? Is it going to be a newspaper trying to make it digital or a digital native or a radio station? It could be all or any of those.
As a matter of fact, when I edited these documents, there was a lot of reference to nonprofits being the recipients, and I said, does it have to be nonprofits? No, it doesn't. And I think you took out a lot of those references. I anticipate, I know George White is in the room, that newspapers and that profit-making enterprises, we want journalism to make a profit. So, but we still realize that it's hard to make a profit, and that there's a gap.
And this, in effect, whether it's commercial or nonprofit, would make it easier for them to have their own business models succeed, because it would offlay some of the costs into this. With commercial, the only riddle is you have to come up with some standards for showing that this slot is something that's additive to what you're doing, and that it's public service oriented, and that they won't end up just doing just clickbait all day long.
We'll figure it all out. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Really fun. And there is also an executive summary in your folders that you got. And thanks, Donnie.
Do they have an agenda? I don't read it. Yeah, this. I never got any. Thank you, like Mrs. Bergen. I never got any. They barely have a badge. No, we have a few. I didn't. I'm not going to stay. I would have never had any here at 6 o'clock. It should be clean. I think if he thinks there's going to be enough funding to provide funding sources I don't think they understand. Orchestras are closing. Jazz companies are closing. Arts organizations are struggling. There is not any money out there. I spend most of my life trying to figure out how to get money. So they think that philanthropy, there's not that much creativity because there's too much competition. Yeah, so certainly going to be fun. And actually, I'm at an event. My organization has a strong reputation, been around for 3 years, still so innovative. So if people think that there's going to be all these philanthropists popping up for pay for us to have a paper, it's not happening. I tell this society and they now make the money for them.
And I'm joined today with Amy Vernon, CMO of Predictably, Carrie Brown, Director of the MA and Social Journalism Program at CUNY, and Mandy Jenkins, Editor of Storyfield's Open Newsroom. So when people think about social journalism, there are a lot of different definitions. If you look it up, people define it as social media, people define it as platforms, people define it as engagement. And so I thought we'd start by having each of our panelists today give us their definition of social media. We're going to start with Mandy.
All right, good morning, everyone. I would define social journalism as a pact between professional journalists and the people formerly known as the audience to cover their own communities the way that they want to.
I like Mandy's better. I'll just go with that one. Yeah, at CUNY we basically similarly define it as seeing journalism as a service. So even though social we do think so. We think it's about more than that.
It would end up not as popular right now, but really figuring out what people are talking about and using better community or business.
So Mandy, you have a really interesting title. You're the editor of the newsroom.
To news events around the world. So whether they were the people who are some the only report they have is from that eyewitness at the scene. Or something where, like an eyewitness video from somebody on the other side of the world is on Good Morning America the next day. And that room, us and some other organizations that are like ours, at the very core of everything.
So my favorite story full fact checking on social media, the viral video was the Dust on Fire. I think you guys debunked that before it was turned to be a brain. Carrie, can you talk a little bit about the decision and why do you leave from the training in social media?
Sure, yeah. The core principle behind what I'm trying to do here is to get out of the idea of we've written an article, created a piece of journalism, and now we need to find an audience for it. This is why we decided to do this. Good one that maybe we're all here for it, or I think this is better for democracy and all that good stuff, but there's more. We also think that it's not hard to find somebody's understanding of, say, how to use Facebook or Twitter, but when it comes to, understanding how to generate conversation, use it, actually get people talking about things that matter to them, that's something that they don't see as often in the existing job pool. So we decided that would be an important gap that we could try to help fill with this program.
And what lessons have you learned in the first year of doing this?
Well, really, we're in the middle of our very second semester, so we're only a few months in. It's been good so far. I think, you know, it's one of the lessons that we've learned that's been most interesting to me is trying to learn about how to be a better listener, which sounds like an obvious thing that we all know how to do. But we brought in some ethnographers and, you know, cultural anthropologists and other people to try and help us better understand, you know, can we ask better questions or use different observation techniques to try to really understand the problems in communities? I mean, almost any editor I've ever worked with knows that, yeah, if you just ask people flat out, they'll tell you, I love that are getting coverage, then really not what they're reading. But we think, you know, if you really go and you try to understand some of the entry points for how people can come to care about those issues that, I mean, they really are very important to their lives. You know, if you're reporting on something about property taxes, that could have an impact on renters or younger people, but you have to find a way to sort of talk about those issues that actually resonate. So I think we've been learning a little bit about techniques to make that work a little bit better, but we're still at kind of an early stage of all of this. I'll probably know more in a year. But, yeah.
So, Amy, you really have been one of the pioneers in journalists embracing the social web and interaction in different ways. Can you talk about that time of being an early adopter before people really understood the opportunity in social media and social journalism, and what differences do you see between then and now?
Well, I mean, I remember when, you know, on Twitter, all of a sudden would say, oh my God, CNN mentioned Twitter, and now you can't get them to shut up. But it was really interesting because I was working at a local newspaper in Rockland County and just trying to figure out how to get more traffic to the website. And, you know, as a metro editor covering local news, but realizing that there already were so many tools out there. I mean, I was using Blog Catalog and my blog and Create Buzz and Dig and Reddit and Stumble Upon and a lot of other sites that no longer even exist. And it was very obvious that you know, a lot of people there. And I was building Facebook pages and Twitter accounts for AOL's Money and Finance editorial property. It was back in 2008, 2009, at the very beginning of that. And it was really interesting to start seeing the ability to position yourself as a thought we're competitor story on a topic, a really important story, to share that because it just showed that you were providing the best information. I think resistance that there was a few years ago is starting to fade. What I really did notice is that
so instead of being one in a living people who were doing babies or videos, really try to help them tap into what they do well.
You know, I mean, there are things you think that are just going to explode, and everybody's going to be like, oh my God, look at this story. And then it's the thing you don't expect that everybody picks up. To really be looking at what you do is actually work. And when they're coming to you? Are they sticking? And actually who your targets, who you're really writing for, because everybody has different coverage. Even if you're covering the same topic as another site, your target audience, the people who are interested in what you're doing, have slightly different interests and different stories to track them. So it's really about being true to yourself, and it's sort of like the Moneyball concept where you're increasing traffic incrementally, 5,000 here on this story, 10,000 here on that story, as opposed to trying to get that 100,000 or 1 million click story that looks great on your amateur Google Analytics numbers, but then the next month you gotta find a focus and actually.
And the challenge is that your NBC issues social media editor for the television stations there. Sarah, can you talk about the challenges that you face and playing this role across multiple local newsrooms?
Well, hi, good morning. Sorry for my tardiness. Thank you for having me. I work collaboratively with the 11 home stations across the country, so what might work in one market may not work in another market, because obviously local TV stations, cater to its individual audience, so it really is relative to the story. So what we do in the national team is we try to find ways that we can find themes that would be of interest across markets. So while a story, like I was actually looking on my laptop this morning and saw there's a story out there, and I was using the tool CrowdTangle, which I don't know if many of you are familiar with or use. It was somewhere in Connecticut, fire rescue 5 old ducklings. So that's a story, for example, a very broad appeal. There's a little bit of emotional, and there's a little bit of fun, and it's just kind of great to see, someone save the day. So you look for stories like that have universal themes that kind of can break across markets. And then, of course, when there's an individual story in an individual market, we on the national team, we call it, we nationalize the story. So we find, again, ways, it might be hyper-local, to make that interesting across other markets. And so what the challenge is you're working with, respectively 11 different newsrooms, since we have 11 own stations. So we want to make sure that we're, catering to that individual station or that individual newsroom, but then taking that content and make sure it can play across the country. So the challenge, I think, is day in and day out, is how do you do that effectively? How do you work with an individual market, whether it be the Bay Area station, the Dallas station, and then again, take that content. And I think just working in social breaking news, hard news, those things that we obviously do well on social, but sometimes, our culture in terms of consumption has become more or less a BuzzFeed culture. So, you have to ask yourself day in and day out, when you look at the content that you're pushing, is it a good mix? I think that's the biggest challenge, to make sure that it's a good mix and it's not just all clicky and fuzzy content just to move page views. So we are in the business of journalism.
So I'll ask each of you to answer this question. Can you give an example or two of newsrooms who are really doing social journalism well and explain why? Maybe let's start with you.
All right. I think that social journalism is something you really see come a long way at lots of different levels. I mean, from small sites going all the way up to much bigger ones. I know some people that are working in the space that we're always keeping an eye on. One is Reportedly, which is a startup in personal media. They do some really great work where they're working entirely on platforms and really interacting with their audience all the time. I think you should definitely check them out. They do some really good work. I know a lot of people there that are really they're experts in their field of social media, and working in there for a long time. And especially when you're seeing stories of, kind of along the lines of world news that are very much centric on social media. I think something like the Charlie Hebdo shootings there, that was something that very much was a social media story at the heart of everything. That's how a lot of people found out about it. Every bit of footage that we really had from that entire incident, how people knew what happened, how everyone could piece together the timeline, came together from eyewitnesses. So a story like that's a really good indicator of kind of how social journalism can be, and they did a really great job on that. So you should check that out.
I would say, one of my favorites is the Center for Investigative Reporting, although I know Cole is here and I don't want to steal his thunder in any way, but I really like some of the work that they've done to sort of creatively engage the kinds of audiences that maybe aren't sort of predisposed to read or watch the news, performing plays and, sending postcards to Meals on Wheels recipients and things like that. My students, one of the courses this summer is one on metrics and outcomes. And as part of that course, we are, learning about sort of the classic page views and uniques and, how to parse that data because it's so important. But then we'll sort of move forward into some more sophisticated measures of engagement, and then we're going to get into more of impact and how do you track impact. So I think that's also where CIR has created a new impact tracker, and they've also created some taxonomies around, how do you actually measure this stuff. So that's one of the things the students are going to be exploring in that class. So that's really an example we've used sort of throughout, here's something to think about as you're trying to figure out, what kind of impact are you actually having in your communities.
Amy? I'm going to say something that's probably a little controversial, but just bear with me for a moment. Because I'm going to say BuzzFeed, and it's not because of cat videos. They recently hired Craig Silverman up in Toronto, and Craig has done amazing work at debunking internet rumors, and that's part of why they hired him. And he's basically the reason why I'm saying that. And part of his charge there is to help in that realm. And I have to give respect to BuzzFeed for saying, okay, it's like, we kind of sort of created part of this whole viral insanity that's going on. But perhaps if they start to take the lead in correcting that, who knows, maybe I will have to say about it. I don't know.
Yeah, with Facebook, every 3 months or so, something changes or something happens on Facebook on the platform, and then the autoplay video, kind of burst onto the scene. It kind of annoyed people at first, but for me, I don't know necessarily there's like a specific newsroom. I think a lot of newsrooms do a lot of interesting things, but I'm pretty obsessed right now with looking at how people are playing the video on Facebook and how they're communicating. And what I think is great is the creativity that you might see. In Al Jazeera, they're doing this very interesting things with video. It's almost like documentary style, text overlay, different color text overlay, and really telling stories in a different way. They did a video about if you're stopped by police, what do you do? And it's just very interesting video. And I really, a shorter video, breaking news, but they really kind of honed this storytelling element with people and just telling a story in a very linear way. But it still really comes down to what the story is. And again, with social, this is about journalism, and it's about storytelling and not just about the wackiest, animal story that day. So
Sarah comes from the visual side of journalism, and so I'll throw this out to you. When we look at a lot of the crises and a lot of the people who are bearing witness to crises around the country, around the world, some of the most compelling imagery comes not from the journalists, but from people who are there. Can you talk about, that as an act of social journalism, and also the challenges of taking that imagery and putting it into context if you as an editor haven't actually been there?
Right. I think it's imperative, like social journalism in and of itself is just a match for so many elements, but at the end of the day, it's about journalism. So if you're taking content or writing content, my suggestion is always do your best to actually reach out to the source, because you still want to get the story behind the story. You still want to talk to that person. Prior to working on the national team, I actually worked at FBC 10 for 2.5 years, and so to make it every, get person on the phone whose content that we might be using in the newscast. Because that story behind the story is how you can really make sure that you can ascertain where and why you cut what part of the media, whether it's a video or a photo. And then also just being able to then bring that citizen journalist in. It could be a phoner on, right on the newscast. And if you're talking on the phone and they say something compelling, and you can just patch them right through and get them live on air. So I just think it's really important that you don't take the easy route and just embed media, because that's just so, anybody can do that. Like, think again about the journalism and how you're making social journalism. So you're utilizing the media, but taking it another step. And I think that's one of the things that can differentiate you as well. And then the flip side of that, in addition to being a storyteller, there's a large part of social for me that's just about customer service. I think that's how you can really differentiate yourself in terms of the competition and the folks in town that you're competing against. When I was at NBC10, now I'm not publishing day over day, but one of the things that I made an effort that every single private Facebook message that came in, I personally responded to. So I might spend an hour just responding to Facebook messages in a day, but that differentiated us because we would time and time again get reply messages saying, like, I reached out to X, Y, Z to respond, and we really appreciate that you responded. And so that's a payback, because when you get into breaking news, then the public knows there's someone behind that, so they're really likely to reach out to you and tag you in a tweet or send you a message. You can also get exclusives. I mean, there's lots of ways that you can kind of up the ante in terms of your social journalism. It really comes right down to what I guess is just straight old customer service and responding, replying, and engaging with your audience.
And you want to?
Yeah, I think the customer service angle is actually so huge, because when I was last in the newsroom, we no longer had any receptionists. Both of them have been laid off. We no longer had a circulation department, and people were calling the newsroom for circulation, and the VP of circulation told me like I shouldn't be sending those people to his office. And the customer service went in the garbage, but it was also became so hard for anybody to even reach anybody in any department that they wanted by phone. And nobody read their emails or responded to emails, and social has created this way to sort of cut through all of that and to be able to reach out to people directly. And when we do that, I have years back, I did manage some Facebook pages for some publishers, and just responding to people. It goes back to the whole thing that Stephen was talking about earlier, where people don't respect journalists. And part of it is because we separated ourselves so much. Obviously, on the local journalism level, it was a little different than different, and every publication and institution is different. But I think we're so busy and just heads down trying to fill a hole every day that actually just answering people and saying, thanks for calling, or thanks for that idea, or we'll look into that, just went out the window. And just that customer service, I think, was huge.
So I'm going to ask one last question for Mandy and Carrie, and then we'll open up to the audience. What other ethical considerations should newsrooms, editors, journalists keep in mind as they try to implement social journalism practices?
For one thing, kind of taking off of what was said a few minutes ago, for one thing, responsible social journalism isn't just embedding a tweet because you can, or embedding a video because you can. It's about using that sort of content responsibly. And that's not only meaning you want to make sure it's free, all of that, which is what we do. Respecting the rights of people who upload them. People who videos on social media, and all the rights to them. So that's one major consideration everyone is learning, but I think we still have a ways to go as an industry in terms of crediting people, in terms of getting permission to use things, in terms of making sure we're being responsible about other people's rights, and also really thinking about the safety of those people if they're in a situation where they might be in danger. Reaching out to them on social media and badgering them about when a situation is currently going on that they're in the middle of is not necessarily the most ethical way to go. And I've definitely seen in some situations, because I follow a lot of people who do outreach,
on social media to eyewitnesses. And what you see sometimes, it's very staggering to me, is sometimes a newsroom will actually ask somebody to get more photos or get more video for them when they are already in incredible danger from where they are. Like, hey, could you maybe come out of your hiding place and shoot a video of that gunman? I've seen this happen, and it's horrible. I mean, these are people that do not work for you, that are not on your health plan, and there's that they are not going to be protected. So keeping in mind that the people who we're working with in social journalism, which is our communities, people who are reading our publications, who we're interacting with, are actual humans, and we should be respecting that.
Well, I think there's any number of ethical issues, related to social media, and we have a whole course that sort of talks through a lot of those. But what's kind of most interesting to me, I guess, is I think there really is, we have so many more opportunities and mechanisms to have a large conversation about ethical issues that involves a diverse group of people. And I think, ethics is inherently tricky. There's no black and white answer a lot of the time. And so really the best way, I think, for journalists to handle it is to have more conversations within their newsroom and within their communities about, what is the right way to kind of handle this issue. We talk a lot about the importance of diversity in journalism, but often those conversations tend to be limited to hiring, which is very, very important. I'm not diminishing that, but until we have really good conversations that involve different perspectives, we're not even taking advantage of the diversity that we do have. So I think that's sort of the way I prefer to think about it, at least in terms of social media.
To follow up on Mandy's excellent point. My daughter walked earlier was me, and I was here at the time the events that were happening in this lockdown. And so, I said, can you get a picture of what's happening? Because they were all in this gymnasium, and she kindly reminded me that now is not the time for this. So point well taken. Are there questions? Yeah.
This is less of a question than a pitch, but right outside the door is a table from the Society of Professional Journalists, on which we have many, many copies of our newly revised ethics code, and I think that's a great starting point for any discussion on ethics, so whether it's in social media journalism or so please feel free to take as many copies as you'd like, and we can always take more. Thank you for this discussion.
I think there's a question at the table in front.
My question is in regards to the process, you're talking about the ethics of getting permission to reuse the media that's been posted by a citizen journalist. In general, when I ask permission, I just kind of save the private message that I have. Is there anything more advanced that you do? Do you actually sign off, send them something to sign off on? Is there any process that you felt works best for you? You probably have more lawyers on your board than I do.
I know for what we're doing, and sometimes it is just exchanges on Twitter and Facebook, and that's going to be the only way we can really get in touch with an uploader, and it's having those screenshots, making sure we have those records, but also making sure we have other contact information so that we can get back in touch with people. But in most cases, we do try to have a full explanation of someone's rights, because honestly, a lot of people who are using social media or tweeting out photos and videos, they don't know their rights. And they don't even know most of the time that if someone is taking something from them and using it, they might not ever find out about it anyway. But it's important to let them know what their rights are and their copyrights. They don't want them to later on come back and say, I heard that CNN would have paid me $2,000 for this thing. Who are you? Why didn't you give me this cash local TV station? Which we would all laugh. Because, we're not going to do that at a local level usually. But I think that it's important to be having those conversations about how that is handled in the newsroom, how outreach is done,
how you make people aware of their rights. We actually have a form that we have people take a look at, that we send out or tweeting out to all of we're asking how those are. It's on your Google form or something like that. You can share a link to that. Hey, this is how we're going to use it. This is how we're going to credit you. This is just so you know what our relationship is going to be around this. Just so they have that. I think it's a good idea.
There's a question over here.
Hi, I'm Tina Pearson from the News Literacy Project, and I just wonder what steps are you taking to distinguish quality social journalism from, let's say, the unfortunate Reddit kind of crowdsourcing pylon that resulted in, an innocent kid being fingered as the Boston Marathon on suspect.
I don't know if that was directed to me or anybody else. I don't want to take all the questions. I know in our case, at least, I'll answer quickly. But I think for us, we are piecing all this stuff together as journalists. My team is a team of journalists who are looking into all aspects of the story. What's reported, what we're seeing from verified eyewitnesses, hearsay, theories, those are not things that we get into at all. We'll leave that to people who want to get into hearsay and theories. We're journalists who are working with newsrooms, so we have to go only on what we can actually verify. And there's a lot of information out there that makes it not as hard as it sounds to verify the eyewitness reports and eyewitness photos and videos are real. So we're going through all of those processes and not kind of falling into that trap of just kind of the who might have done it.
The problem with what happened with Reddit was that, I read it very often. Folks on there very savvy, they're able to dig up lots of information, but just the assumption that, oh, well, they posted it here, that must be right. And it's incumbent on journalists and news organizations to not just see that and be like, oh, somebody did my work for me and then report that. I mean, I think probably that's something that you deal with a lot in terms of educating, young journalists, that it's still, I learned in J school 25 years ago or something, if your mother says she loves you, check it out. And I don't know why that's not still available today. It should be. And
yeah, I think crowdsourcing is tremendously powerful, and even things like Reddit have great potential, but there's labor involved. It's not just like, ooh, let the crowd do it and they'll solve all the problems. Journalists have to be often, engaging in that space, or, finding ways to ask questions that will verify things, using some of the tools that Storyful and others have, come up with to do that. But I think it's, it's a labor-intensive process.
And that's kind of what I talked at the very beginning. Social journalism isn't letting the audience do your work for you. It is a working together between journalists and the audience. So citizen journalists as well are kind of factored into that. But yeah, it's supposed to be both sides working together, not one side doing the other side's work. No?
Thanks, Carol Morel. Much of the conversation is about both multimedia and being reactive via social media. And you know that investigative organizations are more and more using social media from the beginnings of an investigative project. I'd like to do all about a case study or two, or a template or two, or ideas about how news organizations, large and small, not necessarily on the scale of ProPublica, can use social media as a story development tool as opposed to reactive story.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are multiple tools out there that you can pinpoint and search. I use CrowdTangle all day to kind of find what's percolating, what's resonating. There's Banjo, and that I think is a great tool to use if you're on the investigative side, because you can just find information. A lot of these tools are based on either timeline or timeline. For example, Banjo is a time frame geographic-based app, so it's hard to search. 3 weeks back, 4 weeks, 4 minutes back is a little bit easier, but it's based on timeline. To mine for information when you're on the portal and you start tweeting at people are that, and you know, if it's open source, obviously people can see your competitors too. So I think they're get on to my personal timeline because I can see a competitor was kind of watching who we were tweeting at. So there's an up, you know, there's positives, social, and then there's the downside. We're trying to work in, you know, an exclusive area and working on an exclusive story. You know, and even Facebook, you know, search. I mean, there you can. To me, it's the simpler the tools and the measure, it's powerful. You know, you can, you know, just by Facebook search, you can keyword search and uncover things very easily and quickly. And so I think with social in all newsrooms now today, every aspect of your newsroom is probably engaged somewhere with social media, but it behooves you to, you know, particularly with your investigative team, to get them included and keyed into the tools that are there available to help you, you know, muscle your way and make your way through.
No, that's not at all.
Joe, there's a program question.
What's going on?
Yeah, sorry, I'm right here. Okay, yeah, sorry, they got
Forms of revenue
with Jake Batzel, Dylan Smith from the Tucson Sentinel, Mary Carman from Village Green, Nicole Davis from Brooklyn somewhere, and John Moore from Red Bank Green. In the Crystal Room, we have sourcing data with Tony Paris from ProPublica, with Jeannie Painter from Clear Health Costs, with Mark Bunker from Piper and with Jennifer Moore from North Jersey Media. That's in the Crystal Room, which is out the door, up the hall, and up the stairs. Follow the signs. In the adjoining room, we have traffic and weather together with Justin Osceola, Steve Crandall, and one other person whose name escapes me. And, you know, how you see real time locally, whether being the most local thing there is. So we're trying to move things along. If we can get where you want to go, and like a quick tweet. The crowdsourcing data will also be Periscope, so just letting you know. And I'm looking for a Periscoper to cover traffic and weather together. If anybody is interested in volunteering for that task, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
So let me find her. And Jake, look for,
And John.
Join us. I'd rather you go with the slides. Okay, I got it.
Hi everyone. We're going to get started here momentarily, so please find your seats. Sorry. This one's much more powerful. Okay. Well, welcome everyone. We've got about 40 minutes or so to talk about revenue and engagement and connecting the two and solving the financial quandaries facing the journalism industry. So we've got a lot to, yeah, 40 minutes, no problem. We'll have it down in half an hour. But we have a great panel today. Here are all their Twitter handles. We're going to be talking about ways that on the ground, these journalist entrepreneurs are finding ways to connect engagement into revenue, things that actually pay the bills. think we've all come across some of the frustrations when you think about engagement. It's just this warm, fuzzy, liking something on Facebook, retweeting something, but it helps for that actually to feed the bottom line and keep your news organization in business. So we've got a stellar panelist today. It's really kind of a lightning round of revenue experience that our panelists are going to share. Nicole Davis from Brooklyn Base is going to talk about some of the events and classes that keep her site going. Mary Barman from Village Green, New Jersey is going to talk about some of the subscriptions for newsletters that are helping fuel her success. Dylan Smith from the Tucson Sentinel is going to talk about a crowdfunding experience that he recently embarked upon. And then John T. Ward from Red Bank Green is going to talk about some of the online marketing for small businesses through BusyBid and some other revenue experience that he's recently been trying as well. So before we get to those excellent from the ground revenue strategies, I wanted to just kind of start with a quick overview of kind of giving you a little bit of information about my background and why I'm really interested in this stuff. My name is Jay Batzel. I'm an assistant professor of digital journalism at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, and I'm really interested in revenue models, especially at the nonprofit level. I just finished a one-year fellowship through the Knight Foundation, where I was embedded at the Texas Tribune and studied their business model and try to compare it to others and see how replicable the Texas Tribune's success has been. But before that, I kind of went on a journey across the country to visit more than 24 newsrooms in the United States and a few in the UK. TV newsrooms, big legacy newspapers, small digital startups, nonprofits. And just try to explore the question of, what engagement meant to them, how they were engaging their audience, how they were earning the attention of their audience, that for many years and years of mass media, journalists kind of took audience attention for granted. So I interviewed over 100 different people and came up with this book that came out in February as part of the CJR book series. It's called Engaged Journalism, Connecting with Digitally Empowered News Audiences. And it's not a pointed academic book. It's really written. I tried to write it in a way that would be accessible to students, to working journalists, and also to academics, just the same types of people that read CJR, learn from CJR. And so for more details on that, and also for a link to the slides from this presentation, and links to other links that we'll be talking about here, you can go to the short link up here, which is j.me/engagej. A couple of books to give away as prizes throughout the day, so we look forward to that. But in visiting all these different newsrooms, one of the big things to try to solve, or to try to tackle and attempt to solve, was the idea of what is engagement, what is engaged journalism. There are so many definitions for engagement out there. It's almost comical. It's almost, to the point of becoming meaningless. So for purposes of the book anyway, I tried to come up with a definition for engaged journalism as the degree to which a news organization actively considers and interacts with its audience in furtherance of its journalistic and financial mission. And I hope that one of the big themes of the book is that those two missions are very much intertwined. They're essential to each other. That it's not one or the other, as the Chinese wall divided countries in in an earlier era of journalism. But it's the shared sense of mission from both the editorial and the business sides. And I just want to make 3 quick observations, and then we'll dig in exactly, much deeper on some of these tactics. But one general observation from visiting all these different newsrooms and writing the book was that audiences and corporate sponsors, especially, are willing to pay for worthwhile face-to-face in real-life experiences. So there's been this big surge in events businesses. It's been well documented. But there's other forms of face-to-face events that can help subsidize other forms of journalism. And we're going to talk, more specifically about them in this panel. But the key is that it's it's a worthwhile, it's worth the audience's time. You know, maybe it's some kind of, it's in their best interest to attend because it's networking or providing service for them somehow. It's not just this sort of, oh, we're putting this event together out of the goodness of our hearts to save democracy. It's actually, you know, providing incentives for people to want to show up, and then sponsors want to reach that audience. So we'll talk more about that here very shortly, more specifically. The second, just general observation I wanted to make was something that to a lot of people in this room is very obvious because you're doing it every day, but just the idea that as scale diminishes, engaging niche audiences becomes more important for commercial survival. And that could mean obviously topical niches for things like, I have an example here, the Politico Pro subscription service. It's the Dallas Morning News high school football app, which provides real-time play-by-play coverage of up to 60 games on Friday nights. Friday Night Lights, you know, in Texas, right? High school football, good market there. But also geographic, I think, you know, since this comes, geographic niches. And you need to really know the particular needs of that audience and respond to it and know how to connect that community together. It's not one size fits all. There are certain shared values and shared norms for those different niche audiences that to really engage them effectively and perhaps when you're doing that and stay afloat doing that, you really have to know and understand the niche community that you cover. And so I think that applies whether you are a standalone kind of quote-unquote hyper-local news site, you know, or if you're exploring some kind of a niche news product for launching a niche news product for a legacy news organization. And the last just brief observation before we get to our panelists is just the goalposts keep shifting. And so you've just got to be nimble, you've got to be constantly trying new things and changing when the goalposts shift. One example in the book of some pretty effective engagement commercially was the Denver Post had a very successful Facebook Like campaign, Peyton Manning's first year with the Denver Broncos. It was called Facebook Fandemonium, and this screenshot you see up on the screen was the summary from INMA, the International News Media Association, which won an award as a way to kind of combine community engagement with actually making money. But it was based on offering prizes. If you liked a car dealer's webpage, or if you liked another sponsor's Facebook feed, then you were eligible to win, you know, autographed footballs or Peyton Manning or Denver Broncos tickets, and it generated, you know, tens of thousands of new likes for advertisers and helped bolster and boost their email lists. And then at the end of last year, Facebook announced, you know what, you can't do that anymore. You can't have the quote-unquote like gating practices. You can't offer incentives beyond just the content that your feed provides and, you know, that your own content generates. You can't offer kind of outside artificial incentives. And so luckily that came out right before the book went to press, so I kind of updated. But it's just with the Facebook algorithm, with, you know, so many different technologies and trends, you know, it's constantly changing. So, but with that, I would like to definitely dig deeper on some of these themes with our panelists today. And the first is going to be Nicole Davis from Brooklyn-based, talking about how she is using events and classes to help support her journalism for Brooklyn-based. So Nicole, please.
Hi. So Brooklyn-based is primarily an email newsletter, and we found that from the very beginning, it was easier to make. The only way that we were going to start to make any money was to throw events. We didn't have the kind of email list and the number of subscribers that made sense for an advertiser to spend a lot of money with us. So we started to throw events, and one of the biggest ones was, I mean, I feel like events are just sort of the bread and it's such a basic part of running a media company. So we started with a wedding fair in 2000, and this is just one of the most, you know, again, I think this is a very basic idea of a local event. We are now in we do this every spring. I've experimented with doing it twice a year, so that's a staple now, and it provides a good chunk of our revenue each year is having basically an expo for local Brooklyn wedding vendors and inviting and selling tickets to engaged couples in Brooklyn and the New York City area. And then I think because we were doing a lot of events, another Brooklyn brewery took note and approached us to organize basically glorified bar crawls. Now, I should just preface this by saying, a lot of these events are not things that I'm necessarily personally very excited by, but, right. I mean, I will say the bar crawls can be fun, but in general, it pays the bills, and now we have such a regular event schedule that all of these sort of fall within they're held at certain times of year, just so that we can count on, that money to come in at certain parts of the year to help us throughout the year. I think the Brooklyn Brewery case is interesting because they wanted to they wanted to portray an image of being more local than they were being perceived as. I mean, I think that they had just reached a level of success where some beer drinkers were thinking that there are other brands out there that were much more local, even though they do have a brewery in Williamsburg. A lot of the beer was being produced upstate. So having these events with us allowed them to create that image, and I created, came up with a plan that made it much more a neighborhood-wide event where there's discounts and deals at local shops and restaurants, and that are good for not only that day, but we try to make some of these deals good for a year, so people continue to patronage these stores throughout the year. So I think that's an interesting way where this is an event that is produced in partnership with another local brand, and we are sort of furthering their mission, but it's also a good thing for us because it's a live event that draws in our readers, attracts some new ones, and we're engaging in the different neighborhoods that we cover. So that's been a good series. I think that as I've become more experienced doing these events, I'm now pursuing ones that are more dear to me, like Indie Media Camp. And this is similar to a conference like this one where we're inviting media makers to have a day-long session where we get inspired by one another and find out how we're doing this and making it work. And I'm also planning now a new one. Now I'm a mom of two, and screen time is something that is constantly, it's like a daily topic and concern, and so that's a new event that I'm going to move into, and I'm organizing. I'm in the early stages of planning that, but it's just partly I just as every year I learn from what. How beneficial these events are, and how much, I think it's a give and a take because it's very time consuming. And so I'm a two-woman operation, it's myself and my business partner. So anytime we do these events, it takes me away from any writing or editing or any of the things that I did this for in the first place. So I'm much more selective about the events that we do, just in terms of my interest level. Now I have to really care about it now, and I also it has to be lucrative, So another example of an event that's it has to be very easy, and so this is I find this a very easy event. We hold this maybe at least once a year, maybe twice a year, and again, this kind of just fell in my lap because I happen to know this real estate agent wanted to do a seminar about home buying in Brooklyn. And then, we're now working with a new bank. We used to work with Wells Fargo, who sponsored it. I charge sort of a minimal sponsorship fee. And again, this is a 1 day, 2-hour course at Brooklyn Brewery that we do occasionally. So.
Quick follow-up question. So in terms of the revenue for something like this, buying into Brooklyn, how much percentage-wise would you say comes from corporate sponsorships versus the ticket revenues?
On a small event like this, I would say it's actually even. I charge a very minimal size. I just charge, I mean, I'll be very honest with the numbers. It's about, it's a $10 ticket fee. We have, about 100 participants. And then I also just charge the bank $1,000. So it's about a mix. I mean, I have the nice thing about doing events too is that you start to develop relationships with these venues, and then you can, I often, anyway, Brooklyn Brew doesn't charge a whole lot for us to use the space. They charge us a lot less to use it than anyone else who's come, I think, that has another relationship with them. And I would also say that with a lot of the events that I've been running, now that we have a sizable email list, I can now partner with these venues and say, I'll advertise these upcoming events of yours if you will knock down the venue fee for me on them. So that also helps.
Great. Well, I'm sure we'll have some more questions here toward the end, when we will open it up for Q&A. But I'd like to very quickly in our lightning round phase move on to Mary Barman from Village Green, New Jersey, who can talk about some of the email subscriptions that are helping for spaces.
Okay. So VillageGreenNJ.com serves Maplewood and South Orange, New Jersey. We have been around for a year. We soft launched June 15th last year. And our purpose is to cover the news in Maplewood and South Orange. So a little different than Brooklyn base where we're not as much on lifestyle. It seems you're doing. We do police and fire, planning board meetings, we're covering development projects, we're covering town council meetings and board of education meetings. Those are our bread and butter. On top of that, we do a lot of business news as well, and through lifestyle. We have a lot of interesting people who live in our town. We're on the train, like performing on Broadway, so we get to do some nice like local profiles. Anyway, we have been averaging about $6,000 in revenue a month this year, and most of that is advertising, and I can't say enough about Broad Street Ads, which is our advertising platform. It's so, we don't even think about it. The ads go on there, they show up, they look great. But we also have wanted to branch out to make sure that we diversify our revenue. We don't have all our eggs in one basket just in case, we have another 2008 and the economy tanks and our advertisers, we stop spending money. So we wanted to be able to allow our readership to also contribute to the site. So many times I've heard about sites or different, different community projects that go away and people love them and they say, well, I would have supported that, only there was a way for me to support that. So we knew through Bill Bowman of the Franklin Reporters, he asked for a paywall. And we didn't want to do a paywall because there are other sites in our towns that do coverage. We were just launching and we wanted to build a readership before we ever thought about doing that. I don't know if we'll do that down the road at some point. But instead of that, we thought, well, what if we had a subscription that you could contribute to the site for a monthly, quarterly, or annual fee, and in exchange for that, you would get a daily newsletter of everything that had been posted on the site in the last 24 hours. And we thought about, there might be some people who don't want to send their email box, but we thought this would be a really valuable thing if you're really into local news. So we worked with Tiny Pass and our developer, who's an 18-year-old, I think maybe 19-year-old kid who goes to Rutgers right now. And we configured it so that when
I guess we have to keep our arms close.
I'm not sure what I'm doing. So when you scroll down on the page and you hit that subscribe button, since I'm already subscribed, you're getting the second thing, which is how to sign up for the newsletter. Then it pops to, this is what you would see first actually if you're not subscribed. And it gives you the option to sign up for monthly, weekly, or annual. The 95% of people who sign up or more to the annual, people really like it. We are now at 245 people are on our daily subscriber newsletter list. A number of those are not the subscribers through the newsletter. A number of our advertisers, we have like between 30 and 40 advertisers, and they automatically get the newsletter. We sign them up as part of their the price of advertising. But 211 are paid subscribers as of today. Now, the overall revenue, I'm being very transparent with you, the revenue in the last year has been $7,400. 1,800 of that has come in the last 3 weeks when we really started promoting this. We did an article about, hey, we've been around a year now, and we shared our numbers. We have 43,000 unique visitors a month, 130,000 plus page views. We're doing really well. We've had some big news in our towns, including a kid who brought a loading gun to the middle school 2 weeks ago. So we had 7,000 people on the page that day. So our numbers are doing great. Our advertisers are very happy, and the people who are getting our daily newsletter, instead of saying, oh, this is one more piece of junk in my email, in my inbox, they're actually very happy to have it. So we are pushing it now, and we've been able to sign up a whole bunch of more people in the last 3 weeks. And I think if we really actually work on building this, we can get ourselves to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers overall. I think in our town, with 40,000 people, 2 towns together is 40,000 people. We've looked at what our daily traffic is and who our core readership is. If we signed up like our core readership and had 2,000 people doing an annual subscription a year, that is, tens of thousands of dollars of revenue that we don't have to worry about through advertising. So we also have had some people come to us and say, can we just donate? I don't want that. So we're working on that right now. We're going to see about creating a PayPal account and a donate button if you just want to donate to the site, if you just want to contribute to community journalism. So it's something we're looking into. And we're also talking to the folks from Busy Good, and I'll shut up because I know John can talk about that. But we have people coming to us saying, we love your site. This is a prestige project. You're doing real journalism in our towns. And this is great because our town has people who work from the New York Times and Bloomberg and Fox and ABC and CBS, and they're all very supportive, and they want to keep us around. We have people who want to be selling things on our site, so we are continually wanting to look at ways to get them on our site in a way where we can make some money and they can make some money too.
Great, and a quick follow-up question to that. So, what's the setup? How much work goes into the daily newsletter? Is it mostly automated, or do you add some context to it at all? How much of your time is it taking?
It's set up through MailChimp, so it is a two-part thing. TinyPass is the transactional part of it. And then after you sign for TinyPass, you get that link that says here's the final part, put your email address into the newsletter. Folks don't always do that, so I always go in and check on TinyPass and make sure I've got all the email addresses there and over to MailChimp. We set up a newsletter campaign on MailChimp. It has an RSS feed. So the RSS feed just takes everything that goes in the last 24 hours and automatically sends out at 7 a.m. every morning. So we don't do anything, it just automatically sends out. But every once in a while, it interrupts itself, and we go in and resend it every once in a while. Because we also have it set up to give the latest events too, because we have an event calendar that people self-populate on our site. But yeah, it's very easy, and that was really important because, as Nicole said, I have Carolyn Mayer-Parisi, who's sitting here as my business partner. Carolyn and I both come from a journalism background. We were not business people to start with. I have to say, I spent a year at Montclair State University working with Dave Glenn at Jacobs Commons and set up corporate media, which is huge. I got to steal what everybody else was doing, but basically we looked at what BaristaNet does, and we stole everything BaristaNet does. And Broad Street Ads is also BaristaNet and John. And so we try to make things as simple as possible. We outsource things when we can. We have a bookkeeper who does our books for like $300 a month, and she keeps all that straight. Otherwise, we'd always be forgetting to invoice people because we were covering a story about a kid who brought a gun to school. And we have an ad sales person who does ad sales on commission, and she's the PTA mom who knows everybody in town. She volunteers for everything, and this is the one thing she gets paid for, so she's very happy about it.
And last question, what were the costs to set this up? Did you pay TinyPass commission? Do you pay MailChimp a monthly subscription?
I think, a lot of us use MailChimp, there is like a monthly cost, but it's very low. It's like $20 or something a month if you on MailChimp to use their services, and TinyPass is all commission based. It's a nice chunk that tiny pass commission, it's a little more than 15%. But it's, you know, it just happens, and we don't have to do a lot of, we don't have to worry about taking care of the transactions. We're coming up on people starting to renew their annual subscriptions, so we're interested to see how that goes and how much we have to interact with those. But Tiny Pass has been very helpful. Their support answers you within 48 hours, and also I have a direct email to a guy named Brian, and he's really wonderfully responsive.
Great. All right. Well, maybe questions about that later as well. But let's move on to our third lightning round participant here. Dylan Smith from Tucson Sentinel is going to talk about a crowdfunding experiment that he recently did. And the link to Dylan's Baker's Dozen Kickstarter tips. There's a link on the short link, the j.md/engagej, if you want to call us up and follow along.
I'll try to keep this somewhat short and sweet because I could talk about it for a very long time. We spent last week at the Blind Publishers Conference. A few of us really dug into our crowdfunding projects. Some points of failure and some points of success. And we've seen both at TucsonSentinel.com. We had a Kickstarter that we ran earlier this year. We wanted to get out and take at least one photograph from every mile of the Arizona-Mexico border, which is 300 some miles of some pretty rugged terrain in places. And we had some foundation support for this planning, but we needed a little bit more money to really get going, so we decided to put it on Kickstarter. Sounded like a somewhat attractive pitch, and we asked for $5,000 and ended up getting 15, which was quite nice. Of course, when you get that much more money, that means you have that much more stuff to go do. And we kept our work product really focused around what the project was going to be. We're not giving people coffee cups or t-shirts. We are going to do a book of selected photographs. So now we have that many more books that we're going to need to go print once this is done. But we also ran, not long after that, a small project on Beacon that was not successful, mostly because we had just invested so much of our social capital in Kickstarter in asking people to donate and begging people to donate, and sometimes that we really couldn't go back to those people about 2 months later. We did it because it was a sort of an effort organized by INN to have a number of INN newsrooms all do Beacon projects all at once. And that was another border-focused project that we asked for $1,000, and I think we had 700 pledged by the time we had that sort of pull plug on that. So really, my biggest tip is that crowdfunding is not passive revenue at all. It's not a case of if you throw something up on Kickstarter that people will come and give you money. You go look at the journalism page on Kickstarter, you see a lot of projects that haven't gone anywhere. Like some of them don't even have $5 to take them. You can't just go on Kickstarter and say, give me some money to go do some reporting, because people aren't going to do that. It has to be a project, something specific that they can identify as, here's what the work product is going to be. And that's sometimes pretty hard to come up with in journalism. I mean, how many investigations do you do that are a dry hole? People in the main won't give a whole lot of money to that kind of thing. Whereas if you say, we're going to go do this, and this will be the result, we don't know what will happen on the journey along the way, but here's what we're going to end up with, for the project, information for the project, you don't know that. So that's why it has to be something discrete that people can latch on to. Here's the thing that I'm investing in, not just a amorphous idea of we need to have better journalism in our town. But here's the thing we're going to get into. And I think very much you need to be a participant in that process, especially on Kickstarter. Very much you need to be involved in that. If you have never donated to a Kickstarter yourself, if people go to your page and see your pitch, they can see that you have never donated to it, that you are not part of that little community that's built up on Kickstarter. You need to be part of it. One, just do research. Two, in your planning, donate to a few campaigns that you find interesting. It doesn't have to be a huge amount, $1, $5, $10 if you really like it. And you can see how other news outlets or artists or whoever you're donating to, how they interact with the people who are backing them. So those are the biggies. We have this list of a number of other tips, and I think you guys can go read that. So in the interest of keeping this brief, but the other one I would pull out of there is to make sure that your rewards, that what you're giving your backers is as directly associated with your project as possible. You know, people don't need another t-shirt. You know, if you give them something that is the actual result of your journalism, rather than as a perk of a bumper sticker or something like that, I think you will have will be much more interested in participating in that.
Well, question for Bill. So, talk about the need to be discreet, D-I-S-C-R-E-T, in identifying a specific project, but in seeking support, we cannot be discreet. So, can you talk about that? You know, again, about a lot of journalists, you know, didn't get into this to necessarily promote their own work or raise funds for their own work. So, what was your strategy in sort of, you know, did you ever feel like you were bombarding people?
I bombarded you, didn't I? You know, it was really, we did get lucky, and you know, our project went a little bit viral, and so we were able to pull in 3 times what our original goal was. We had, you know, some random donations from the UK and Australia, and you know, because we slowly got more prominent on Kickstarter with the project of the day, more on each other front page. They put us in their email newsletter a couple times, which really gave us a nice one. You know, people who just weren't specifically looking to give money to a tiny little journalism outfit in Tucson, but you know, thought it was a great pitch, and you know, thank you very much for those folks who gave us money. But the bulk of it was, you know, contacting people, sending hundreds of emails, sending hundreds of messages on Facebook. With some people, you know, making a phone call, who I knew would, you know, invest a decent amount into it. And the other thing I should mention, we had a little bit of a strategy. We had somebody who wanted to donate to us for a while, and we used those funds as something to either, you know, we kept it in our pocket for a while because we wanted to see if we were going to at least make our $5,000, but we had several $1,000 sort of stashed away that we could, you know, get into the campaign if we needed to get us over the edge to be funded, because the Kickstarter is all about that. If you don't meet your goal, you don't get anything. But then when we did pretty readily hit that $5,000 mark, we used that as a matching grant. That's to say, you know, we get another $2,000, then this donor will give us $2,000, and if we hit 200 donors, they'll give us $11,000, which encouraged people to, if they had already backed us, to spread the word a little bit and continue to keep the ball rolling.
All right. Okay. And so for our final lightning round presentation, let's hear from John T. Ward at Red Bank Green, who can talk about BusyFood and some of the experimenting that's been going on with that. John, I'll go ahead and call up your first slide right here. Please take it away.
Red Bank Green is a local news source here in New Jersey, the Jersey Shore in Red Bank. It's a very tiny city. It's got urban problems as well. It's divided right down the middle by a railroad. Red Bank itself sits in the center of a very affluent area. We cover 5 or 6 towns there in addition to Red Bank. Red Bank Green just turned 9 years old this month, and in about 8 minutes, our 10,000th post will be published. It's an advertising-supported business, straight advertising. We've never tried anything else really. We've been branched out a little bit based on opportunity. We had a guy come along and offer us a video, entirely video-based sports operation. So we launched a sports page that's pretty much a turnkey operation. We just take his feeds. And about 2 years ago, we started a food page called Pie Hole. And that's mainly, we started that mainly because Red Bank is going through this incredible revolution in its downtown, away from retail to restaurants. We've had an enormous number of new restaurants come in, so we wanted to see if we could take advantage of that. And that business has been going very slowly, mainly because of structural problems within Red Bank Green. But another aspect of what we do in Red Bank Green is we use Broad Street ads, which have been mentioned here a couple of times. I hope most of you, I think many of you are familiar with Broad Street ads. Broad Street ads is basically updatable, editable ads, quick ad templates. Broad Street ads was actually born in Red Bank Green, so it was sort of spun out from our site. And I am a principal in the company, I should disclose. And those ads have turned out to be very important to our business. I would guess that we can probably get 65% of our revenue from updatable ads. And my goal, which is perhaps unrealistic, but my goal is to turn Red Bank Green into an all updatable ad site so that we wouldn't be running any conventional advertising eventually. Because it does, I don't think it works. I don't think conventional advertising works. I can see it in the click-throughs. We're getting 4, 5, 6 times the click-through rates on fresh ads than we get on the static ads. So about a year ago, maybe 9 months ago, Scott Barnett from Busyhood approached me. Scott happens to live nearby, and he has started a company called Busyhood, which was essentially an online directory business, and he wanted to bounce some ideas off me. And I was not in the market for a directory, but he and I started talking, and he started shaping a custom product that he hopes to scale up quite dramatically. But instead of running a business directory on Red Bank Green, I asked him to build something for our Pile page, and we're actually branding it as Sifter, and we enable readers to sift through different restaurants and food businesses to find what they're looking for. And as a matter of fact, it just quote unquote launched this morning. It's a very, very quiet soft launch, so we still have a lot of bugs to work out, but people will begin to stumble on it as of today. What I found appealing about what Scott was pitching was that all these concepts, he brings together 4 or 5 concepts under the Busyhood umbrella. But the first one, and the most important, I think, is that he sort of brands it as kind of an anti-Yelp. He has touched on, anybody who talks to restaurant owners among you, you know that restaurant owners are really just furious about Yelp, about the way they feel about it undermines their businesses and holds them hostage. And Scott wanted to provide opportunity for feedback without necessarily sniping that goes on. So that's first and foremost. But it's also, he has created this platform that sort of consolidates a lot of things that the business owners need and want to do with regard to managing the social posts, managing their email lists, engaging with customers, responding to complaints in a rational way, and so much more. As a matter of fact, that Scott will be on a panel at 2 o'clock on the mobile side of it. He can certainly fill you in a lot more on what's going on with that. But so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this fits in with what we're doing, because it is, again, it's kind of a turnkey thing for us to have a directory where restaurant owners will be paying a fee to us or Busyhood, and there'll be some rev share, and down the line, Scott hopes to be able to do something along the lines of Broad Street, in that businesses that are using the directory at the top tier will be able to pull in from the Pothole Archive stories about their own business, stories and photographs about their own business, in addition to the maps and the hours and all that other information. So I think that really enhances the experience for the reader, for the user, and obviously for the business. We will have also, we'll be pulling in food events. I'm looking to see the reflection on my screen here. I should have been looking right. But this is again, this is a responsive site that Scott's built, so it's going to be, I hope, working really well on mobile as well. And in terms of trying to sort of anticipate one question that you might have, and that is, how is this going to impact our advertising business? Well, I'm hoping that it acts as a magnet and draws in some of these restaurants in a way that we have had difficulty doing. One of the biggest challenges we have in selling restaurant ads is getting restaurant owners to sit down for 5 minutes and do business and talk with us. It's impossible in many cases to get their attention, to hold their attention. And even if we do get them as advertisers to have those conversations that have renewal time. So I'm hoping that the different advantages that Scott's built into the Busy Hood will give us a leg up. And those advantages I'm thinking of are he's really big on SEO, so the SEO scores through the directory should be high. And with that visibility, just with that visibility, I think that I'm hoping that restaurant owners are going to come to us and say, in addition to being quote unquote buried inside the Sifter directory, we'd like to be on the pilot page as well in terms of display. So that's my hope.
Great. All right. Thanks, Sean. That was my question, actually. You answered my follow-up question. So let's go straight to questions that the audience might have for the last 5 minutes or so that we have here about Indian journey. So, yeah, Jim.
Hi, Jim. Jim Shacker, WNYC. Question for Mary. So you are doing this at the place where hyperlocal started in some ways. Patch failed there. The New York Times failed there. Can you talk a little bit about lessons that you learned, because you've been around from the outset?
It's true. I actually worked for Patch. I was a freelancer for Maywood Patch when they launched February 4th, 2009. Carolyn Mayer-Parisi worked for the local and also did some work with BaristaNet. When BaristaNet came in to take over for the local when the New York Times decided to abandon that project. Lessons learned. I mean, I think we are benefiting from the investment that the New York Times and BaristaNet and Patch made in our towns, because they created this market. When we started doing what we were doing 6 years ago with Patch and the local, people were new to online news, and they're like, well, when's the print edition coming out? And by the time we came around to do the Village Green NJ, folks knew what it was and they knew what they wanted, and they were asking us to get it there faster. We could go shopping at the supermarket without even saying, what happened to Patch, what happened to local, please do something. The lessons we learned are that the margins are small. Be very careful about how you spend your money. I don't want to second guess a lot of people at Patch, because nobody's really figured this out. I think there were a lot of good efforts there. But we're making an investment with our time. We're trying not to just throw crazy amounts of money at this. We're not going to go spend $800 a week on freelancers or something like that. We're trying to be really smart about how we spend our money. And we're also trying to stay very focused on our mission. I think Patch got a bit distracted. I get distracted out since they'd be like, you have to run the Heidi Klum Halloween costume contest. I've just spent all these months building up, suspending people's disbelief that we're not hyperlocal, and you're making me put non-hyperlocal content on here, and you're destroying this local community that I keep building, and they can, you know, in an effort to see if they could monetize, and when they scale, you know, we're bringing in a lot of cross content. And what we found is that people want what you can't aggregate. You can't aggregate somebody sitting 5 hours through the planning board meeting to find out if they're going to build a post office redevelopment or not. So we will do that, and people will come to read it because they're crazy in Maplewood and South Orange. And we are making money. We're not rich beyond our wildest dreams hours, but we are making some money, and we're really working hard to make sure we can make more money because we want to prove that local journalism can work as a business model.
Next question. Last question. Okay.
Hi, my name is Simon Melvin. My question is, how does all this translate for young journalists, fresh graduates, people who aren't as seasoned as the ladies and gentlemen on the panel and the panel start today, but still need to pay their student loans and want to make a difference in the world?
I would say just dive in. Just dive in and start swimming.
I think it is tough. I think the foundation role can help here a little bit. I think we can hope to more catch people who go start independent sites, but who's going to pay your health care? You know, how are you going to pay your bills when you're, you know, 26 and that was your income? I have a husband who, you know, can cover the health care. So I can make a little bit less money for a year or two while we build this up. But I do have a deadline from my husband where I will need to make a certain amount of money or find another source of revenue because it is very expensive to live in our part of the country. But I think it is very tough for new journalists. Freelance, cobble together stuff, or take that leap and start building it and see if there's a way you can support yourself with freelance while you build up the revenue for your own independent site. Somebody may also see what you're doing and want to hire you. It's a calling card.
I wouldn't advise somebody fresh out of college to go start their own indie news site. You know, it takes an awful lot to keep a business running, much less do really good journalism. And if you don't have experience at doing any of that, it's you're putting yourself in a pretty tenuous situation, I think. You know, there are certainly opportunities for young journalists. I don't think the old-fashioned career path, you need to go work in a newsroom that's got, 50 other or 300 other experienced journalists is necessarily the way you need to go get experience in freelancing. Get out there and do as much work as you can. But starting a business is a whole other, thing. I spend maybe 20% of my time being a reporter now. That's all I can afford to do. That's really what I like to do. I don't like to do the other stuff so much. I like where people hand me checks, but I don't like all the stuff that leads up to that point.
That's good. I think one point that I try to emphasize to my students with respect to your question is just the whole idea that it's not just about the product of journalism anymore. A quote that I love from Roger Garcetti from News Corp is the whole idea that journalists in the 21st century, any journalist in the 21st century has to, part of the job is finding more people to consume more of your journalism. And if you're doing that, even not necessarily running your own site, even working for another organization, that's at least an audience-focused mindset that you actually have to earn the audience's attention. So let's go around to our panelists today. First of all, the concrete ideas. Really good array of concrete ideas and strategies to take home, and we'll move on to our next panel.
Okay, folks, for still making up time, your next session in this room is an in-depth case study of WNYC's and Board and Running campaign, which is a very successful audience engagement campaign. Next story, you've got another sort of case history done by students at the New School on human-centered journalism focused on a project they did in Red Hook, Brooklyn. In the Crystal Room, which is up the aisle and up the stairs, you have 4 different companies sharing how they are making money with events. So that's another very case-focused session. it's a lot of richness and, make your choice and then. Okay. That session will break at around 12:40, and then we'll be meeting back here for the lunch panel with Marty Bear and Harold Brown. Thank you.
You're right, yeah, a little bit. I know, I know.
Now, are you comfortable with, I don't have to use users. Right, it's been featured writing mostly my entire writing things. I mean, certainly, I'm absolutely interested.
Okay, folks, we're trying to get started in this room, so if you want to hear all about WNYC Sport and Brilliant, stay here. If you want to learn more about people who are making money with events, go up to the Crystal Room, which is at the opposite end of the Macy's restaurant and up the stairs. Next door, we have a human-centered journalism panel with students from the new school and Andrew Page talking about how they discern needs in Red Hook Brooklyn, which is another case. But if we want to stay on track and if we want to have lunch, we'll need to get moving now. So thank you.
So we're going to start. WNYC does not ever want to stand between journalists and lunch, so we'll try and stay on schedule. We want this to be as much as possible a conversation and really an opportunity to workshop ideas. So if people in the back of the room wanted to move to the tables in the front, that would be terrific, and it'll feel a little bit more like discussion rather than Rosh Hashanah where everybody sits in the back. Give you 1 second to do that.
What will you say?
It depends on your whole approach to religion, whether you'll be saying, if your approach to engagement will certainly help. I'm Jim Shacker, I'm the Vice President for News at WNYC Public Radio here in the New York, New Jersey area. And my colleagues, Elaine Chen and Mariana Tobin, are going to carry the brunt of this assignment. We are going to talk to you about our Board and Brilliant project, and I just wanted to start out by offering a little bit of context. I came to WNYC about 3 years ago from the Times, where, among other things, I was responsible for the failure of the locals that Mary spoke. And one of the revelations to me about working at WNYC is that whatever else we are a talk radio station. We have a man, if you're from this area, named Brian Lehrer, who hosts a remarkable 2-hour conversation every morning, every weekday morning from 10 to noon. And so built into the DNA of WNYC is the idea of listening, engaging, opening up to the audience, and the audience being a significant part of what the content is that we make. Brian just this year is celebrating his 25th anniversary of hosting that program at WNYC, so this is the heart of what we do. And there are many, many advantages, too numerous to list, that the New York Times has over WNYC as a news gathering organization, and I'm jealous every day, but as an engagement organization, we have it all over the New York Times because we grew up listening and not just lecturing. And the projects that we do at WNYC, I think, just benefit and grow out of that long tradition. And Brian, in very many ways, has been the engine of WNYC's creativity in this regard. So what's up there now? So this is now 2 years ago. The first big engagement project that I was involved in at WNYC is this cicada tracker. If you have the good fortune to live in the Northeast, you know that every 17 years, these 17-year cicadas return. And I had made a pledge to my wife 20 years ago when we moved to New Jersey that we would not live here when the 17-year cicadas return. Instead, I started a new job at WNYC and said, to celebrate this, let's have a big project about the return of the cicadas. And we partnered in the newsroom in our program Radio Lab and with the University of Connecticut, some researchers, and ended up having about 4,000 people involved in collecting data, soil temperatures, photographs of cicadas, sounds of cicadas as they went through their various life cycles. And it was an amazing little accomplishment in citizen science. John Keefe, then our head of data news, who led the building out of this project, said to me, you know, this was great and we learned a lot, but we need to do something more consequential the next time, and we need to give people more payoff for their participation. And out of that grew our Clock Your Sleep project that we did a year ago. And in this case, we ended up having 9,000 people sign up to be part of a project where over 2 months' time, the aim was to help people sleep better in the city that never sleeps. If only we had gotten Citibank to sponsor it, we would have had hit the trifecta. But the reason I think that we had more people involved with sleep than we did with cicadas was that there was really something in it for you. If you participated, you got, and you could, we built an iPhone app and we had a web app, and if you supply data every day, maybe by linking your Fitbit to our project, you got a chart every day showing how your sleep performance was tracking against the other 9,000 participants in the project. And you got email newsletters, and you got encouragement that was kind of written in a form that was meant to promote your participation. And in the second month of the project, you could join a team with other people and get spurred on by the competitive who could sleep more nature of the contest that we were just getting people to participate. That was really terrific, and we were really excited, and we said, now we have to keep doing this. And as we surveyed what was going on at WNYC for the next project we could do that would engage lots of people, we landed on an idea that Manoush Domarodi, the host of our technology show at the time called New Tech City, that recently has been renamed Node to Self, was wanting to lead. And that is the important and brilliant project that Elaine and Ariana are going to tell you about today. And they're here to tell you about it, not to top-down lecture, but in the spirit of WNYC Talk radio station, to invite you in, engage you, and help you think about projects you might do for your site and station, whatever kind of organization that you are involved in. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Hi, so my name is Elaine Chen, and I'm project manager at WNYC's new health news desk. And my job is to help design and run crowdsourcing data projects for the million.
And I'm Ariana, and I am a producer on Village to Self, formerly known as New Tech City. And I do a lot of the audio producing, but also the digital content for our podcast.
So what we thought we'd do in the spirit of a case study is to talk about the nitty-gritty of how we did border running, what it took and why we think it worked, and hopefully by getting into all those details, it'll help you think about engagement projects that might work for your news outlet. And we'll leave plenty of time at the end for questions and also to maybe even help brainstorm questions that might work for sort of topics that you're interested in exploring.
If you have any ideas for us too, welcome.
Of course.
That's the real purpose of our video.
So the first question that people pretty much always ask about this project comes as soon as they hear the name. That is exactly what you're thinking right now. Why bored? Isn't boredom a bad thing? And we figured that in this case, it was a better idea to let the person who came up with the idea tell you about it herself. This is Manoush in conversation with Audie Cornish on NPR in January.
Yeah, so for me, I kind of realized I hadn't been bored since I got a smartphone 7 years ago. And recently, another new condition here, it's gotten particularly bad because I've become one of those people who cannot stop playing a game. And my addiction is a game called Two Dots. If you ride the subway in New York City, everyone is there. Well, the thing is, a lot of times when we're checking our phones, right, it's time when we would have spaced out anyway, in the elevator, in the checkout line. Yeah, are we really losing anything here? I mean, what have you learned about the importance of time to be bored? Well, what I've learned is that our brains are doing some really important work when we think we're doing nothing. So research suggests we get our most original ideas when we stop the constant stimulation and we let ourselves get bored.
So at that point, not in January when she's talking to Audie, but when she first comes up with the idea that she hasn't been bored in years since she first got her first smartphone, she was a member of a two-person team. And even though WNYC is this big building, it's lots of people, that was small. And their ambitions for this project were not small by any means. They spent the next couple of months digging around, trying to figure out what research was out there about smartphones, what they're doing to our brains, whether or not boredom actually matters in the scheme of things. And all of that was really just asking the question, can we pull this thing off? So at that point, they started talking to everyone else in the building, and like any good journalistic organization, like really pitching this project hard.
Yeah, because that was the important part, since Manush's team was so small that they got internal buy-in. So I think I came from a public radio station in Miami. I mean, it wasn't a very big team at the station, but there were still people who were running other programs, who were running newscasts, or who were doing marketing, who might have had some really interesting input and also were really important to help the success of any engagement project. And so that's something that can happen by getting, just talking to people in the hallways, by also having meetings, but just some of those informal conversations that you can have with other people at your station, or just other friends that you have to work at other media outlets, to get them excited and to think about ideas that you might be able to work is really important to try and use resources that aren't necessarily under your control, but that can help move the conversation.
Yeah. And so through those conversations, most of this happened before Elaine or I worked at WNYC, we started to figure out what their goals were. And first and foremost in all of that was to grow the audience for their very small podcast. At that point, it was a small sort of segment on radio once a week, and they were trying to find people who they thought really would be interested in our content more often than that in longer form, but just really didn't know about it yet. And this was a topic that, as you can hear, Manoush felt very strongly about. And she had a hunch that other people felt strongly about it too. So through a lot of those conversations, bouncing the ideas off of other people, digging into research, looking at how much there actually was out there, they figured that this was a project that they could sell to the wider station and to other people in the journalism world that actually would be an experiment with the right kind of question. And engagement through podcasting is something that WNYC really cares about. It's something that we need to figure out. It's something that there also just hasn't been that much research done to date. And the only podcast that really has ramped up engagement in a really meaningful way when we started this project, the example that comes to mind is always Serial. So it was a ground for experimentation. The levels of what we can learn seem so high.
So this is where we send people. For engagement projects, it's always a little bit of like a chicken and egg problem. You sort of think, okay, I'm going to do an engagement project, I should start by just getting input. But on the other hand, you have to have a place to send people, or else people don't really feel like they're joining something that's already happening. So when we launched the project, which was weeks before we even asked people to do anything with their smartphones, we created a landing page. And so this is where we send people to have blog posts, a beautiful illustration, and an explanation of how to participate. So when we did those call-outs on social media, there was a place to direct them to.
And most importantly, we started the project with an introductory episode called The Case for Boredom, where that was exactly what we did. We laid out the case about why we thought people should care and why we wanted them to participate in this project. And this page plus that podcast was what we gave to our partners to other programs to help us grow the audience and get more people involved. It gave them really meaty statistics, it gave them people to talk with, it gave them the sense that we really knew what we were doing. And it went live about a month before challenge week started. That gave us time to attract a critical enough mass of people that the collection of people that we had participating was going to be meaningful.
And so this is just to walk you through the project, what it entails. So you would go to the landing page and you would sign up for our email newsletter. We will talk a little bit more about why we chose email as an important tool to communicate with people who are participating. You would sign up for the email newsletter and then download one of the apps that we had partnered up with. These apps will track your smartphone usage, the number of times you opened your phone and the amount of time that you spent on it. And we talked to those apps to make it so that they create a prompt so people could share that data with us. And then during the challenge week, during which we would ask you to try different things with your smartphone, you would get an email each day that described the challenge, plus a mini podcast that would give you some context for why we chose that particular challenge.
Spoiler, but these are the challenges. So the first day was called Keep It in Your Pocket, pretty self-explanatory. Day 2 was No Photo Day, which is harder than it sounds, we found out. Day 3 was Delete That App, and the app meaning whichever app on your phone sucks the most amount of your time that you know you should be spending doing something else.
That's when we brought down Facebook.
Day 4 was Vocation, where you pretended to be on vacation even though you may have actually been at work. Day 5 was a small observation about the world, not seen through the lens of your smartphone. And day 6 was a bigger creative project provided by the artist Nina Dorian. The sample of what came of that up there. It's a house made out of the contents of the wallet. It's weird. It's actually weird, but it's great. We got a huge collection of weird, cool things at the end. And now we'll just show you a little bit about what the project actually looked like as it was happening and where we really saw the engagement. So we invited people to tell us how they were doing and how the project was going and what they were thinking about. And then the next day we would collect a lot of what they said and Elaine would pull the data from the apps and we'd send the result and a lot of that feedback in the newsletter the next morning with that day's challenge and podcast. It's kind of this continuous loop.
But going back to one of our goals, which was to grow New Tech City's audience and also getting back to that point about the importance of partnerships and just collaborating and coordinating with other media outlets. We of course did outreach on New Tech City's existing platforms. I think it's how we had a Twitter account, and of course it is podcast too, and it is terrestrial radio broadcast too. But what we really wanted to do was try and find new audiences. So to do that, before we even started the project, since we had created all this content, we had great stuff to try and pitch to other media outlets. So some of the places that we went to were Fast Company, to Post, Recode, and of course NPR and Brian Blair. And that was an important place that we could bring audiences who maybe didn't know New Tech City to join us for this party, which was more brilliant.
And we were surprised because we pitched it everywhere, but the place where it seemed to stick the most were often these like smaller blogs that were just extremely interested in the topic. And they had readers who were really used to engaging with them. It surprised us. We just wanted to mention that just because we thought it might be especially useful in the local context.
This particular blog is called Reading by Teenagers. So by email, I have to say that when Ariana and I were first assigned to work on this project, we kind of found it curious that the recommendation was that we should use email to try and interact with people. That seemed pretty old school to us. I think like social media, they need a place to go, or Snapchat or something like that. But what WYC had learned from the SLEEP project, that email was a really great way to engage with participants on kind of a more, it feels like a more individual level, because usually for email, you're getting personal messages. And so it was a way to make it so that people who would get those messages felt more like we were talking directly to them as opposed to talking on the stage to an audience of people. The other thing that was really nice in working with email is that MailChimp has a great free service, and it gives you so much great analytics. You can see what people actually clicked on, what time, where they were, and also you can track it through Google Analytics to see what they did on their website too. So that's the amazing sort of, tools that are available if you use email. But this wasn't the only platform we used, of course.
We had lots of other places where people could connect with us and answer our questions and tell us where it was going. And a lot of those places we tried to make feel somewhat private, so you weren't standing on stage talking about what your smartphone was doing for your depression issues, which were things people were telling us about. And that was, not kidding, we got very detailed, deep, profound stuff from our audience at this point. And a lot of that came through a Google form and a survey that was sent out on SurveyMonkey. And we would always ask people whether they were comfortable with us sharing their responses, and even if they would click yes, we still believed that there was a place where they felt more comfortable, talking to us and telling us where their pain points were on their phone. But that isn't to say that we weren't also using Facebook, we weren't also using Twitter, because I wrote down the list of all the platforms where we were doing this. Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Pinterest, SoundCloud, all of the different podcasting apps. Started a Snapchat for a second, have to go back to that. There's more I'm just reading, so take the rest of our time. But we went everywhere that people had answered in those surveys. And a lot of this, the people who chose to engage with us in public gave us feedback afterwards that they really felt like they were doing these projects in part of a larger community. So whether they were using a hashtag or just replying to someone else's comment on Facebook, it ended up being this really supportive and this great space. And for me, as a producer on the podcast, it was also extremely useful because I had this database of people that I could go to be a voice in the content that we were making. So it wasn't just going back out in the newsletters, it was actually being embedded into the heart of our Born project. And I think that was really important. And here's an example of just one person, one of my favorites. Someone on No Photo Day tweeted at us, today's Born and Brilliant challenge is taking no photos. I'm getting my tattoo today. Last night time. So obviously the next day I followed up to see what the tattoo looked like. I think it made it feel like there were real people with faces involved, which was one of the things that people said they didn't feel like they had in a world constantly staring down at a screen, feeling disconnected from other people. The other side of that, though, was that our inbox was absolutely overflowing. Like there was just stuff coming out of this incredible fire hose at us all the time.
Which brings us to staffing. When the project started, there were just 2 people, Manusia and Alex Wolmar, producer, and a part-time audio engineer. By the time we were gearing up for the project, though, it was really important to have someone like Ariana who could respond to the content that people were sharing, because this was all about providing people with customized, personalized feedback. They get some of it through the phone when they see their numbers, they compare themselves to the group. But what was really important is when they send a tweet saying how hard it was, or when they send us an email telling their story, and then they got a response saying, thank you for sharing, asking more questions, and trying to show that we respect that they were sharing their stories with us and that we were going to do something with that too. So it's important to have someone dedicated for that task because that is a huge important.
Yeah. And that's not to say that there weren't trade-offs. Like there were tons of things that we meant to do or I had hoped to do at the beginning of the project that just didn't happen because the response was so overwhelming. And it's also to say, I mean, things changed and happened in the middle that there's no way I would have been able to do if like someone like Elaine hadn't been there fixing the sign-up process or checking in with the app developers. So it really, I mean, the responding on social versus reading people's emails felt like at least one full-time job.
And to go back again to those conversations that you have with your partners and your internal sort of team members, those meetings really helped to talk to marketing and to talk to development and programming to get their support for everything that we're doing.
It's just a cat, right? Actually, they were cat. So we're
2 cats, right? 2 cats.
Robot balance. So back to our goals, we're going to move quickly from here. I know we want to leave time for questions, but this is what they were.
And so one of the metrics for whether or not we grew our audience was the subscription to the email newsletter. New Tech City didn't have one before we started the project, so it was 0. By the end of the project, we had almost 20,000. Online listens also increased too, from around 20,000 in September to around 45,000 in January and 74,000 in February. And an important thing is a lot of these people were new. These weren't people who had maybe heard about New Tech City on the radio and had never listened to the podcast. These were people who had never heard of New Tech City before. The second big important goal of this project was to hopefully have some kind of behavior change happen with our audience. I mean, this is the impact of our project. But what we saw was there was really only a modest change, about 6% drop in minutes and 1 less pickup per day. But I think we kind of anticipated that the numbers wouldn't necessarily reflect the change that had happened, because the point of the project was to help people find balance. It wasn't necessarily just about reducing minutes. And so what we saw from people's comments was that just by building that awareness, people felt like they were getting something from the project. This is when I signed off Twitter and Facebook this morning, and as I was walking to work, I had a fantastic idea. Thanks again for the inspiration. I really felt for you when you were giving up 2 months. And from our surveys, we also saw that people felt like they had made improvements. One thing that psychologists often talk about for behavior change is that one of the most important starting points is that people have to have the confidence that they can accomplish any change, and I think they call it self-efficacy. 1 week is really not a lot of time to accomplish that. That's how long the challenge week was, but at least from comparing our results from our where we did the challenges to the end, there was a modest increase, which was a really nice thing.
This is an engagement conference. We wanted to talk about some of those lessons for engagement that we learned and our station learned. One of them that's just a good time saver and also worked really well for us, we would make simple pieces of content that worked on different platforms, and also it just was this great visual signal that people could give, like, we're participating in this project, come do it with me, even if that wasn't explicitly what they were saying. So these are some of those away messages for Vocation Day. A lot of them had actually crowdsourced, so it was like us giving people back our crowdsourcing mechanism. And they look nice, they're really just a beige square with logos on them, and it worked really well to bring people from the podcast to Facebook, back to the newsletter. It was the kind of thing that was simple to do and ended up working really well. And then this, I think, is one of the most important. There's Manusia again during the middle of another engagement project. She doesn't know I'm using this picture. She's our model. So we'll play a quick clip and then we'll go.
Here we go. Ready? I'm pressing down on my apps. They're all jiggling, which means they're ready to be deleted, but only I have to do it. It's all right. I have to do it.
Look at that X, it's just calling you did it. Hit that one on the left.
Now move.
Yes! You did it. How do you feel?
Nauseous. Really? No, I really feel nauseous. I feel sad.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. You're gonna get through this.
Okay, you need to leave now.
She was at, I think, level 100 something.
Yeah, we didn't do that. The interviews do that. And the rest of that episode was about what those apps are doing to your brain, whether or not you're actually learning anything. The answer was no. And that day was also this incredible firestorm of responses. Like, we got a huge response to that episode, and a lot of it was people deleting their apps. Many of them having had a similar experience to Manoush. So I got tons of screenshots, tons of app names, all kinds of stuff for our third lesson for engagement. Meet people where they are, and when people are really responding to something, we found that it just made sense to go with it. So that day we had all kinds of tweets, we had all kinds of Facebook posts. I ended up just making this giant list of all of the apps that people had deleted. It was kind of shocking. There were like I think hundreds, and many of them had like the same weird words in the title, like crush or crack or quiz. And all together, it was just this incredible, striking product that when we gave it back to people, they felt like they were getting something more interesting than what they'd given us. So they heard Manoush, they watched Manoush, they were looking at each other, they were responding to each other, and I didn't end up working on all of the other things that I thought I was going to be working on that day, because this was the place where it felt like all of the effort that I was putting in was most likely to multiply. And then this isn't to say that everything went perfectly and as planned the entire time. We ended up making a lot of changes.
This is one example of an email newsletter. There's two of them that we sent. The first one on the left was the first one we sent, and then challenge one was the one we sent during challenge week. The one on the left, no one knew to click on podcast. So that's really unfortunate when you are a podcast. We saw that about 5% of people actually clicked on that. So the next time that we sent an email with a podcast, we changed the design. Big button, listen here. 63% of people click on that when you make it really obvious where to go.
Okay, so we're just about done. Doing some more cats, but we have some theories on why this worked. We think people related to the question, they got personalized feedback through both the app itself, all this. We started to call this party paper engagement journalism, where it's like you see how you fit into bigger pictures, you have a takeaway, something that applies to your life. And changing habits locks in fans. So our fan base, since Bored and Brilliant, is not at its giant peak at that point, but quite a few of those people have really stuck with us, even when we've moved on beyond Bored and Brilliant-esque content. So we'll take questions and talk where it is now too.
And are interested if anybody is in the midst of trying to think through an engagement project where you want to just toss it out as red meat to the audience and to give Lynn and Ariana's input, go for it. Yes.
Hey, how I'm running into with doing a project like this is a paywall issue. So if you're trying to send somebody with something and then they have to pay for it, they look piss really. So would you recommend doing something like this outside of the paywall? And how do you get people to where you need them to be, which is behind the paywall?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't sat in on the revenue section, so I don't know what's better for your publication's bottom line. But yeah, I would say that you should, if you want to try and grow an audience, maybe you're not people who are subscribers already, you probably do want to try to produce a bunch of content that's not behind the paywall, because that is, I mean, once you make that first impression, they haven't heard of you before, they click and they get a paywall set, like that's it. They don't have to come back.
I mean, and I guess something that I think about often is sometimes you can have content that just lives its entire life on social media. So like if you make something for Facebook and you start this great conversation on Facebook around this issue, maybe they're not going to pay to sign up at that particular moment in time. but maybe next time or in a couple of weeks when they see it again. And I think that there's value to making content that lives where people already are, and then that is what's going to bring them from place to place. I think that's a really interesting question.
There's only one kind of first date where somebody gets paid, and it's not one that we're all too terribly proud of. So I think you have to build a relationship before you expect people to turn over money.
Okay, so I have an idea that I can brainstorm with you guys. In addition to like Center, I have a magazine called Mid-Century Modern that deals with questions of aging. Over the weekend, I spotted a post into my blog from somebody who wrote Letter to My 18-Year-Old Self. And it was great. And I said I put out a newsletter because the media now has these newsletters that you put out that said, you know, tell me what would you write to your 18-year-old self. I've got some takers, and then somebody said you need a hashtag for that, and that should be Dear 18YOE. So I just wondered what like the really smart people in the room would do something like that, because I think it does have legs potentially. A lot of people would write to their 18-year-old self. So what would you do with something?
I mean, I would love to see you partner up with a publication that's more geared toward a younger audience, because I mean, these letters are, your audience is producing content that would be primarily beneficial, I think, for younger people. So that would be, I think, a great opportunity to try and find one that works like a blog, or, I don't know, there are other magazines for teenagers and more.
Yeah, right. Yeah. 17, right, yeah.
Close.
I don't know, I think that sounds amazing. I would love to read those articles. I think you would get an audience far beyond people just writing those letters.
Yeah.
And we had the hashtag at the beginning of this project because hashtags are not as trendy anymore, apparently. But then our audience asked us for a hashtag. They were like, we really want them, we want them every day. So we went with it, and we got some flack again in this project. People were like, you have a hashtag and you're like digital detox, that's ridiculous. There was so much irony in that. But the people who used it, the people who didn't, and it wasn't a problem for the people who weren't using it. No, I think there's so many interesting things to do with that. That's really fun.
Does anybody in the room have an idea for Debbie?
Yeah.
Letters to your 18-year-old self?
I also was thinking it could go the other way too. That it would be interesting to have the 17 readers write letters to their 50-year-old self. So that would be interesting to see what the perception of youth and aging and how they differ.
Other questions or comments?
Sorry. So for the next big project, what's the plan for even more people?
Well, I would say one of the things that was key to getting up to almost 20,000 people was our partnering with All Things Considered nationally. So that's a very big platform, much bigger than any WNYC platform. So we will definitely hope to enlist national partners in that. Maybe we have to get the BBC involved or something global. We're thinking about projects really around the station, both about health. We've talked about topics like how doctors and patients can improve the conversation between each other. But if you listen to the themes that Elaine and Ariana pointed to, I think finding a topic that's of universal interest, or at least that different people can come at different ways, like you could be the 18-year-old or the 50-year-old. Finding topics where people can both learn something about themselves, but feel that they are part of a larger group that is accomplishing something together. That seems to be critical to getting mass. Doing things where over the course of time people feel they are making progress and it's measurable, and giving them a way to see that. That's something that I think we see as being valuable. So those are the kind of factors that go into our increasingly into our choosing what to really throw ourselves fully into. Good. Well,
Well, talk to us one-on-one if you want to get between you and lunch. I see lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
And during lunch, morning parents, mostly interview
This camera.
Yeah.
Let's, do you want to see if we can put it closer?
I would say if you could just sit there like that.
Right. Yeah, yeah, I think that's good.
Director of the School of Communication and Media at Montclair State University, which includes the Center for Cooperative Media, which hosts our conference today. So at lunch, our lunch speaker, as it were, is a conversation between me and the gentleman to my right. Please welcome to the conference the Executive Editor of the Washington Post, Marty Barron. Marty has a long and distinguished background in the newspaper business. We became friends 30 years ago when I was actually working for the Washington Post in New York, and he was a correspondent in New York for the Los Angeles Times, where we worked for many years. We were ostensibly rivals, but primarily friends then and now. And he's in the middle of what is truly a historic and fascinating era at the Washington Post, obviously one of the most influential papers in the world, but one that is going through transformation on many different levels, including the fact that it's owned by an extraordinary entrepreneur named Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, who has put, from at least the press's point of view, some stamp already on the paper. I would argue that the stamp put on the paper by one of the finest editors in America, Marty, is just as profound and more important from the context of this conversation. But to get our conversation going, I think we can't ignore that topic of newspaper ownership. So tell us, you began working at the Post for the Graham family. Today you work for a different family. How's life different and how's it going?
Sure. Well, ownership changed 6 months after I got there. So that was a surprise. Actually, the announcement was 6 months after I got there, and then it closed 3 months later on the sale. So, I like to say that Jeff has brought, Jeff Bezos has brought 3 things. He's brought ideas of his own, and openness to ideas, our ideas for what we want to do. He's brought a lot of questions about how we do things and whether we should do things that way. And then very importantly, he's brought time, the ability to invest and to help us make this transition from a period of print to the era, which is today, which is the era we're in today. So that's helpful. And he said at the beginning that he didn't have all the answers, that we needed to experiment in a lot of different ways. And he is, in fact, he said he would fund experiments and he would create a so-called runway that would allow us to try things for a period of time. This runway in his mind is a runway for taking off, not a runway for landing. And so, he has, in fact, funded quite a few initiatives at the Post, and virtually all of them have been quite successful.
Share the highlights of those initiatives with the
well, we've done a lot of different things. Most recently, we launched a new app on Kindle Fire. It's a completely different experience, a highly visual experience. It's like a magazine, and that's been well received. But before that, in terms of sort of traffic on the site, we created an overnight crew that produced something called Morning Mix. They start coming to work at 10 o'clock at night and work until 6 o'clock in the morning. And their stories are posted over the course of the night, typically by 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So enviable hours for the people who are doing that. We created something called Post Everything, which solicits opinion pieces from all sorts of people in the moment. It's not like an icon ad. It's not necessarily from the sort of the tendencies of sort of feel. Ordinary people writing about their own circumstances and their perspectives, as well as experts. We created a breaking news team that really tracks what's happening on the web, what's gaining traction, and what stories that would be of interest to readers around the country and around the world that may not be getting interest from institutional sources. So there are and a whole raft of blogs focused on a wide range of subjects, everything from internet culture to military affairs to science to the environment, across a wide range of subjects.
So that the takeaway in general from that is that billionaires are good.
Well, that's not exactly what I said, but our billionaires are good for us. So.
But you also came from another newspaper now also acquired by an extraordinarily wealthy man. You came from the Boston Globe, owned by John Henry, and that would suggest that that's a model going forward that's really important to the success of large, serious-minded newspapers.
Well, it's one model. think that we see that there are some wealthy individuals in major metro areas who have been willing to invest in the news organizations there. And they see an opportunity. They believe that those organizations are important to their communities, and that they have better prospects than perhaps the people who work here they have. And so they've been willing to make those investments. It's not necessarily a model that applies to everybody, obviously, but it's one model, and I think we'll see a lot of different models out there.
The nature of your job, especially in today's world, is extraordinarily complex. We're talking about apps now. But now, for a minute, I want to make sure we talk about the other topic that's very much on people's mind about the Post, and that is what you're dealing with in Iran. Lay out the story in Iran a bit for the audience here in the chat.
Right. Well, our correspondent in Iran was Jason Rezaian. He has been with the Post for a number of years. He was arrested, pulled off from his home, almost 11 months now, along with his wife and 2 other individuals. His wife and the 2 other individuals were released. His wife was out on bail, but he and his wife continued to face charges. He's been in prison, in the worst prison in Iran. He has been in prison for 11 months now. For the first many months, he was in isolation. He didn't even know what the charges against him were. He had no idea why he was there. Now the Iranian government has accused him of espionage as well as a lot of other things, and he is now on trial. There have been 2 hearings, 2 sessions of the trial, one a few weeks back and another more recently, and we don't know when the next one will be held. The judge is one of those notorious judges in Iran, a judge who's been cited by for human rights violations, repeated human rights violations. And he has had little access to an attorney. First of all, the attorney of his choosing he's not permitted to use an attorney of his choosing. He had to select from a group that was determined by the judge. And so he made a selection, and prior to his trial, he was only able to meet for an hour and a half with his lawyer. So that's the system that we're dealing with. And as I've said many times, this is not a system of justice, it's a system of injustice. And we're very concerned about his fate and the fate of his wife, and we continue to protest in every way possible. The U.S. government has expressed its concern, as have other governments, and we have the social media campaign and the Change.org petition and lots of things going to express our concern and continue to press.
So this is a conference, as you know, about engagement, and this is a topic about which the Post is seeking as much engagement from qualified and public parties as possible. Tell us about that and your hopes for that being effective.
Resign.
Yeah, resign.
Well, as I mentioned, we have a Change.org petition that we launched several months ago. There are almost 5 million people who have signed it. If you haven't signed it, I would urge you to do so. So that's one way of getting engaged. We have pins that we handed out at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, which I neglected to wear today, and which are #FreeJason. We have engaged the press in many different ways. Most recently, the Irish Times wrote a column last weekend about Jason's case and the oddity that there's a guy who wrote about culture and life, ordinary life in Iran, to try to puncture stereotypes about what Iran is all about. And yet, this case is now reinforcing the worst possible thing of Iran. So we're trying every which way to get people involved. And we've been pleased with people's as the response that we've gotten from the American public in other countries. We have not had the response that we've gotten from the Iranian government. This is, he was arrested by the Revolutionary Guard. He's being tried in the Revolutionary Court. This is a judge in the Revolutionary Court. So it's very difficult when you're dealing with the most difficult segments of the Iranian society.
And obviously you have to cover it carefully, but very prudently and cautiously, as to not make Jason's predicament any worse than it already is. How do you go about thinking about digging into the story and trying to surface whatever the underlying realities of it are? At the same time, you're in what's a negotiating stage.
Sure. Well, we're covering it pretty much like anything else. We have some difficulty covering the story, getting to the heart of it, because A, the Iranian society is very difficult to penetrate. B, we don't have anybody in Iran, but our guy in Iran is in prison right now. So that's it. We can cover it from the American side, what's happening diplomatically. And that's tricky, of course. But the way that we're covering it is pretty much the way everybody else is covering it. We're writing about it regularly, and we think it deserves a lot of attention. We recognize that he's not alone. There are other Americans in Iran, and there are other journalists all around the world who are facing even more difficult circumstances. And the journalists throughout the world have been assassinated, kidnapped, tortured, you name it. So we're not saying that this is an isolated case, it's entirely unique, but it's very important to us, and we think it's, we know it's an outrage that he was picked up, and if he's charged, no validity whatsoever, there's been no evidence whatsoever provided that he engaged in this.
Well, obviously, everyone in this room will continue to be supportive, and to the extent there are social media opportunities for any of us to mention Jason and his predicament, those I'm sure will be valued. But to return to the strategic issues of both, how they relate to this conference, you've had very significant success at audience development. Some of it is about the news, but a lot of it is fairly strategic and thoughtful in how you've gone about this. What's the data on audience growth, and how have you pulled this off?
Well, we've had tremendous growth. I mean, we're having the fastest growth of any career organization. And we've been growing at about 65% year over year on unique visitors and about 100% rate on page views. So, it varies by the month, and it will be 50 to 65%, maybe 80 to 100%, something like that, sometimes more than 100%, but basically in that range. And the way that we, I think fundamentally, the way that we achieve that, I mentioned some of the initiatives. At the core of those initiatives is the recognition that the web is a different medium. That in the same way that radio is different from newspapers and television is different from radio and from newspapers, you have the web. It's a totally different medium. It requires a different form of communication, and we need to recognize that. When television came into existence, a lot of the anchors just got up and read what were essentially newspaper stories. And after a while, people realized that these did not work terribly well as television. It wasn't good television. And so in a lot of newspaper stories, while they may work fine sometimes on the web, they don't do so as naturally as stories that are essentially written for a web audience. And by written for a web audience, I mean that they're more casual, they're much more accessible, they're as if you were having a conversation with your relative or a friend, explaining a complex subject, where you're using every tool available to you, and the tools would range from tweets to embed videos to audio to you name it, every kind of tool that you have now on the web, and you create new storytelling forms that work extraordinarily well on the web and would be difficult to translate into a newspaper. You couldn't just take them. And then mobile is completely different, and I can't say that we entirely practice the post, if not. But I think mobile is a different medium as well, different from your desktop experience or your laptop experience or your tablet experience. So I meant by mobile, I mean smartphone basically. And we have to recognize that a huge portion of our traffic, or many of our news organizations have the traffic is coming from mobile, primarily smartphones, and primarily by Facebook. And so how do we present news? In an environment like that, where people are waiting as they're waiting for the bus, they're waiting for the subway, they're walking down the street, they're sitting in a cafe, they're waiting in line, and they have a spare moment, and they are catching up on things.
Yeah, those growth rates are eye-popping. They dwarf the growth rates within your competitive set of newspapers. Where is that traffic coming from, and where is it going?
It's going to our site, so that's good. And in terms of where does it go after it leaves us, a lot of it is coming from Facebook. That's where Facebook, I call the brand avenue of information and news. And we have to be there. We have to be active. That's where people are. If you have a brand billboard and you have a shop and you put it a block or two away, it's a really wonderful shop. There's a good chance that a lot of people are not going to notice that you need to have your shop right on the brand. And so we're a player there. We have an audience engagement team, very active. And we are now very much in the process, of training all of our reporters to essentially produce their own stories, recognize where it's going to be, and include all the so-called interstitial links that are appropriate if they know the story better, and get the videos that are relevant to the story that they've written, to monitor where their traffic is going, so that everybody will have a dashboard, and they'll see where the traffic is coming from, where it's going, how much traffic they're getting, all of that they need to recognize that it cannot be divorced from this ecosystem that we live in. They have to be a part of it. It doesn't necessarily have to drive everything they do. They don't have to be totally governed by metrics, but they have to at least be aware of it.
There's been much public discussion at newspaper across the river here, one of their rivals, the New York Times, about their approach to allowing their staff to see audience data. You've been fairly forthcoming or aggressive about that with your staff, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, first of all, what was the newspaper across the river? Anyway, we have not done it previously, but we feel the need to do it now, and unfortunately our guild agrees that this is a good thing to do. They recognize that people in the newsroom will be evaluated based on how well they go on the web, not only on that, but it would be one of the factors that are used in our evaluations of them. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that they say that they be entitled to that kind of information. And we want them to have that. We want them to know where their traffic's coming from. We want them to know whether their story is doing well. We want them to try it if it has a bad headline on it. If it doesn't work on the web, try a different headline. It might work on the web. Totally within the framework of being responsible, but one that works as opposed to one that doesn't work. So a lot of A/B testing and maybe A, B, C, and D testing. So we want that. We want them to participate in creating their own audience and doing that by producing their own stories.
And back to that traffic question, the audience is going where? Are they going to international news? They're going to politics? Is it spread throughout Newark?
Spread throughout our site. There's no question. It's all over the site. Our local readers are the most engaged. They report more pieces than anybody else. They spend more time on the site than anybody else, but they are not the majority of the people on our site. So people are coming to us for a lot of national news. Obviously, we're known for politics and policy, but we are producing a lot of stories on a wide range of subjects. I mentioned internet culture. We have a style blog that focuses on pop culture. We write about science. We write about the environment. We write about military affairs. We write about just such a wide range of issues. We have an on-parenting blog, the science section as well. So we just started a blog called Solo Issue, which is about single life, and so kind of solo, not so always solo.
What is it about?
Solo Issue, about single life.
Solo-ish.
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 And hyphen solo, hyphen issues. And these are all things that we're starting and trying. We started a religion blog, a page called That's the Faith. That's done well. We started one called Inspired Life, which is about things that that they give you, what it says, things that are inspired.
So let's turn to local, obviously the subject of this gathering here. The Graham family, previous owners, were very committed, they always said, to being the newspaper primarily of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, and they emphasized that fact often. Your current owner doesn't have their ties to the Washington, D.C. area, yet you say quite clearly that you embrace local and define it in an interesting and broad way. Talk to us about your view of local and where it fits in the most resonant.
Well, I think every news organization has to have strong roots, and so I use the roots metaphor quite a lot. I mean, I think of ourselves as, if we were a tree, we would want to have strong roots. We wouldn't just want to have, a great branches and all be a really big tree, but not have a firm foundation. So I think it's absolutely critical that we have strong roots. And so most of the Post is still, there's no question that the Post, we have pivoted more toward national news under Jeff Bezos, but we still maintain a very, very large presence. So we have about 80 people who work on our metro staff. And if you look at the rest of our coverage, a huge portion of the rest of our coverage is locally based. So our arts coverage is an example of that. Obviously, we cover the arts community in the Washington metro area, and we cover the sports teams in the Washington metro area, which they did better, but we cover them very extensively. And so across the wide range of what we do, we cover a lot of local news, far more than the 80 people who run the metro staff. So there's no question that it's absolutely critical to us. On the other hand, we're always attentive, we're particularly attentive now to how we take those local stories and if they have some resonance on at a national level, if they are emblematic of something that's happening at a bigger, a more national level, then how do we develop this? So very recently we had a case of so-called free-range kids, parents who didn't feel that their kids needed to be accompanied everywhere they went, small kids. And this is a movement in the country. Actually, the person who this led the movement is actually in Queens. And so we took that story and really developed that story and talked about these parents who really don't want to be looking over their children's shoulders all the time. And they feel that the way to develop their sense of independence is to let them walk around on their own. And so that's a story that had tremendous traction at the national level. There are police issues that can be developed to be national stories. So we're always looking for those stories that can be developed into something bigger.
Washington Post, before your tenure, experimented aggressively with hyperlocal, a major initiative at Loudon and I think a couple others. Those initiatives no longer exist, at least in those forms. How do you view hyperlocal, especially as the radius from central DC has grown so wide?
Right, well, we do a lot of stuff, as I mentioned. We don't really have an extensive hyperlocal presence. We do have people in most of the counties where we have a large presence, but it's very expensive to do. It's hard if we're doing any major regional news as well as national news and international news to maintain a strong hyperlocal presence. So I think that's an issue that we really have to confront, one that we have to deal with. We have a section called Local Living, where we do have hyperlocal news, community news, and we have stories in the community, but I can't argue that it's very extensive. There are some editions, I think there are, I think that numbers, about 10 zoned editions for Local Living, and we do have local features, but it is not day-to-day coverage of things that are happening in every community within those counties.
We're talking here about all the newest techniques ranging from interesting events as we threw last night to different social media tools to user-generated content in multiple forms as means that media entrepreneurs and others can use to extend their audiences. How do you approach all those kinds of initiatives and what do you see as the future of your paper's relationship to its core audience?
Well, so what kinds of things are you talking about?
Talking about events, primarily big events. You all have done events, and you mentioned to me the other day
we just launched a series called Coffee at Wapo. We just did a big survey this past weekend. We ran over the course of 2 days. It was in collaboration with the Kaiser Family Foundation about sexual assaults on campus. So, there were 1 in 5 women who said that they've been victims of sexual assault on campus, according to our poll. And even then, saying that they've been victims of sexual assault on one type or another. And so we have a conference coming up, a session at Coffee at Wapo at the Post this week, where we've invited people to come in and talk about that. I think we have 200 people who've already signed up, so a sizable number who are coming to discuss that. And this will be a regular series. Also this week, like many newspapers, we put out a top workplaces survey. We will have people from the business community coming in to talk about that and to sort of just share the success and the ideas for creating a better workplace. So we have a regular series of events. We have a big event we have something called All That Sports, which is high school sports. We put out a section, we put out a special site on the web. We have a big event that's held. So we try to engage the local community in every way we can.
We're going to take a question or two shortly. Ready yourselves for those questions. There's a mic that's going to float around. It's actually back to my left right now, so we'll turn to you in just 1 second or two. In terms of newest forms of media, it was noted with some interest that your sports editor recently did a Periscope from around, I guess, the newsroom. Tell us about that experiment. I gather it was a one-off kind of experiment, but might we see more of that kind of media coming out of both the physical post and from news sites?
Right, well, it was done by the design editor of sports, and he just did it on his own without any real consultation. And he basically took, which is fine, we actually, we want that actually. And in a way, that's sort of the point, is that it's not something that we would have thought of with the strategic committee, that's something we would come up with, but he just did it, and it was an interesting intersection of traditional journalism, putting together the front page of the newspaper with using technology tools, and it's amazing how many people are actually really interested in how you decide what to put on the front page, what you decide to put on the front of the sports section, what the choices that you make, how you decide it. And he had a lot of participation on the part of people who were watching this at 9 o'clock fire on the web. And so he's the one who took the initiative, and that's one of the things that we want. We want a lot of individuals taking the initiative. We want it to be relatively decentralized for those kinds of things. And many of those things give us ideas about how we do that again, how should we do that. And so we probably will do more of that when the time seems appropriate to do that. And we want people throughout our organization coming up with great ideas and doing them and taking the initiative, taking ownership, and not waiting for instruction from me or the publisher or anybody else.
Questions from the floor. The microphone is out and about. I saw a hand before. In the middle here, please. Chris, I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Chris Beck from ASA. Morning. A question. I wanted to, going back to your reporter who's been detained, what thought have you given about the relationship between terrorism in general and media? The fact that, if someone is beheaded and nobody heard about it, the impact versus the fact that it becomes broadcast. I mean, do you guys have that discussion internally? What do you wrestle with that?
Well, Chris, so we're really concerned about people overseas who are in conflict zones. The risks for them are greater than perhaps they've ever been. And I say that recognizing that journalists who work for other news organizations overseas, foreign news organizations, they face far greater risks than our journalists face any day of the week. I mean, you just have to go as far as Mexico, only as far as Mexico to find out what life can be like or death can be like for journalists. So it's a really tough environment. I mean, we pay an enormous amount of attention to safety these days, the kinds of conditions under which they operate, the environments, where they're going, where they are, all of that risk assessment. We use outside consultants for some of the risk assessment. So there's a lot that we think about. We're not concerned about that domestically. I mean, there was a bit of concern after the Charlie Hebdo situation, but we don't feel that there's an enormous risk at the moment, and you never know, right? So we have to be conscious of that. But it's a all-consuming concern for us. And I don't know how much we can do about it. We have to send our reporters into conflict zones, but we don't send people into Syria at the moment because the risk is just simply too great. And we do have people frequently on the southern border of Turkey, but even there, journalists have been essentially taken from the southern border, the southern end of Turkey, and so you have to be watchful all the time. And I don't know what we can do other than try to have reporters who are very conscious of that and don't take undue risks, but they still have to cover the story. And so I think we have people are pretty wise about the issues on our side.
Susan, you have the mic? Yes.
Yes, Susan Haig, NJ Arts News. Thanks and congratulations on all that's going on. My question is about the issue of our environment, the ecosystem. I think everybody in this room knows that there's a huge present and looming crisis, and yet, and there's more reporting about it, but if you look at all the stories of every day, there's tons and tons of topics of interest, but stories about this looming crisis and what we need to do about it are relatively rare. Would you say that's because market surveys show that it's the last thing people are interested in, or do you see a time when the news media will really start to lead and say, this is like a #1 issue?
Well, I don't know if it's so rare. I mean, I haven't done any survey on that. Certainly, the Washington Post is not rare. One of the people we hired last year was Chris Mooney, who was a great environmental reporter, who's written a couple of books on it, has a large social media audience, social media following. He's been fantastic on the subject and is writing about it constantly in a highly accessible way. He is a creature of the web, writes for the web. Jody Warner, who was covering national security for us, is covering sort of a lot of big stories on the environment and doing so regularly. And we have Daryl Peters, who covers the environment locally primarily, although occasionally, he'll venture out in the rest of the country to write about stories at a national level. So we spent a lot of time recently in Southern California with the drought. So we're writing about it a lot, and my feeling is that readers are really interested in it. So when we were coming up with ideas for new initiatives and what we ought to be writing about, and new blogs that we were going to start, and I know that blogs somehow can be just passe, but they actually work incredibly well for us. So environment was one of them, because young people, and one of the things that we wanted to keep in mind was if we're getting a large national audience, let's try to get younger people too, and not parent them and not be frivolous or anything like that. And one of the subjects that younger people are keenly interested in is Newark. And so that was one of the first ideas for a blog that we had. And Chris Nunez has done a fantastic job with it. So we find that it's highly popular and that the stories do incredibly well.
But Marty, there is a vast amount of criticism of the press in general, perhaps not of your newspaper in particular, that the scientific consensus is there, and yet, to put the crisis simply, every story seems to want to go on one hand, and yet critics of climate change on the other. How do you feel about it?
Well, I don't always represent the press. I like to say I just represent myself and my institution. And we don't do that. We treat climate change as a fact. And there's an enormous consensus around it. Now, on the op-ed page, their role is to have a wide variety of views. So I know that they've been criticized for actually providing forum for people who have a different take on this. But I think that that's part of their job. So we do the news pages, we accept climate change as a fact, and we write about it that way, and that's what we do. So I can't speak for others.
Questions? Where's the mic? For Marty? I'll
right here.
Right over here. Woman here. Right.
Talking about blogs, how are you finding that those are most useful? Where are you situating them in terms of, are people finding them kind of where they live, or are you bringing them out front to the front page? How are you using blogs?
Right, we put them everywhere. We put them on the homepage constantly. We feature them prominently on the homepage all the time. And so we don't view them as they're sort of segregated into some sort of ghetto. Here are our blogs. We view them as just our journalists. And these are reporters who are doing these things. They're just writing about them in a different way. As I said, they tend to write about them in a much more casual, accessible, conversational way, with more of a voice than perhaps people are accustomed to. So that you have a sense of the authentic voice person who's writing. And that can be tricky, I admit, but they're appearing on the homepage. And then keep in mind that most people these days are not even coming to the homepage. They're going directly to the story. And they're going directly to the story, as we talked about earlier, via Facebook or Twitter or some other form of social media. And so these stories find their own audience. They don't have to be on the homepage. But we do put them on the homepage and we give them a lot of comments.
Other questions before we wrap up?
Equal treatment for the other side.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Steve Moyer from Rowan University. Marty, first of all, thank you very much for speaking with us today. I appreciate the time. Can we go back to the international issues for a second and discuss the Charlie Hebdo case? What kind of discussion do you have in your newsroom over what is too inflammatory and what is safe to run? You can speak to that for a second. Thank you.
Sure. Well, right after the attack, the assassinations, the question was whether to run the cartoons, not run the cartoons. We were, like New York Times, we concluded that the real cartoons that were most provocative, not the ones that were the most innocuous, which were the most provocative ones, which were most likely to upset people, were not the kinds of cartoons that we would typically print and print online or print in paper. That we have, the basic purpose of those was to promote and to some degree denigrate. And so we have decided that we weren't going to publish those cartoons. And there were people who criticized us, of course, saying that we had done this because we were terrified, we were worried, we lacked courage, we didn't stand with Charlie Hebdo or anything like that. But it was a simple calculation that these did not meet our standards, and that there was really no need to actually run them. That in fact it could be accurately described in words. And so that's what we did. Our op-ed page decided that they would run one caricature. They ran it on the op-ed page, and it ran online as well. And so they had that. It was one of the more innocuous ones. It was not one of those that probably would get these people most upset. So then some time passed, and then Charlie Hebdo came out with his first issue after the assassinations. And we looked at the caricature, and I looked at it. Everybody said you could see this or that in it. I turned it upside down, I turned it sideways, I looked for what everybody was saying. I must lack a really dirty mind because no way I looked at it, I couldn't find that. And so we ran the cover because we felt that was news, and there was nothing inherently, there was nothing about that particular caricature that would be that's something that we would not print. We do not believe that just publishing an image of Muhammad is in itself problematic, okay? Now, we recognize that some Muslims believe that. Not all Muslims believe that, but many Muslims do. But that's not the standard here in the United States. And we're operating here within the culture of the United States and what our typical standards are here. And so our standard was that that is not per se offensive to run an image of Muhammad.
Okay, we've got 4 more questions identified, so that's it. And that one will be asked. We're starting here.
Just very quickly, I'm curious if right now, or there's any discussion of having multiple different premium products for either pay products. So in other words, I know there's a paywall in some sort, I believe. But if you have ever thought about slicing and dicing the offering as well.
We're not currently talking about that. We have several paid products. So we have the site itself, and as you mentioned, there's a paywall, and so if people want that, they would want more, they would have to pay. We also have our app, and we have all those sort of packages that news organizations typically have. And then we introduced this new app, the Kindle Fire, and we are rolling out for iOS and Android. And so people can get that if they want a different kind of experience. That was preloaded on the new Kindle Fires. It's in the carousel, nicely prominent position. And you can actually change the icon with a news element. So it doesn't just say the Washington Post, it actually has a story that's highlighted in the icon, and we change that twice a day. And that's a very different kind of reading experience. It's highly visual, it's magazine-like. There are 2 primary editions, 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. with updates, which there's a high threshold of when to update. Not every little incremental story is posted there. And so you do have a sense of, it has some many of the qualities of a newspaper, a sense of hierarchy, a sense of design, and the sense that you can actually complete and things and that you will actually find them when you saw them and you want to come back. So it has many of the qualities of a newspaper within a digital environment. And that's what we have. We just introduced a product, it's not a paid product, called PowerPost, which is targeted at, as you might imagine, influentials in Washington, people in government, who interact with government, lobbyists, trade associations, corporate executives, things like that. And that just launched last week. And that's not a paid product. There is a newsletter attached to it, it's free, but it's just another way of engaging with people.
Good afternoon, my name is Dr. Kasumo. Just one question, how do you keep your millennial audience engaged, and if you could share some strategies that your newsroom uses?
Thanks. Well, I think there's this assumption that millennials don't read the news. It's just totally false. And there's also an assumption that news organizations like ours are incapable of connecting with millennials. ComScore, which is sort of the standard for measuring audience and traffic, actually measures that. They measure what percent of your audience are millennials. And the Post is consistently at the top of the list for traditional news organizations about 40% of our readers online, somewhere between 30 and 40%, depending on the month, are millennials, which is really exceptional. How do we do that? I mean, I think we do that by writing about the kinds of subjects that people are interested in. I mentioned the environment. I mentioned writing about internet culture. I mentioned writing about pop culture in a smart way. Science. I think people are really keenly interested in. We don't pander. We don't trivialize. We don't do any of that. There's absolutely no need to do that. What we do is write about it in a way where the voice of the writer is felt. It's felt by the reader. So you kind of know where they're coming from. You know they write in their own style. They write in a way that's suitable for the web, that incorporates all these tools that we have. Much more casual, much more conversational, much more accessible, using all the tools that are available. It is not the traditional newspaper story. And it works. Why?
Hi. You mentioned earlier you're going to get a tremendous amount of traffic from Facebook. What do you do when Facebook changes their algorithm and that goes away?
Well, we'll have to work with that.
Hey, Martin.
I don't know. We'll just have to deal with that at times. So, a lot of people are talking about Facebook Instant Articles right now. We haven't done that yet. We have yet to have discussions with Facebook. We'll have to evaluate that when the time comes and see what we think of that. But it's a concern that there are intermediaries there. I mean, we're an intermediary. Okay, so we don't like having other intermediaries in our involved. But actually, they're all like everybody else, like Google, like Twitter, like all of that. That's exactly what people call them over the years, frenemies. So friends and enemies, and you never quite know from one day to the next. And our relationship with Facebook is very good. We're happy to have people coming here. My view is that, if we want them to subscribe to the Washington Post, if we want them to be regular visitors to the Washington Post, the first thing we need to do is get them into our store once. It's like I can refer to this retail metaphor, and that is, how do you get a regular customer? Well, the first thing is get them to visit your store for the first time. And it's not such a bad thing if people are coming for the first time, and then maybe they like the experience. Maybe they come a second time, and maybe they say, I really like that store, and I'm going to come back regularly. And that's what we would like. And if they come back so regularly that they feel attached to it, maybe they will subscribe. And it's a long process. And all of us, even those who have the most established brands in our industry, and the most famous brands in our industry, we need to work every day to get every customer and not take anything for granted.
Yes, sir.
So my question is in regards to how much traffic you're getting from social. And if it does make up a large percentage, and just like you said, the stories are not growing and no one comes to the homepage, what's the contingency plan for when the next Facebook appears and completely upends the model, the social media model that we know today?
I don't know. I mean, I can't predict the future. There are a lot of new things. Snapchat is a new thing right now. They have now Discover on Snapchat, and there are other things that are out there. And so we'll have to wait and see. One thing we want to be is we want to be a very flexible organization. We want to respond very quickly. We need to make a reasoned judgment, but we can't spend forever making that judgment. And we will adapt to whatever is the new thing. And we will certainly try to adapt to it. So it's hard to predict the future, and I'm not going to sit here and worry about it. We're going to embrace it. We're going to try to make sure that people come to us, no matter what however they want to get information. And if it requires some adjustment on our part in terms of how we present our information, we'll make that adjustment.
I would just suggest a couple takeaways for this one. It's extraordinary when you have a wonderful editor running your publication. Marty, thank you. Secondly, it's important that we are all respectful of the challenges journalists face around the world, which Marty's emphasized and has been a champion of, not just in his current experience, but in others as well. Three, that it's also important to be always conscious of taking on important institutions Marty has done that at both the Washington Post and as the editor-in-chief of the Boston Globe for many years, where he merely took on in Boston the Catholic Church, winning many awards along the way. And then finally, and most relevant to our daily lives, the record of the current administration at the Washington Post is about experimentation and trying a lot of things. And some of those things won't work, and some of those things will be extraordinarily successful. And we can only hope that editors around the country hear that message and will join Marty in doing everything they can to launch new products, to look at the data, to evaluate them as we must as product development people, and to put product development and the launching of new things into not just our strategy, but into the DNA of the organization. And Marty has done a terrific job doing that, as well as many other things. So thanks, Marty. Thanks for coming very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's time to change rooms again. We have a session that's running a little late already, because we'll start around 2:05 to 10. In this room, there's Engaging as a News Brand, and you'll hear from Liz Kelly Nelson from Gannett, John Shea from New Jersey Advance, Esther Certain, and Sarah Glover. In the Pennsylvania room, who's doing what with mobile? Aaron Price will be demonstrating one of his mobile technologies, and you'll hear from Lizzie Hood and from a few other folks what they're doing with mobile. Upstairs in the Crystal Room, for those of you who want to get a deeper dive
This panel discussion is engaging as a news brand. We have 3 panelists with us today. We're going to go through a brief presentation and have questions and answers. I think engagement is, a part of our day, it's part of our theme of our conference, and it makes the most sense. So we're going to start off on the very far end with Esther, who is going to talk about the work she's doing with New Jersey Tech Weekly.
Okay.
Just give us a overview of your background.
All right, so New Jersey is a newsletter that tells the story of the tech community in New Jersey. I cover tech meetings everywhere from the south as far as Glassboro to the north, Newark and the Englewood and those places. We also cover startups. We cover multi-million-dollar companies. We cover the entire tech ecosystem in New Jersey. But my tagline is growing tech in the Garden State. And my intention when I started this was to be being the glue that binds all the desperate pieces of the tech community here. I started when there were silos of tech activity in the state, and now people have a resource to learn about what's going on. And Asbury Park has a tech community, Somerset has a tech community, Hoboken has a tech community. In fact, Aaron Price is in the next room, and he's the organizer of Hoboken Tech Meetup. Jersey City, too. They all have local government groups. None of them were getting any coverage before I came along. The groups tend to support each other in the state, and that is an amazing thing. They are, sometimes they combine and have combined events, and the idea here is to raise the visibility of New Jersey. We're stuck between New York and Philadelphia, and the idea here is to raise the visibility of New Jersey. But that's enough for me about that. We're talking about my brand. So one of the things I do to raise my brand awareness has been my events page, which lists the millions of events in New Jersey that people can go to. Well, millions is not a good number, but there are a lot of them, and nobody knows about them. So a lot of people come to the site just to look at the events page and get the information that they're looking for. And so I'm a one-stop shop for that. And the events range from like JavaScript meetups to the New Jersey Tech Meetup. But basically, I believe in high-touch branding because in my line of work, every person that I meet personally is a person who might become one of my readers. So I go out to these meetups and I try to meet as many people as I can. And as time has gone on, that of course has created referrals, and things are going pretty well for New Jersey Tech Weekly these days. And also going out to these meetups and to the New Jersey Tech Council events gets an ear into stories that I didn't know. That it's an advantage for me as well, because I get to learn about stories that I didn't know about before. And as New Jersey Tech Weekly continued, I began to be endorsed at every meeting by the Tech Meetup organizers, and it became a self-fulfilling prophecy that I would start getting expand my brand that way. They would expand it for me, and that's basically what I've done. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Google+. You can all get in touch with me that way. Twitter is at njttechweekly.com. It's not W-E-K-L-Y, it's W-K-L-Y. But anyway, let's see. And about a year ago, I began an email newsletter that I spoke to you about before, and that also has expanded my reach. There are people who don't want to come to the site all the time, but they like the recap, the weekly recap of what's been going on. So that's about it for me. Thank you.
So, I'm John Shave. I'm a community engagement specialist at NJ.com. If you're familiar with the Star Ledger, a lot of our content is on NJ.com. We're really a digitally focused company, and we're really focusing on our website. And the thing I'm trying to do is work with our very talented reporter staffs to engage with users both online and in person. I've been at NJ.com actually since it launched, which is 1996, so that's a long time ago. I started actually as a guy who was facilitating a sports message board, and at that time we were sort of early on as a news organization trying to engage users, get them to talk to us, talk back to us, for better or for worse. So here's where we're at now. No. All right, there we go. So just a couple of slides to try to get, to talk about what we're doing. One of the things we're trying to do, next slide, is get in-person meetups. This is from a meetup we did in person at a coffee shop in Union County, actually in Union Township. And we just want our reporters to say, hey, I'm going to be here at 6 o'clock. If you want to come meet with me, come meet with me. And the key to having success with this is letting people know about this meetup happening. And the key to doing that is not so much putting it on NJ.com, but finding Facebook pages and Twitter feeds of folks who are in the communities and who are influential that might want to come there. We do this on a lot of different levels. I know we're planning an in-person meetup with our columnist Tom Moran to talk about politics. That's something that we're working on now. I know that when a lot of you might have seen, we picked the best bars in New Jersey. We did in-person meetups at those events. So we didn't just sit back and, come up with these lists. We were out there talking to people about them and interacting with them at these spots that we picked out. So next we're talking about content based on user questions. Up here is a small example of what we had some stories about that, if you remember a week or so ago, about the T. Christie pension budget funding decision. We saw lots of comments from users, and lots of comments from the users asked legitimate questions that they didn't understand. We would take content like that and make it into a story. What are the questions that people are having? What can we make that into content? We do other things with user comments too. We will write stories about, about what users are saying about a particular story in our comments. We don't shy away from our comments. We want to try to use them and show people that they're important. Next. So another thing we're trying to do a lot more of is, and you'll see this on the site when you come on, we do a lot more quizzes, polls, ratings. One of the other sessions that I was just at, people want to know how they stack up with other people. In that case, we were talking about the cost check tool for medical procedures, right? People want to know how they stack up with other people online, people within our communities on our site. So we're going to ask them, we're going to take polls, we're going to do quizzes, we're going to try to get them engaged in ways other than reading a story, okay? Next. And the big thing that I do a lot is comments. Anybody here, knows that commenting has a, not a great reputation, but it's been a big part of NJ.com as long as I've been there, and we've always wanted to try to engage users for better or for worse. What I'm trying to do is work with and help our reporters get in comments and answer legitimate questions. When people have questions, and there are plenty of legitimate questions that come up out of stories, you can see our reporters in there trying to respond to them. And here's some different examples. You know, our reporter here he had just written a long takeout story, and he wanted to make the first comment and say, hey, I'm here to answer your questions, right? One on the lower right, we had a problem with a database. She says, hey, we fixed the problem because some comments before it said, hey, this database isn't working, right? We don't want to run from that. We want to say, okay, you know, we're human, we made a mistake, we fixed it now. We want to make people realize that we're human. That's a big deal for me. Now, next slide. There's a division that we have between reporters in comments and me in comments, or my counterpart, Enrique Lavín, who is the statewide community engagement specialist. I want our reporters engaging with users, answering questions, trying to talk about conversation. I would rather that I am the police or the cop. I want to make sure that our reporters feel comfortable and safe. And I, you know, some days I do it better than others, but at the same time, I don't want our reporters being the police. I will take that job on. So you can see some of the comments that we might make. The top comment there is advising people about the rules, and we want civility in here. That's a common refrain on certain types of stories. The second one is something that Enrique did, trying to bring out the conversation and lead and steer the conversation. Ask questions, get a different discussion going, or amplify the discussion. And the third is something that I will do once in a while when you get someone in a comment thread that's clearly just in there trying to do wedge their own little topic in there. I might put up a GIF of Judge Judy doing an eye roll so that they know, like, hey, I see what you're up to, ain't gonna fly, okay? Try to be human, try to make people understand what you're looking for in comments. That's sort of a very brief overview of some of the ways that we're trying to engage with users on our site.
So I will get started. I'm Liz Nelson from Newark. Can everybody hear me okay? So I started with the Gannett corporate team about 6 months ago in January. Came to one of our local sites at the Desert Sun in Palm Springs, California. Joined a group at Gannett Corporate that's tasked with elevating our journalism. And one key way that we believe that we were going to elevate our journalism in our 92 local communities and the US and today is with engagement with our readers. And it's so great because everything John was talking about, we're doing all of that as well, and encouraging our reporters and teaching them how to engage better online with our digital audiences and with audience that we don't have yet. So going out and finding the influentials where they are rather than waiting for the audience to come to us, we go to them. And all of that is really important as we continue in this future and hope to keep journalism a thriving business for the next number of years. What I was brought on the Gannett corporate team to do is to foster in real life engagement and events with our journalists throughout the country. So I started in January and really identified 2 ways that we could get there very quickly. And we're kind of in the middle of those now. One is developing a toolkit for our journalists throughout the country that will teach them how to engage very quickly. So we developed a internal site that we call Events in a Box, and it's growing every day. We add more and more to it, but it includes one-sheets on how to engage with your local community, whether you want to have a pop-up supper with a local chef, whether you want to do a coffee news meeting, which is something we've been doing for about a year in several of our markets now. If you want to host a behind-the-scenes tour of the press room, or a Diamondback Stadium in Arizona, which is something we've done, it teaches our markets very quickly how to execute on these. We really believe in the value of ideas and innovation bubbling up organically from our local sites. We greatly value the connection that they have with their communities. So we really are very lucky to have a network where we can take what is working in one community and easily apply that by tweaking it a little bit to other communities. We have private Facebook groups where our journalists share their successes and some of their failures as well. Not everything works, and we appreciate that. We learn from it and move on. But they are communicating with each other. So for me, one of the most heartening things to see is a journalist really proudly, say a food reporter from Fort Collins, Colorado, saying, I created this event. It's a secret supper that brought together a community of foodies, which is huge in our market, with a chef that they never would have had access to. And it worked. We got people out paying tickets. We have now got a sponsorship to this event, so being paid for. All of these things, we hit all the boxes that, for business and journalistic reasons, we want to keep engaging with our community. That's posted in the solution group that we have on Facebook, and then you'll see 10 other journalists from other markets saying, stealing this idea, and we love it. I mean, that's the plan, is that, we all get together and are able to function as a network and share those ideas and proliferate those ideas that are bubbling up organically from the ground. The other prong that we have taken is identifying some strategic initiatives around events, around larger events. So this spring, actually, just in the past 2 weeks, we incubated 2 sports awards banquets for high school athletes. One in Jackson, Mississippi, and one in Springfield, Missouri. And both of those were very successful. And in a second, I'll show you some images from the PowerPoint that I brought. But the idea is basically to think about how can we mobilize as a network to create shared experiences across the country. One of those is around high school sports. We did it in Newark this spring. We're taking it to at least 10, possibly 20 in 2016. Another is a series of events that we will be doing around the 2016 presidential elections. We'll kick off with the Des Moines Register in January in Iowa, right ahead of the caucuses. But we're going to host a series of 10 discussions around the 10 key issues leading into the presidential election in 10 of our largest Gannett markets and broadcast them across our network. So all 92 sites and USA Today, we will be sharing content as we move towards our spin. It's been very busy in Gannett lately. We that are staying with the publishing side are very quickly realizing that we are so lucky to have this incredible network of journalists across the country. And so we are busy finding ways to maximize and capitalize on that network. And events and real life engagement is certainly one of them. So I did bring some slides, and what you'll see up on the screen now, this is an example from the Tennessean in Nashville. Guy at the head of the table is David Plazas. He's the new engagement editor at the Tennessean, which is kind of a blend between the op-ed page editor and somebody who really takes an active role in building community around the Tennessean's content. So this is a discussion that he facilitated. I think it was with actually Latino parents in the Nashville community that were interested in education, and the discussion happened in Spanish. I think there was a similar one that happened in English for a different crowd of people, but we wanted to reach out to all demographics that are in our markets and make them, make each geographic area appreciate the fact that we want them as customers, that we care about them, care about their communities, care about the issues that affect them. It's not just one demographic that we're going for. So this is a very grassroots, very lo-fi way to start connecting with communities. And it really hits at all of those things. I mean, all of those words that are along the right of this image are picked out from the text that David shared here. This is something he shared in that Facebook group where our journalists share their successes. And these are all of the things that are very, very key to elevating the journalism at Gannett that we're trying to do. Go on to the next slide. This next slide is an example. It's very similar to what John spoke about, having coffee with our readers. We've started encouraging our local newsrooms to take their morning news meetings to coffee shops. So I know Marty Barron in his talk talked about doing coffee at WAPO. What we've got is Coffee Plus News, and the difference is instead of asking people to come to the newspaper to have coffee with us, we go to the coffee shops where they're already having morning coffee. We very carefully choose where we have these events. We want it to be in coffee shops or other spaces that are public spaces that are already gathering places for the community. We have listed them in several markets across the country. The biggest successes we've had actually have been in Nashville, where the first one that we hosted at a coffee shop there in East Nashville, I believe, attracted 60 to 80 people coming in and out throughout the morning news meeting, and had 1,500 people following on Periscope watching it live. And the feedback that we get from the community is incredible. I mean, we're exposing ourselves to people who probably never would pick up a Tennessean, never would navigate to Tennessean.com on either their desktop computer or their phone. But because we are kind of getting in their space and invading that space, in some ways taking it over, they're forced to pay attention to us. And they're in many cases realizing that we have more in common and more to offer them than they can realize. So when we did that in Nashville, the hashtag Coffee and News was a trending topic in Nashville, along with the name of the coffee shop, which, by the way, the local businesses love that because you're also bringing new foot traffic into their businesses. This is just another slide from Coffee and News. We had several tweets, and I love seeing tweets like this where they're talking about the transparency that's displayed by our newsrooms. That's really key to us. We really do believe that by connecting our readers directly with our editors and reporters, that we're all going to benefit from that relationship and that transparency. Even skeptical journalists, and I think we all know a lot of journalists who are skeptics and can be natural curmudgeons, and I'm one of them, come away from this experience usually transformed after the first time. What the journalists get out of it is direct feedback from the communities that they're serving. So they will perhaps for the first time have somebody face-to-face talking to them about the stories that they've read and how it affected their lives. They also get people showing up who want to pitch a story or have an incredible event that happened in their life that they tell you about that becomes a story. So I can't tell you how many A1 stories, how many investigative stories are thrown out of these coffee and news meetings, but it's a lot and it's more every day. Another wrinkle on that is lift your spirits. It's we call it beer and news. We are increasingly hosting these events at night as well to talk about issues of the day. So we'll mash up something that is important to a community, for instance, climate change or water scarcity in the desert Southwest, with a event at a craft brewery or at a hotspot, and bring different communities, different demographics that we can reach with that who might not be interested in coffee and news meeting reporting. Best of Preps, which I mentioned, is the new sports banquet model that we rolled out in Jackson and Springfield. Huge success. We had in Springfield, under 500 athletes, had 960 people attend, made real net profit on this. What's great about it is that it leverages content that most of our papers are already producing. Most local newspapers do already honor local athletes and are the best chroniclers of the local athletic scene. So basically, we're taking it one step beyond by creating this incredible night for them. These nights are hard to describe. It's very different from something that would happen in a high school or even a college auditorium. It's more akin to the ESPYs than to a high school graduation. There's a red carpet, there are ice sculptures. We get keynote speakers to come in Springfield. The keynote speaker was Joe Montana. So you even have people wanting to come to attend these events who don't know a high school athlete, but they're interested in hearing Joe Montana speak. And the value for us is evident in the content produces, in the brand building that it is connecting us with in our community. It's really servicing our brand in the community in any way. So we're extremely excited about it. One extreme example of that, with the next slide, this was after the event in Springfield. This guy apparently showed up, got Joe Montana to autograph his arm, and then went and got it tattooed after the event, which I just, it's an extreme example, but it really does show how you can touch people in very different ways, often very unexpected ways. So those are just a few examples. I've listed some other ways that we are encouraging net local journalists and increasingly USA Today to connect with audiences. All of these are models that we're testing, and again, we're all about innovation. We are all about experimentation. We want these ideas to bubble up organically from the ground up. We want our reporters, our editors, our engagement editors, our producers out there pitching these ideas. Sometimes all it takes is one passionate person to make an idea work, and recognizing that and fostering that as well. Thank you. Are there questions? Let's kind of open up the floor. There are questions.
One person giving you the microphone if you have a question. So if you have a question.
Hi, this is a question for Liz. So you talked about new revenue from the high school event. Is that from ticket sales or is that from sponsorship?
It's a combination. We seek title sponsorships, so that's new revenue. And anecdotally, we're seeing it come from sources that we have not had business relationships with before. So local sponsors are coming on board who would not have advertised with our newspapers in the past. We're also selling tables to local advertisers so they can buy a table for athletes and sponsor an athlete's table, and then ticket sales. So it's a combination.
Hi, this is for John, actually. Back in '98, when I was at Newark, Arizona, there was a great concern about comments, which you're very familiar with, because the whole talk was, oh my God, if we start moderating it at all, and then we miss something that's really bad or really liable, instead of liable for everything, if we don't moderate anything at all, then we're not liable for anything. And I just wondered, I mean, I've never actually heard anyone being sued for anything that's in comments, but I just wondered if that was ever part of the concern and how you dealt with that.
It's absolutely a concern, and we have, pardon me, we have been, sued might be the wrong word. We've certainly had some issues about comments, and it is something we think a lot about. We've gone over this with our attorneys. I'm not an attorney, but the way that our community rules are set up is, we feel very comfortable with our moderation strategy, and the laws are changing all the time, and that's what we pay our attorneys to take care of. But, we try to spell out the community rules as plainly as we can, and enforce them as much as we can. But there's always going to be problems. Just like any conversation, any place, you're always going to have issues and concerns. And it's funny, a lot of times people think like, oh, I didn't say anything, I didn't use any curse words. I'm like, curse words are the least of my concerns. Yeah. The fact is, this whole thing is a big gray area, and the best we can do is try to be as consistent as we can and as transparent as we can. And what we try to do with our commenters is be in comments and talk to them about what our concerns are. And on the flip side, what I really want us to do is try to highlight the commenters that are pushing the conversation forward. And no one wants to admit it, they are there. And there are plenty of good commenters out there. What we need to do is do a better job of surfacing them. The other day, you were talking about how your IRL events make you feel good, and a lot of those ideas sound really exciting. And so but in terms of feeling it, the other day we decided we were going to put a post up that said, who do you think the best commenter on NJ.com is? Right? So we got people in there talking about who their favorite commenters were, and it was totally fun. And then some guy, a commenter, says that he's going to have a barbecue for all of us. I mean, how cool is that? I wasn't invited right away, but, I think I'll try to get there, worm my way in. But those are the kind of things like, there are redeeming values in comments, and it's something that we've been on, it's sort of been a cornerstone of what we do, and we haven't really backed off that. So.
And just to piggyback on what John's saying, I think with both in real life engagement and online engagement, when you start minding the story, when you start jumping in, when you start building those one-to-one relationships with readers, it really does elevate the conversation. I mean, you will see the tone of a comment thread change on a dime as a reporter jumps in and says, I'm here. It sounds like the teacher's watching, or somebody is really paying attention. It goes from being this anonymous place where you can sound off to a place where you can actually get some real answers. And we find that with our in real life engagement as well, that it's harder for the public to see you as a brand to ridicule or to use as a place to brand if they have a personal relationship with you. So often we talk about, winning hearts and minds one at a time by commenting, jumping in the comment threads by meeting in real life events, but great point.
I'm a gardener. I don't know who's a gardener out there. If I leave my garden and don't come back for a month and then turn around, there's going to be weeds all over it, right? It's the same with comments, and with if you and I talk to our reporters about this all the time. If you push the button and walk away, and then you come back and roll your eyes about the comments, you shouldn't be surprised. And that's not to lay it on the feet of the reporters, because it's not. It's got to be a team effort. But just like you were saying, you have to put the work into it, or else it is going to be bad. And you shouldn't be surprised, just like your garden. What other questions?
I think it's
Hi, I'm Lori. I'm with the PR Buzz. Most recently, I came from the Orlando Sentinel. It's not really a question, but kind of a comment to support what you guys are saying. I ran a community blog network where we had about 60 to 100 bloggers in Orlando, hosted by the Orlando Sentinel. And for years, the Orlando Sentinel had been plagued by Apu, the commenter. Every reporter would get a comments fight with this dude, but one of our, when we started the community, the blogging community, Apu moved there too. And all of our bloggers got together, and they decided, one of them decided that she was going to meet up with Apu and interview him. And this really happened. We were all afraid for her. We told her to bring a friend. And you know what? Apu has not been a problem since. This guy had been plaguing us in the comments for years and years. So it's really interesting. Like you said, once you get in the comments and you're actually engaging with your readers, it really changes the tone of the comments.
That's pretty interesting. We had, at the end of last year, me and Enrique decided we were going to make a top 10 list of commenters. So we did it, and of course, everybody got in there and wondered, why I should be on that list. And then you could say, well, here's some ways that we'd like you to get on that list. And we actually invited our commenters, top 10 commenters, to lunch, and some of them came over, and it was great. Now they weren't the problem commenters. I really am trying to focus us on the positive, on the commenters that do well. And again, that's why I'm a big advocate of doing stories where commenters' comments are part of the story. And there are certain stories where there's no reason that you can't use a commenter's comment. And you know what kind of stories they are, just an opinion in reaction to any number of things. Commenters have just as valid opinion as anyone else, and there's no reason you can't use that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that you see at a lot of local newspaper levels, is that there's some really valuable comments, and they can work across a range of areas. For instance, a lot of newspapers, a lot of local newspapers are reworking their opinion pages and their opinion offerings based on that feedback, because really that is the buzz in the community. It's what you're seeing in the comments, it's what you're seeing in local Facebook community groups that have no affiliation with your brand, but we should be in there seeing what people are talking about, because chances are they're going to talk about it in the community Facebook group more than they will at your website, at your newspaper website. And then, in terms of, finding tips and comments, I'm sure you've had the same experience, especially it seems like around crime or a death. You'll see people jumping into those comments and saying they know something about the same person. So, increasingly, reporters aren't paying attention to comments. They're missing a huge part of the conversation and a part of their story that's going on for it.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm planning to have like a local bilingual, but since bilingual, there's a lot of people who want to like Spanish, so I have a lot of people who are really interested. We have longer or maybe use their blog putting in like a local. Do you have any suggestions, or do you know any people that have thinking with your brand and using content from another blog? Using the person, and they have to link your site. How you can do that?
So are you asking about like identifying local, say Latino or Latino bloggers and using that content on our branded sites and linking back? Yeah, I think that that model absolutely happens. I know that in Phoenix, Arizona, where we've got the Arizona Republic, and even with the Desert South Africa that I came from, we have huge Latino communities and not a lot of penetration into those communities with our brand. So that is something that we've been trying to do in that region and a few others, is identify who are the influential bloggers in that space and how can we start co-branding some content with them? How can we build relationships so that we're, getting them to expose their audience to us in small ways?
My question is how do you don't lose your brand? They are, even though you are telling that they have their own blog, they are just a part of a community. They're not being, like, you don't lose the people going there and they go to the blog. How do you do that kind of stuff?
In terms of like embedding or taking the bloggers' content and bringing it onto your sites that you're talking about in terms of maintaining the news publications brand?
Mostly it's like how will be the interaction? Like how do you approach somebody? Because I'm not going to put somebody who doesn't know or lie or they're not experienced in their talking. But how do you approach them? Like look for these people again.
So I've had some experience with that. We kind of run hot and cold with that. What I would do and what I've done in the past is when I see a blog, I find a blog and I want to get their content on the site, is just find the contact information, reach out and make contact and start a discussion and try to figure out, essentially what you're offering them is a wider audience, making it clear to them, hey, I've got a wider audience that I can bring to you in exchange. I can have your content, and there's any number of ways that you can do it. You can have them write it on your site. There are tools that you can use to syndicate content from their site and put it on your site. We actually work with a company called iCopyright, and that's a tool that allows you to embed written content just like you would a YouTube video. Okay, now there are some restrictions, but that's something that we've used in the past. There are some other tools like that. The big thing that when I listen to you talk about this is I've had people say they want to blog for us, and everybody's really gung ho. And again, it's sort of like a diet. I'm starting Monday, and you're gung ho for a few days, and then by Friday, you're kind of, it's getting hard. And it's the same with blogging. You want that content on a regular basis, and the blogger gets tired. And what you have to do is figure out ways to keep them engaged. It's one thing to say, hey, blog on our site, but it's another thing to say, blog on our site about X, Y, Z, and here's some ideas that I have. Here's what I'd like to see. And after they blog once, give them feedback. Okay, it does, unfortunately, or fortunately, it takes work to cultivate these bloggers. For years, and I still like this idea, I always wanted to have bloggers chronicle summer at the Jersey Shore, right? I wanted people who, had a summer shore share, talk about the parties and having fun and the whole thing. And we would get people at the beginning of the summer, and they would be into it, and they'd post stuff, and then they get tired of it after 2 weeks. And you have to figure out ways to keep them engaged. And it's not just things like that. We've had mommy blogs like that, and they just run their course sometimes. But yeah, it does take work to keep them engaged. But in terms of like the co-branding part, just figure out the best thing that works for you, and tell them. Just be straight with them about it,
I was curious, I don't know if there's another question, but as we were waiting for someone to raise their hand, for Esther, you talked about that your outreach is very much face-to-face or one-on-one. What has been some examples of the most successful outreach that's led to either improvement with your readership or a bump in either page views or some maybe how does that come around to help your actual business and your reach?
Okay, well, one of the events that I went to was a tech meetup that was talking about the lack of tech developers in New Jersey. And I went and I met all these startup founders who were just dying because they couldn't find the tech talent that they were looking for. And I wrote that up and put it on the site, and it started an avalanche of comments, an avalanche of comments, and then I commented back, and other people commented, and before I knew it, that was, a big increase in readership. So that's not the direct touch. I've also been to tech meetups where it's just been a matter of meeting people that didn't know anything about me and didn't know anything about the site. And you go there and you talk to them, and then all of a sudden they're your biggest supporter. So, and they tell people and they tell people.
Any other questions?
Well, we're just about coming up on the hour anyway. We've got a short break, now the next session. And then coming up I had this all in my brain and now they've left. It's a post-lunch thing. Coming up next in this room will be civic activism and journalism, how to grow hats.
My session, I will be handing over controls very shortly to Fiona. I just want to tell you about this cool little engagement technique that we're using at this conference. You may have seen in the hall a big Venn diagram poster. I don't know if you know, the circles that overlap, and in the middle there are different colors that indicate the umbrella. So what we're asking you to do there is to we have little sticky notes, or you can use a magic marker, and to say, so the green Venn diagrams are networking, learning, or inspiration. And we want you to say how this conference has performed for you. Like if you got learning, inspiration, and great networking, your dog's going to go right in the middle. But maybe you just got inspiration, or maybe you just got networking, or maybe you got none of it and your dog is way over on the side. Wherever it is, we want to hear from you. You can just put a sticker there. You can put your name on a sticker. You can even write with magic marker and just the next event. That's all I have to say about this. I'm going to tell the other rooms, and then I'm going to come back and listen to this panel when I'm done. Okay? Great. Yeah. Another announcement.
This room is not closed. The Pennsylvania room is not closed. So I know they started packing up the tables for some reason, but it is not closed. Julie Winoker is going to be presenting in this room, and then there's another panel afterwards. So although the lights are low, there's still ongoing presentations in this room.
Oh, okay.
We'll talk later.
Yeah.
It's not closed.
But if you need, these people are committed. Okay, I'll be back engagement. I mean, panel.
Hi. Hey everybody, this is the Civic Engagement and Civic Activism and Journalism panel, also dubbed by Debbie Kwan as the Troublemakers panel. I'm Fiona Morgan. I'm Journalism Program Director at Free Press, which is an advocacy organization. I have a background in journalism and the alternative press, and some of my colleagues here, so I'm very excited to introduce them. And one thing I wanted to say is that I think maybe rather than addressing this in terms of whether journalists can be activists or activists can be journalists, which sounds a little too close to the who's a journalist question, and I don't think any of us really has the energy for that. I'd like to talk more about what journalism and activism can learn from each other and how journalists engage activism. Each one of my panelists does that in one way or another, and I think they all have some really interesting thoughts to share about that. And so I want to introduce each of you. So Chris Barone of Dig Boston. He is a veteran of Boston Phoenix. He started in Dig Boston. And I want to, each of them, at their publications, I'm going to read a couple of recent headlines to give you a sense of the flavor of the work that they do. A couple of recent headlines from Dig Boston are MCAS holds, mass net reform heavyweights condescend on Beacon Hill, and To Catch a Predator, how I fought abusive debt collectors, and you should too. Chris Goldstein is a marijuana columnist for Philly.com and the co-chair of the local legalization advocacy group Philly Normal. He has a background in public broadcasting. His recent headlines in his Philly 420 column are Christie Powell's profit with medical marijuana and Philadelphia pot arrests still show race disparities. Charlie Cradfield is editor of New Brunswick Today. You want to hold up the print version of New Brunswick Today. He's a community organizer and Rutgers journalism grad. A couple of recent headlines from New Brunswick Today are landlord who allegedly supplied New Brunswick housing inspector with cocaine pleads guilty. Great story. And Rutgers continuing to pay cop charged with $30,000 theft for weekend. And lastly, my colleague Craig Aaron, who's the CEO of Free Press. I could read you some of the headlines that we've been producing lately, but they're so far most of them have to do with net neutrality and blocking the Comcast Time Warner merger. As Craig will explain, Free Press does advocacy in the public interest on media policy, and we're launching a pilot project here in New Jersey on building community around the news. So what we're going to start off with is kind of a 5-minute, we have less now than 45 minutes, so we're just going to do a kind of 5-minute show and tell for each of the panelists talking about the work that they do. And I'm hoping that each of them can address sort of what journalists can learn from activists, what activists can learn from journalists, and how you see your audience and the way you engage with people. So yeah, Charlie, since you're to my right, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. It's great to see people who care about these kind of things. And please, if you haven't already, grab yourself a copy of, as far as I know, the only bilingual newspaper in central New Jersey, New Brunswick Today. It's available on some of the tables here, and we're tremendously proud of it. We have a few people here at the conference today. I've been thinking a lot about what was said at the conference at the beginning about public good journalism and how a newspaper can play a role of empowerment. Ultimately, New Brunswick Today is a newspaper that's in a special situation. We're in a city where there is little or no political opposition to the powers that be. And the powers that be have been in power for, in some cases, decades. It's kind of like a family business there. So we have a mayor who ran against no opponent. City council members, no opponents in the election, primary or general. School board for 2 years in a row, no candidates running for school board. There's also 56 seats on the Democratic Party committee. The party has their 56 people in there. I was the only one who actually put in to run against them, and I did run and I did lose by 4 votes, so it was very close. But I want to tell just a little bit about some of my experience. So first, I had the good fortune of working at a couple of nonprofits, one of which is very activist-oriented, called Food and Water Watch. And the other one is, of course, the Citizens Campaign, which helped turn me on to hyperlocal news in the first place. And both were great experiences for me. A lot of people feel like, oh man, I wish I could be objective and not have those experiences in the past, but actually I really value those experiences because they inform my journalism, inform what I'm able to do. So I've learned a lot from working within the activist community, learning how hard it can be to do things, especially in terms of elections. Just a little bit of background, before I got to running a newspaper and working at nonprofits, we had been involved in grassroots electoral politics in New Brunswick, not running people for office necessarily, but trying to get ballot questions passed. We've had success and failure with that. In 2012, we finally switched to an elected school board. Previously, the mayor had appointed all the members of our school board, and New Brunswick Today was part of helping to convince the electorate to take the power from the mayor and give it to themselves and actually institute elections. But that's just one way to go about it. My point is mainly that in doing that, it unveils a whole facade of things that are going on in terms of how the elections, how the people that are in power stay in power, and how hard it can be for an upstart group or for a challenger to make an impact. So that was a really eye-opening experience, running some of the referendum campaigns and watching people actually, get removed from the ballot and to sue the city just to have their right to vote on a question. But there's a number of things that journalists can do to work with activists and ultimately to achieve that public good that we seek. And I'll talk about some of them today. Those range from just speaking out, something I do often, speaking at a public meeting, either for or against a policy that I see as important. Also organizing. Organizing is something that can be done in a very official sense by being a community organizer, being the leader, and calling together a meeting. But it can also be something informal, like teaching skills to somebody, showing them that there is an Open Public Records Act and telling them some of the tips and tricks about how to use that act. Or just connecting people and saying, oh, you care about this issue, you need to talk to this person who's been working on that issue for 20 years. And so just doing those little organizing things can help a lot. But there's other things that can even go to sort of another level, like filing complaints, either for instance, I filed an ethics complaint. They have also sparked numerous internal affairs investigations in multiple police departments. And you can read about some of the most recent one on New Brunswick State right now. And then the last one is actually running for office. I would like to talk about that a little bit. I did run a small neighborhood level campaign to try to be the Democratic Party committee man for my neighborhood. Most people in New Jersey don't even know that these offices exist, but every neighborhood has two offices, a committee man and a committee woman for both of the major political parties. And those folks actually have a good amount of power. They get to pick who gets the party's endorsement for local offices like mayor and city council, but they also get to appoint replacements if someone ever retires early, passes away in office, goes to jail while in office, or gets promoted while in office. And so there's 56 of them in New Brunswick. Like I said, I was the only person who actually challenged an opponent, and I lost by 4 votes. But it was 29 to 25, and I did the campaign mostly to show people that you can. I was tired of writing articles about how no one was running against the powers that be, and so I put myself on the line and actually ran a very hard-fought campaign, and to show people that, hey, if you can get 25, or in my case, 30 of your neighbors to vote for you, you can attain this leadership role in your community, and at the end of the day, force democracy to happen in your community. So that's all for today.
Great, thank you so much. Chris? Chris Goldstein.
Awesome Apple skills. Hey, my name is Chris Goldstein. I am lucky enough to cover marijuana and marijuana policy for Philly.com. This is, maybe it's up there, maybe it's not. Yeah, I'm up there yet. In 2012, I was approached by the editor of Philly.com, Stan Wood, a great guy. Philly.com is the main website for the Philadelphia Inquirer and the Daily News. And I've been an activist for marijuana for 15 years. I'm also the senior editor at a print magazine called Freedom Leaf Magazine, and we're producing 30,000 print copies and sending them around the country every month. When Sam approached me at Philly.com to be a regular columnist, I was already writing op-eds. So Lenny Abraham, the former district attorney in Philadelphia, she and I used to trade out op-eds, and I was getting really tired of seeing what I saw as biased reporting when it came to the drug war and when it came to marijuana. I think that a lot of reporters out there, especially regular beat reporters and crime reporters, do an incredible job in their regular roles. But when it comes to specific stuff, especially when it comes to marijuana and how marijuana is covered, I think there's too much press release reporting. There's a lot of bias when it comes out there. The National Institutes of Health, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, there are big acronyms out there who send out big press releases when it comes to marijuana, and they send those out to newsrooms all over the country, and those are regurgitated back to the audience. So I got pretty tired of that, and I started writing blogs on my own. I have a blog called Freedom is Free, which is my Twitter handle. And then all of a sudden, after writing a few op-eds and getting put in print by the Inquirer a few times, Sam said, hey Chris, how about some regular columns about marijuana in Philadelphia? And it's been pretty profound. I get to cover politics, policy, and from when you talk about being an activist, you also have to play not only to the audience in general, to the public in general, but you have to be a little bit careful as an activist because you have your own advocacy community. And if you say something wrong or don't say something in the right way, boy, you're going to hear about it. And it's not just commenters. I've heard a lot today about in real life meetups and things like that. Well, I'm doing that all the time anyway. We're having 2 monthly meetings for Philly Normal. If somebody doesn't like my column, I'm going to hear about it like in person. On the other hand, they're also going to tell me what's good. So some of the stuff that also gets a lot of traction, marijuana is an incredibly popular topic across America today, and it's something that has real meat to it. So part of what I did at Philly.com was start digging into the data, and when we started looking at the racial disparities to marijuana arrests, something that's become a little bit more, a little bit more part of the vernacular for the ACLU News report, Marijuana in Black and White in 2013. But for the last 4 or 5 years, I've been reporting on the marijuana arrest data in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania has one of only 2 publicly available crime databases in the country. So I can go to the Pennsylvania Uniform Crime Report and tell you how many marijuana arrests happened in each precinct in Pennsylvania. Not just county, not just city, but in each precinct. And not just arrests, but the ethnicity and age and everything associated with that. And what we found is that marijuana arrests are predominantly of people of color, 85% in Philadelphia. And what happened is consistent reporting on that issue spurred change. So the Philadelphia City Council took up a measure to decriminalize marijuana last year. It passed the City Council, it was signed by Mayor Newark, and we went from putting 4,500 people a year in Philadelphia in handcuffs and holding cells for marijuana to giving them $25 civil citations that no longer have a permanent criminal record. So here you have a crossover of activism and journalism. You don't have to wait for the press to cover it. You can be the press. You can be a part of the press. And I think a lot of reporters strive to write a story one day that changes the world around them. And as an activist, that's what you're working on every single day. But when you combine those things with an activist and a journalist, you can really start to have that change be real. But digging through the data isn't easy. And it took a pretty sharp learning curve for me talking with other journalists and other people about how to do this right, how to create really cool charts and graphs and translate over to audiences very well and don't confuse them. But this has been part of my learning curve as a journalist and an activist. But it serves my activism and it also serves the audience at Philly.com. These articles are incredibly popular. They're some of the most shared articles that we get on the website. And I also generate a heck of a lot of comments, so I'm very lucky. Can I switch over to this one real quick? Thank you, Apple. All right, and part of the other thing, you can see that my most recent article had 655 shares, 65 comments real quick. And I produced 2 of these a week. Thank God again, Philly.com not only allows me to do this, but they put a ring on it this year and they actually paid me this, which is amazing. Not that I don't think I have a ton of money, but to the same extent, I think that news organizations, when you want to engage with activists or even local bloggers on any level, come on, pay a little bit of money. It's not just about giving out, the exposure. It's about putting a little bit of an investment into that goal. So, Chris Christie is somebody who's popular to talk about, and we get a venue to talk about politics as well. So, crossing over that realm, how can journalists learn from activists and vice versa? Back to your question, Fiona. I've heard today about news organizations trying to have meetup events and chef events. This is the bread and butter of local organizing. So I think that news organizations today can learn even more from activism and activists out there in their communities about what's been successful for them. What brings people into a room? What gets people engaged on that local level enough to go out and march down the street and hold a sign? Well, that's the same kind of audience member that you want, who's going to march down the street and hold your brand out there every day and come back again and again to your website. So I think there's a lot of confidence there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chris. Chris Ferrone.
Oh, no, don't worry about the slides, sorry. I'm Chris Ferrone. Hi, everyone. So I come from the alternative weekly/alternative media world. I used to be a staff writer at the Boston Phoenix. That closed in 2013, and that was kind of like the big, smaller paper in Boston. That was the vessel through which a lot of great stories bubbled up, and then the Globe reported on them, and there was a lot of impact. After the Phoenix went away, I had to do some national stuff, but my heart's really in local, and I went to the smaller weekly, which is Big Boston, where I've been for 2 years, and I figured I'd also bring some just examples of stuff we've done with activists, based on activist research. A big one that I did back in Phoenix that came to mind was called Shit Boston Cops Said. I swear not all my friends that first person. The Boston Police Department, their patrolmen's union, has an unbelievably racist, sexist, and homophobic newsletter they've had for years. It's internal, they post them online, but nevertheless, it's something that different activist groups have freaked out about for years. A couple of years ago, one group of activists decided to do some digging. They found out a whole bunch of dirty fundraising that was going on in the back end of it, and instead of just reporting that they had did it, I teamed up with them and I gave them credit where it was due, and we worked out everything out ahead of time, and that's what it was. Another example, we have an Olympic bid right now. There's 2 activist groups that are filing a number of Freedom of Information Act requests every day, and we've been reporting them, and a lot of them have been very damaging. We file our employees too, but there's just this open line of communications. Now I want to add that, in alternative media, the stuff I grew up on, I really worship, everything from Whole Village Voice to Native American newspapers, and the Phoenix, which back in the day was one of the first to have women writing about the women's rights movement. This is kind of the tradition that I come from. And some of the other stuff, we had one of the people who started Occupy Boston. She was always told, if you want to change things, why don't you do it for Redwood politics? So we sent her to be a delegate to Massachusetts Democratic Convention. This is for us, I love that this conversation is happening. And I think it's great that the people in this room understand it, but a lot of the people I see up in the ivory towers, it's kind of funny. They're almost suggesting that their person who covers all these different things around the city and is really not an expert of any, knows better than the people who are actually, whether they're organizing on the ground or, involved in some sort of movement. So I really don't see much of a line at all between activists and journalists. All constantly, at the dig, we don't have a huge budget, so we've learned to work with what we have. And in that, a lot of the times when I get a tip in, I'll say, do you write it all? Or I'll say, I have stuff pretty eloquent Facebook post for you. You think you could, work for a couple months on something, maybe it'll be 2,400, 3,000 words? And we've done it. In 2 years, we brought the feature well back, we've doubled the size of the paper. People do read long-form journalism. And we have, I'd say if we publish four long-form features a month, about 2 of them are more serious reporting, and half of those have been the first-time long-form. And I'll end it with a shameless plug. My new project is to do that at a bigger level. It's called the Boston Institute for Nonprofit Journalism, and we'll be pretty much incubating stories like this. But for me, I love talking about using freelancers and connecting with people because those we have to. Right now, there's not a lot of people doing the kind of journalism that I'm interested in bringing to the table, and I'm really working to cultivate that. That's it. I can go on for days about this stuff. And I got a million examples. Maybe I'll start throwing a couple links up after. But they're really interesting because people bring us unbelievable things to write about. Something instead of just stealing it or go out, we just work with them all.
That's great. Craig, would you like to talk about our process?
Yeah, I'll try to do that a little bit. It's actually on. Yes. No. How about that? Yes, maybe. Okay, it's going to be a super great test at my hand-eye coordination. Let me slide over here real quick. And actually, let's not put this whole presentation at risk of my hand-eye coordination. Just gonna pull up a quick presentation. While I'm doing that, feel free to tweet. I'm so excited about Aaron's presentation.
Well, here I can set it up a little bit. So one thing that that Chris Goldstein mentioned was, what you want as these organizations, you want people that are as motivated as the people, the activist community. You want people that are so excited and invested in what you're writing about. They're willing to walk down the street carrying a sign, and I thought that was kind of an intriguing idea, because part of what we're doing with Free Press is trying to get the community more engaged in the news, in the news and create a constituency out of the people formerly known as the audience.
Yeah, I think, thank you. Excellent description of what I want to talk about. It's interesting to be on a panel of sort of journalist activists and activist journalists and activist turned journalists, because I'm a journalist turned activist and advocate. And I think what I want to argue is that, I agree with I don't really debate who's a journalist. Can journalists be activists? Obviously. Should they? It depends. But I think increasingly all journalists certainly need to be activists for journalism. And that's what I'm interested in. We've gone through this crazy period of change and sort of crisis in journalism. There's so many interesting experiments popping up now, but we hit some pretty low points. What I always like to point to is the day that Clark Kent quit the Daily Planet, which I put up behind me here. And we don't really need to relive all the bad stuff. Only to say that while I agree that having a vibrant democracy certainly requires journalism, I think journalism also requires some more democracy, an engaged citizenry that's actually demanding serious work that holds government and corporate leaders accountable. And I think that's partly about switching that conversation around. I think I've been in too many conversations with journalists over the years that kind of boil down to like, well, how come the people don't love what I'm doing? And sort of treat the audience sometimes like maybe they're too stupid or something to get it. And I hope we're reaching a point where that's not the conversation we're having about journalism anymore, and we're beginning to appreciate and understand that there's probably good reason in many cases that the community hasn't engaged.
There can be complex socioeconomic reasons, there's time, and they haven't really been asked. They haven't really been asked to be part of the conversation. So I'm increasingly convinced, I guess, that the thing that's going to save journalism isn't some amazing new big idea or another rich uncle, although we all wish we had them, but is actually organizing. Is actually going out and engaging the communities that local journalists were meant to serve. And that's the only way our journalism is really going to truly serve the public interest, not in an abstract sense, but in a very real sense, is by increasing public involvement. And when I talk about organizing, I don't mean sort of traditional union organizing. I'm thinking more along the terms of political organizing and forging relationships at the grassroots, listening to community needs, convening events, bringing people together, with the goal of creating more quality news for sure, and a greater understanding of what journalists do and what they need to do their jobs, but also ultimately of starting to build a political constituency that's willing to fight for journalism. Journalists increasingly need that. There are a lot of challenges in the industry. A lot of money is disappearing, including but not limited to public money. There are a lot of challenges, open records laws, censorship, attempts to shut down what journalists are doing, whether they're an individual startup or somebody with a phone trying to cover a protest, or big institutions. And those big institutions aren't as big as they used to be, and those in power have definitely noticed that. So I think we do need to change that relationship ultimately between the community and the newsrooms, and to put all these theories to the test. We're actually launching a project here in New Jersey over the next 2 years called News Voices New Jersey. And what we're going to try to do is hold a series of events in communities across the state, including New Brunswick, including Newark, over the next 2 years, and try to bring, not unlike the event that was happening last night, but definitely aiming to come from the ground up, bring together community leaders in newsrooms to better understand each other, and to really focus on what it means to be an engaged newsroom and an engaged community, and understand whether there are the real commonalities, opportunities to work together, and really come at it as organizers with a deep appreciation and understanding of journalism, but really looking to build community around the news and have a different kind of conversation about the future of the news that doesn't start with marketing, doesn't start with apps, but actually starts with what the community needs. We don't know if this is going to work. It's an experiment. It's a pilot project. We think New Jersey is a pretty interesting place to do it as a state caught between two major media markets, as a state that has seen a real gutting of traditional newsrooms, state level funding for public media has completely been cut. There are some problems. There's also amazing experiments that are happening everywhere that a lot of our friends at the Dodge Foundation are supporting. Projects like Charlie's, projects all over the place. This whole conference is filled with amazing things that are happening in New Jersey. And we want a lot more people to know about that. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to move across the state. The big public events will probably start in the fall. A lot of intense outreach. My colleague, who should probably be up here instead of me, Mike Rascoli, who's raising his hand, is our New Jersey-based organizer who's going to be running point on a lot of this project. We're really excited about it. We're really excited to learn what can come out of this New Jersey model, where we have organizers working with upstart outlets, with traditional outlets, with academics, Phil Napoli, who thinks competing against us on another panel, doing some really interesting research. We're trying to feed into that and see what we can do with a New Jersey model, and then figure out if that's a model that might actually work in other states to go and build conversations around the news and around community engagement. I think in the end, I know that, and maybe in this room, maybe not in the questions, that the idea of activism makes a lot of journalists nervous. Even the framing of this panel, I think, makes a lot of journalists nervous. I don't want to be an activist. That's not why I got into it. I think when it comes to journalism itself, it needs to be a different conversation. I'm always reminded of a conversation I had with a copy editor at the Rocky Mountain News shortly before it closed out in Denver, and she said, you can't be objective about your own demise. And I think that's right, but now I'm actually optimistic. So I'm willing to add that you also can't be objective about your own rise, about your own rebirth. That you have to be an advocate for it, and you're going to need a lot of help. And the best place to get that help is from the community you intend to serve. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Great, thank you. So we don't have a lot of time, and I want to make sure that people in the audience have an opportunity to say something. So is there a mic handy, Debbie, or
There should be mic up here, and need someone to run the mic around. Here, sounds
Is that on? Is that working?
Susan Vernon from Hackett Local. I love hearing about all of these projects. I think that time side of the journal /activists and for the people working on New Jersey projects and really increasing voice of comments. I would love to hear more about what kind of research you're going to do to share your results for the wider group of people. Are you going to do any kind of design-centered research looking at the impact of this on users and their feeling of engagement with news and issues? Or anything that can really help make this transferable as a model to other communities when they're trying to figure out some of these issues? Yes, that is very much part of the project, and what specifically that will look like yet, we're not sure, but part of what we're doing is an evaluation that we'll have an evaluator to come in and look at sort of from a complexity standpoint, how we fit into the ecosystem of, as Craig said, lots and lots of people, including Charlie, who are doing work here, where do we fit in? And I do think that's an important part of it. And it's an experiment, so even if we don't fully succeed in all our goals, that part of the success would be, Are you going to do any video documentation or give people a chance to do little reality bites about some of their experiences in the process?
Yeah, and I think that's definitely our intention. We have a partner out of Philadelphia called the Media Mobilizing Project, which is a really good set of grassroots organizers who use media. And so they're going to partner in a couple of locations we're looking at to try to make video part of it. We're also going to reach out to some other folks, including the PEG community, to see what we can do there. I think the idea is to be as transparent and share as much as possible. I think some of the research that the academics have been doing that I understand will be out there this month, folks at Rutgers, is going to be really, really interesting, talking about the different sort of news experiences of different communities across the state, and just how much more you might get covered or how much more news relevant to your community you get, depending on where you live. I won't spoil it for you by saying you don't get as much here in Newark as you do in some other places, which I think is going to be really interesting, and then try to really partner, with Charlie and his cohort of folks across the state who are doing experiments, as well as the traditional newsrooms, as much as we can get them engaged to really look at that. So, and I'd love to, talk afterwards about, folks have seen good examples of particularly well-designed studies, very open to adjusting improvements.
So this gentleman has a question here.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First of all, one of the members of the media, since our radio station's like 2 steps down the street here, WPGO, we're not against hearing the word activist or anything like that. Anything that's going to help us tell stories is what we're all about. But I wanted your thoughts on, they say the world of news is cyclical, and eventually we're all hoping, especially those of us who are in radio, that it comes around full circle. Years ago, in the 1990s, I had an FM news staff of 13 people that worked in Tom's River at WOPM. When the corporate world came in, that was reduced to 4, and then it was reduced to basically just a skeletal crew that now takes the network to cover the story. But my question is, do you guys see that change coming where our bosses are going to be willing to expand the departments that have left, the newspapers go back? I mean, without that, you made a comment, hey, pay people. I'd love to pay people to come and work, right? I have some terrific reporters who knock on my door constantly. I'd like to do stuff for you. These are people who have been working in business for years and years. And the budget doesn't call for it. So my question to you is, do you see the sea change that has to happen with other, we're all partnering with each other now to save costs and things like that. And New Voice in New Jersey sounds very exciting to me, especially since you're covering Newark. We're excited about that, but I also like to be able to say, hey, yeah, and if it was really something that worked, they might go forward and they might be rewarded. So do you see we ever getting back to a point where people are going to put money into larger staffs because the demand calls for it?
I used to be in public radio, and I helped grow a public radio station in New Mexico. And it's funny because 15 years ago when I was doing that, before the word crowdfunding existed, public media existed. And that was the original crowdfunding. Local communities engaged to fund content. Now you're seeing freelancers and all kinds of enterprise reporters go out there and crowdfund so that they can do the work that they need to do. So the question is for you as a local outlet, you're not a public radio station, you're a for-profit radio station.
No, we're public.
So you're a public radio station. So now you're a public radio station, you are already invented crowdfunding. How do you get back and go full circle into not just because I used to be the treasurer of the Northern New Mexico Radio Foundation. It was my job to beg for dollars 3 times a year on the air. But now you can engage a whole different audience into funding specific parts of the station. You want to grow your news staff? Crowdfunding. Don't just hold an on-air fundraiser for it, but tell your community. We're having a Kickstarter, we're having a GoFundMe campaign because we want to grow the local news staff. Set a budget for what 2 years of that is going to mean, set a campaign up, and go for it. And here's what the interesting part about that is. As a public radio guy, you're always you're appealing to your local audience. But a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe campaign attracts people from all over the world to fund your local news team, your local. So you've got the skills as a public radio broadcaster. You know what it takes to engage and bring in that money. Grow that news team by using the crowdsourcing platforms that are out there today.
Well, let me just follow that up by saying, we're a jazz station.
We're a jazz station.
And we have survived, but it's always a struggle. So, it's not as easy as it sounds. I mean, we're talking about a whole genre of music that we're trying to keep afloat, not just the news.
I understand. KSFR was a jazz classical station in Santa Fe, New Mexico. The only public radio station in the state capital. There was no news team. But when we went out there and appealed to the local to build a news team, now it's 10 years running as the Associated Press award-winning news team of the year broadcast in New Mexico. It can happen. And I think that the same audience that, because I listen to jazz, the same audience that loves jazz is also an engaged, creative audience that also appreciates local news. But again, don't just appeal to the local audience for your appeal. You put that crowdfunding campaign out there today. Use the same skills you use on air 2 or 3 times a year. Put that in the online GoFundMe or Kickstarter campaign, and you're appealing to a wider audience to make sure that you get your content funded.
So I want to use my card as moderator here right now, but thank you so much. And I also want to point out that in an earlier session, someone was tweeting about Lion, Dylan actually presented that Lion Publishers had a really good sort of guide to using crowdfunding campaigns to fund journalism. So I'd like to refer you guys to that. There was a question over here. Oh, you do. Okay, sorry.
First of all hail BGO, greatest jazz station in the world. I'm a member. I work with Chris Goldstein on the panel there. Chris and I work at Freedom Leaf. I met Chris when he was doing his radio work, and his path has been fascinating to follow. Someone who went from radio into activism and now into journalism. So I'm kind of curious, Chris, how you've done it, and that you wear so many hats. How did you learn to be a journalist? Coming out of being an activist, how did you wear this additional hat? Where did you get your information or your skills from? I don't think you went to school for it, so how did you figure it all out?
You're right, I went to acting school. But, you know, acting school can serve you in a number of different capacities. I got lucky at KSFR to help, as the treasurer of that foundation. I worked with Tony Hatch, who used to be a CBS News guy in New York for years and years. And he taught me how to write news stories because everybody had to do it at KSFR. We had to share that responsibility. But also, too, I have a great editor at Philly.com, Sam Wood. And I've worked with great editors who, over the years, have, you know, taught me in between and said, you know, Chris, this is just trope, man. You know, this may fly for a speech on stage in front of a crowd of your campus supporters, but it's not going to fly for an article here. And having a great editor makes you a good writer. And that's what it really takes. I've just been incredibly lucky to have that. But I also don't wear a hat. I mean, I'm just me. So I don't really consider myself an activist or a journalist here and there. Other people kind of put those labels on me. But, you know, my job is to get the message out there anyway.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, Mark Pfeiffer. I deal with the intersection of government and journalism, those types of things in my job. I think the point that was made before about how you source funding for local journalism, the change we've seen in the economy driving has really obviously created this huge disruption. But it's striking me after listening to a lot of discussion today that pathway lies with effectively realizing that news and local stories, you are selling a subscription to people that provides access to that resource, that provides access to news coverage about what's going on in their local government, and that's what we're about today. You know, local stories. It provides them local stories, local news, local current affairs, what's going on in the community, whatever. But I think that appeal to those folks that say, hey, I'm interested in this, communicating the story that it's not free, it just doesn't happen on its own, and say that if you want this, there is value for it, and you have to pay something for it. And get your crowdsourcing and your fundraising either through, you know, from the public radio side or, you know, Jersey Spotlight, which is effectively foundation and crowdsourcing. That's how they provide their stories. And it's striking me that that may be the pathway, you know, and using those techniques that have been honed by public radio and public TV over the years. Using those techniques may provide that funding path that provides the mechanism to be able to develop and tell those stories. There may be a separate piece for people publishing it, that they have to add or merge those together, but especially from what I'm hearing today, that may be happening.
Great, thank you. So we're going to have one more question, and then I think we're going to wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, so more commentary for questions. You're right, most of us who've been journalists since the age of the dinosaurs do tremble in our boots when we hear about activism. But we also do participate in activism for the things that help us do our jobs. And I just want to remind everybody in this room that there is a professional chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists in this state. And we were fundamental in founding the Foundation for Open Government, which is the leading player in the fight for open public records and open public meetings laws. We fight for the SHIELD law, we fight for the First Amendment. We are activists in that way, and that's what we believe is the most important things that we can fight for. Welcome, News Voices New Jersey. Please work with Society of Professional Journalists because that's what we do, that's who we are, and we're a pretty strong professional organization. I'm the past president of the New Jersey Pro Group. And hey, I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. And I just want to point out that I think all of you guys, all three of the working journalists right now, pointed out that part of what they did to engage with activists had something to do with using open records laws. I think as we rely more and more on public, and you know, the public have always been sources. Activists have always been the people that we go to. And now they're doing a lot of work. Like Chris Moran was saying, that they did Boston will report on the FOIAs that activist groups file because that process surfaces information that becomes news. And Charlie was talking about, you know, writing stories that show you how to navigate the process of getting public information. I mean, we as journalists, I think we have to be, I say we, I
consider myself a member of the tribe, even if I'm transitioning, but I mean, we need to become activists for public information too. We're in it together. A lot of what activists do is surface public information and expose it, and so that's really like a very foundational thing. So thank you for mentioning. I think we're going to wrap it up. Does anybody want to make a last comment?
I just want to say that, like, everybody we all talk to as journalists, or any source, is an activist in a certain way. The people I talk to are tend to be people who nobody's been listening to, and they're screaming, and that's so with that, we're kind of parsing that. You don't have to call them activists. They're people who are advocating for somebody who's wrongfully incarcerated, for students who have no voice. So I don't really, sure, you can consider it activism, but really these are in many cases sources who otherwise really they certainly don't have an outlet to the big places. So we're there to listen to them.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, that I do think there is going to be a sea change. I do see the sea change coming, and I just want to point out navigating processes. I think it's a big thing we can do as journalists, is helping people understand what processes are available to them and how they can navigate them. So not just getting their hands on public documents, but raising concerns or like I said, filing complaints. If you see a property in your neighborhood that's a dangerous hazard, I call up the housing inspectors and see how they handle a complaint, because you might be surprised how you learn how people are handling them. So I would just suggest to navigate the process yourself so you can share the experience with others and prepare them for that process. That's a great thing we can do as journalists.
I really want to thank all the panelists and thank everyone who joined us today. I hope we caused enough trouble to
I never got
Okay.
Steve, upstairs. We can get Wally out here. Hello? Hey, oh, never mind.
Thank you.
Hey, Cole. Hey, how are you? Good. Are you running the? I got a laptop. I can just plug it in.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to do it right now. I'm gonna get this on. Here, try this on. There you go. It's good.
Three sessions about to begin, including one on live streaming, a very current session on live streaming in the Crystal Room. Excellent technology panelists.
Just press it once.
Oh, my goodness.
That's actually ours for there. It's do you just have a regular PowerPoint presentation?
On Google Drive, like just log in.
Yeah. That's the easiest way to do it right there.
Hi, I had a quick question
Yes.
for you. So I'm the other presenter. The presentation's on my machine and on my Google Drive. What's the best way to operate in your opinion?
Probably the same way he's doing it. We have that laptop there set up
Use
for
that
all the
laptop for
presenters.
Google Drive.
Just Google Drive right there. Yes.
Holy shit.
We feel a strong affinity both with this conference and with the whole concept of revitalizing Newark. Cole works for the Center for Investigative Reporting and for its new incarnation, Reveal, He's going to go first and talk about a really amazing project he's done. It really is about bringing journalism, community engagement, and local issues together with the arts.
Thank you, Susan. All right, hey everybody. We're making it through the day. All right. So as Susan said, we're going to talk a little bit about a couple different collaborations that we do around with the arts and our investigative reporting. So the Center for Investigative Reporting, if you don't know, we're the nation's oldest investigative journalism nonprofit, been around since 1977. Been through a lot of different incarnations, but at the core of what we do is in-depth investigative journalism, and we always tackle these really complex and difficult issues that can be very daunting and are just about really big problems. So a big goal for the engagement for our organization is how do we, at least on the engagement side, how do we really take the reporting and the information that we uncover that directly to the communities that are most directly affected by it. And we've been doing that in a variety of different ways, and one of the particular things we've been experimenting with in recent years is particular arts collaborations. We got two in particular that we currently are working on. Storyworks, which Jenna Welch is right there in the back. She's with Tides Theater and runs our Storyworks collaboration, which literally pairs playwrights with our journalists to actually come up with original screenplays based on our investigations. So we've done several of these so far. Our most recent one, and they all debuted and did runs at Tides Theater in San Francisco. And most recently, we did one that we took to Oxnard, California, where it was a focus of a story that we did on pesticide use on strawberries grown there in other areas of California. And we worked with local high school students to put their own plays and their own responses, and then it being formed along with the actors that we helped host an event right in downtown Oxnard. So I'd encourage you to learn more about that on Storyworks, and you can talk to Jen if you want to talk a lot about the great work that she's done. Another collaboration that we do with an organization called Youth Speaks, they're a youth literary nonprofit in San Francisco, is the Off Page Project. And the focus of that collaboration is to pair young poets with facts and information from our journalism, and to challenge them to come up with creative, to come up with poetry and writing and creative responses to that journalism. We did a series of short films that are on our website and posted with Youth Speaks where several different poets have come up with their own poems in response to our investigations. We did a short documentary called Broken City Poets that is actually going to screen this Thursday. If anyone's happening to go to the Allied Media Conference in Detroit, it's happening this Thursday, and I'm really excited about that. And that went to Stockton, California. We challenged a group of young poets with facts about their city. Stockton was the first city to go bankrupt. It was the largest American city to go bankrupt before Detroit. And it was a really powerful film, and we were excited to have it there in Detroit. But one of the things I want to focus on specifically for this conversation, since we're talking about Oakland, is a project that is currently happening right now. We're in the middle of and coming in for a landing in about a month. It's called Eyes on Oakland. And Eyes on Oakland is a collaboration that we're doing with the Oakland Museum of California and local artists that run a project called the Mobile Arts Platform. And the topic is and the goal was to educate and engage local residents directly about different kinds of surveillance technologies that police use. And we wanted to get creative about how we took that debate. I think that there is, CIR does a lot of different reporting on surveillance technology and specifically how it's used by local police. There's, of course, the NSA debate that everybody's familiar with, I'm sure, and the Edward Snowden revelations, but we're really taking that to a local level and really looking at how some of those technologies and approaches are applied day to day by local police. And that people generally aren't really aware of some of the specifics. A lot of times people are generally aware. I think there's a disconnect in terms of how much we are really aware of the extent of some of the technologies that are used. So how we talked about it, both myself and the artists, and so what's the best way to really engage people directly? So we got a van. This is the Mobile Arts Platform. It's a 1967 Ford Falcon van. Chris Tajari, the man that's sitting in the van, and his collaborator, Peter Foucault, owned this van. They originally got a grant a while back to retrofit it for different public engagements. So they've done a lot of different variations of this. For Eyes on Oakland, it's a mobile news van. And we've literally been taking it around Oakland, the city, for the past 3 months. And we have another couple weeks to go, where we're really driving around different neighborhoods and going to public events to talk with people one-on-one about surveillance technology. As you can see from the components of the van, there is a projection screen on the top. For nighttime, we can actually project some of the responses that people have told us through the prompts that I just showed you that was on before. We ask people to, and I'll go into more detail in a minute, but we ask people to describe what surveillance is to them and have them write their own response and take a photo. So those are displayed there. We also have an actual screen printing station on this side of the van, the front there. So we actually do live screen printing of that image as well. So it's kind of a thing, just like it's like a maker space for folks that just get in. And then we have 2 interview booths, one inside the van where Chris is sitting, and one in the back where we record interviews with people who want to talk more about their relationship to surveillance and kind of some of their thoughts and feelings about it. So again, the goal of this was really, we have a van so we can actually take it on the road. We don't have to be bound by setting up, hosting different events ourselves, and we can really just be very nimble and bold about how we are reaching out in the community and able to be, I think, geographically representative of Oakland and get a lot of different insights in as diverse as Oakland is. So a lot of what we do with the van, there's the conversation is the next thing. And on the first slide, I mentioned that this is journalism as social practice, and there's a second part called social practice art that this project really speaks to, and where a lot of it is kind of the collaborations with the community, where the art is also in the conversation. That conversation can be content. And we have talked a lot about, amongst like myself and collaborators and our reporters and our editor on our team, how we can kind of translate some of the work that we've done and really break it down for people in an engaging way. This is kind of technical, wonky stuff on the surveillance side, so we had to really think about breaking that down and making it something that people want to really interact with. So there's a couple different components of the conversation when we go out with the van itself. We developed a 5-question quiz that actually is filled with facts about different surveillance technologies that are used by local police. And that's kind of one of our hooks. Basically, we kind of like stand around outside the van and we ask, a couple different things. We've kind of refined our approach in terms of our call outs to attract people to our van. And one was, hey, do you want to be a part of our exhibit at the museum? Or hey, do you want to learn about surveillance technology? And people are like, what? And then they stop, and then we talk to them, and we're like, well, here, take this quiz, and you'll learn about surveillance technology. It'll take you 2 minutes, I promise. And so a lot of people stayed around, and it's been really successful. And I think even when I was first pitching this concept about a van and surveillance, we're going to take this van around Oakland, it's going to be great. They're like, a van? Just driving around, it sounds kind of weird. I presented to some high school students, and they responded after I showed them a photo. They were like, oh, it's cute. So it's kind of disarming in that way, and it's worked really well to actually just be a focal point of the conversation and kind of attract folks over. So once they do the quiz, we then ask them to fill out this response. And this is the way that we feature these things, and I'll show you in a second, in our exhibit at the Museum in California. So they have an opportunity to have their voice heard in the exhibit and on our social media channels that we set up for the project. On the back of this screen paper is facts about our exhibit at the museum, more information about how they can see it, how they can follow online, and answers facts to the quiz that we gave them. So they take home an artifact that has information that they can learn more about. So all that feeds into the Oakland Museum. Sorry for kind of a terrible picture here. This is when we were first building it out. This is, as you'll see, it's a couple different components, and it was built in response largely to Oakland's what is called Domain Awareness Center. And this was basically was proposed by the city as to be a citywide real-time surveillance monitoring center. And it would incorporate everything from CCTV cameras to gunshot detectors to social media Twitter feeds into kind of one central unit. And the city just wanted to pass it on the green light funds, but activists actually got wind of it at a local public safety committee meeting, and one of them tweeted it out, and then people organized around it and actually rose up against it. And it went on for about a year or 2 years, and last March the city voted to scale the center back to just support Oakland, which is what it was originally intended to do. So that momentum was pretty like inspiration, I think, for a lot of for this exhibit at least, and just in terms of something that we wanted to deal with, particularly around this concept of Oakland, because the exhibit itself is part of a larger exhibit in the museum called Who is Oakland? So it's all these artists responding to that prompt of who is Oakland. So we chose this topic as something that really represented kind of a larger movement, not only in Oakland, but across the country as well. A couple of the things in the exhibit, you'll see these shelves over on that corner. That is stocked with kind of information that we leave for people. So it's everything from facts from our reporting, printed stories that we've done about surveillance in Oakland, to information about the city privacy policy that the city has just passed in the Newark Center and is considering passing drafting a surveillance policy for the entire city. So that in itself was kind of a news anchor for us, that we were kind of engaging people and saying, here's this technology, here's what it does, and here's something that's happening right now that you actually have a say in and a voice in, and you can learn more about it. And the third and final component is that map in the back, and I'll show you a better picture here. There's the table that was on the left side. People can fill out their own response, same thing, but that's the photo that I showed you. The prompt surveillance is, and you can hang it on the map where you live in Oakland. So it's been really successful. This is opening night here. You can see a lot of folks really interacting with the exhibit and kind of learning. Oh, and on the monitors, each monitor, there's 6 of them. They all have a different time output. So there are 2 videos that have videos from people's responses that we recorded in the van of like their human surveillance. There's one with a slideshow of the photo responses that we've been collecting. And those 3 are all updated as we've been going out. This is kind of a living exhibit that we keep updating as we go out. So it's opened in April, and we've been going out with the van the entire time, telling people about it as we go out and updating the exhibit with responses. So it's been this kind of like ongoing iterative exhibit. And then we have 2 other monitors. One is with city council footage from when the debate awareness center was being debated, where more than 100 speakers spoke out against it. And then another was CCTV footage that we got through a public records request of downtown Oakland. So it's kind of has this feel of an actual surveillance center. And the biggest, I think, another big component of this is the community aspect of how we've actually been able to build. This is our setup at the Oakland Museum. They have a Friday night event where they invite food trucks at the museum. They have music, and we set up with food trucks. And we're just kind of talking to people as they waited in line or as they passed by. Everyone was very curious to kind of talk to us. And we operate the van with about 4 people. There's generally 1 person inside the van conducting interviews. There's 1 person manning the screen printing station, and there's generally 1 to 2 of us kind of floating with the clipboard and the quiz and trying to attract people over and then having a conversation. And what we're really trying to do is it is a conversation. We ask questions. And when people ask us, we try to our best of our abilities to give them an answer. And if we don't have an answer, we'll try to follow up. And that in itself is kind of both the art and the journalism, where we can have that exchange, that interaction, and inform people in a very personal, one-on-one way. And we've done this in a couple different ways too. Sometimes we didn't even use the van, as you'll see to the left. We set up at some events. This is a YMCA Family Day by Lake Newark, which is in downtown Oakland, where we just set up a screen printing workshop and just kind of chatted with folks. And it was really successful, and people really enjoyed it. And we were actually 2 booths down from the Oakland Police Department representative who runs the Neighborhood Watch program, which is funny because that's what our logo is based on. And he was like, yeah, I was looking and I saw my logo everywhere, and I realized it was you guys. So like, what are you doing? And so then we told them about our project and gave them information to give to local Neighborhood Watch people and asked them if they wanted us to bring the van. We'd be more than happy to bring the van. And this is also a reporter, Bruce Farvar, who got a database of license plate records. and we invited folks to actually enter their own license plate into his database, and it would show you exactly where we had scanned your license. And on their note on the map, which is amazing. And we've also done several print runs of the materials, informational materials that were there, so people have been taking this home and learning more about it as well. So that was huge. And the third that we actually added in about halfway through, I wish we'd done this earlier, was including a question on the quiz that asks on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you know about this surveillance technology before you took this quiz? So we're kind of now using that as like a baseline to give like a baseline understanding of current knowledge about surveillance to kind of gauge this impact side of what folks know and what we could be informing them. And to kind of wrap up, I think just a couple lessons that we've learned. And this is just in general speaks to a lot of the creative work and even across Storyworks and Off-Page and Eyes on Oakland and just our general engagement approach to CIR. First, and this is just kind of a general motto, is just show up. I think it came out of our CEO, Lucky Alvarado, said it offhand, and it kind of stuck with me. And it's actually similar to, I think Folklore has the Go Outside motto, which I also love, very similar to that. It's just saying, show up in the community, go to an event, go to just be present, actually talk to people and open yourself up in a way. Find ways to really just be in the community, be a part of the community that you report on, and amazing things can happen, new conversations will happen that you might not have had, and you'll talk to people that you might really interact with. Second is kind of the heart of all of our arts collaborations is just building a safe space for creativity. What we've done, I think, across all of these is trying to find a way that we can really translate the information in a way that is digestible, and I think a lot of times investigative reporting can be very daunting and make you feel like the world is terrible and like everything's broken and how do we fix it. So we're trying to give people information in a way that they can then respond to and actually feel empowered by it. So it's not just like everything's terrible, it's like, here's some things that might be kind of terrible, but here's some things that you can do about it. If this moves you. So that's been really key, and even for Storyworks, that's at the heart of it, with getting playwrights to respond to the stories, and for Off-Page getting poets to providing that space to actually create poetry around this work. We even did a writing workshop around surveillance technology for Eyes on Oakland that was hosted by Off-Page last week, where we had a couple of youth writing poems and writing prompts based on some of the facts that we covered. Third is be inclusive, and this is really, really hard. I think at the heart of a lot of what we're talking about at this conference is like, how do we open it up and make sure that we are really getting to and being inclusive of all the communities. This was, I think, the first thing that was said at the town hall last night is, how do we get the whole community in the conversation? And that's really hard, right? It takes a lot of work. And even in Eyes on Oakland, I think that we're not reaching a lot of different communities just for the language barrier alone. We would like to translate our materials into Chinese and engage the Chinese community downtown. There's a Spanish-speaking community, there's a Korean community. A lot of these folks we're not actually hitting, and I think that's a problem, and that's something that we, given more time and resources, we could address. But that's just something to kind of keep in mind about really thinking about holistically about your community and who you're creating things for, who's at the table. And then lastly, I think just be very ambitious, but also realistic. I think this project was incredibly ambitious, and we actually scaled it back significantly for what we originally had in mind. But that was all right. I think it brainstormed a lot of really wild, crazy ideas that we popped off, and we boiled it down and are still refining our approach. I think at the end we're going to come up with a model of really what worked and what we've learned and how others can learn from that as well. So that's my field. This is me. If you want to get in touch, if you want to learn more about Eyes on Oakland, we're on Twitter. It's at Eyes on Oak, and also on Tumblr, same thing, eyesonOak.tumblr.com. Yes. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Susan Burnett, So I've known Susan for years now. I've been with Oakland for about 3 years, and just the incredible work that she's done with Oakland Local. If you haven't checked out Oakland Local, please do that. It's been a great site, and I think unfortunately she's stepping down to focus on this new venture that she's going to talk about now, which is also really great. I'll just say at Oakland Local, what I really enjoyed, and I think it makes it a great community site, is how it really incorporates community voices and the diversity of community voices that really represents Oakland. And commend Susan for a lot of work that she's done there. Really, it's a community publication. And she's also been spearheading Hack the Hood, which is an amazing program that empowers students to learn about tech skills and create websites for local businesses. So we're taking it from there.
Hey everybody. It's kind of really cool to be here because it was at the last conference that this group put on, and I opened up an email on the stage right after I presented this and got this thing from Google that said, "Do not tell anybody or else," which said that Google was going to invest a minimum of $250,000 in Hack the Hood. And we actually became a winner of the Bay Area Impact Challenge, and we've really expanded in the past year. So I was really happy to come back and kind of give you guys an update. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Hack the Hood and how to drive Oakland Local, and it's a very community-driven project. Hack the Hood is a program where journalists and technologists and technology educators work with young people of color, low income, ages 16 to 24, to put them in a boot camp and teach them web development and tech skills. And the young people are on their phones all the time, but they don't see themselves as people who could work in tech. They don't know what the jobs in tech are, and they often come from neighborhoods where being a janitor or a security guard would be considered a really good job. But they're really smart, they're really resilient, they're hungry, they're bright, and the workshop is really transformative for them. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to open up the opportunity pipeline so that young people of color in communities like Oakland and Newark aren't passed by when tech companies come in, when real estate prices go up, when corporations are hiring, but they're not looking at local people. And a lot of the issues that we see is that the lack of diversity isn't only a lack of training, it's a lack of navigational capital. You don't know anybody who knows somebody. You're not part of that friend network that most of us get hired by, which means you can go through training programs and have skills, but not be employed. You can also feel completely other if you're the only woman, the only person of color, the only queer person. It would be a very uncomfortable and unsafe environment to bring your authentic self in. So we really work with young people to teach them some of the skills to address and bridge those issues for themselves so they can succeed professionally. We also have technology partners we work with who really are trying to make their own workplaces more welcoming, more diverse for young people like ours. What I love about this project the most is that unlike a lot of the internet which happens up there in the cloud, it's place-based, it's hands-on, real-world, project-based learning. And what the young people do is they learn these skills by building websites for local small businesses and community organizations. So we're also helping a lot of local businesses where people are non-native English speakers, they don't know how to attach an image to their email, they don't know how to build a website, and they're kind of left out of all the searching that happens on phones and through mobile devices because people don't find them. So by having the young people work with them, the young people not only learn a lot of great entrepreneurship and business skills, but these businesses get to show up. And this is a young woman who has a fantastic boutique in Oakland with Anujin, one of our students from last year, who made her website. This is Max, one of our instructors, and he's talking about the idea that it's so much of an exciting moment for a young person to build a website for somebody. You walk past that store every day, and you know, I help get those people online. I help improve their business. We have a model that we talk about as progressive learning. We pay the young people, they work for 7 weeks, they work 5 days a week. They have clients, and if you ask them what they were going to do, most of them don't say, I want to be a programmer. They say, I have a really cool job, I'm going to get paid to build websites. But by day 5, they're starting to learn HTML. By day 7, they're starting to learn CSS. And by day 10, a lot of them are interested in learning programming languages like JavaScript, jQuery, PHP. And it's because we start with something easy, and then they start to do harder things as they get more confidence. We also see young people who might know they want to be programmers. Maybe 10% of them know they want to work in tech. Most of them really don't know what they want to do. They haven't had a lot of great options. So we also try to move them from contemplating what their future is to action. Wow, I love user experience design. Wow, I love game design. I like back-end development. I want to do that. So we try to encourage them to have an education and a career plan to go forward with when they finish the first part of the program. What we see is that this is a way to really change the trajectory for a lot of these young people in terms of their level of education, the degree of training they have, and their salaries. Think about the profound effect it can have on someone. You go from having to work at Marshall's for $9 an hour to working in tech at $25 an hour while you're trying to continue your education. Only 30% of young people we work with are on a straight college path, and the others making sure they can actually pay for their daily needs while they're trying to further their education is really important. So we look both at the short-term skills we can give them and then at the longer-term skills. This is one of our mentors, Eric, and he talks about the transformation of young people who've really been these active consumers of technology on their phones all the time, to people who realize that they can create and use technology. And the thing about these young people is they're not just workers, they're innovators, they're problem solvers. They are powerful, brilliant young people who, given a chance, could really create some amazing things. We submitted to the Google Challenge, and much to our delight, we were one of the 4 large winners. So Google gave us funding to scale. A year ago, they sat on a stage, we worked with 18 young people for 1 boot camp. Today, we've done 3 boot camps, we'll be doing 5 more this summer. We'll have worked with 250 young people by the fall. We'll be launching a second alumni program to keep young people engaged with us. So we think it's a model that could travel to cities like Newark. It could provide a lot of change here in the shadow of New York, where some of the tech companies and back offices are coming in. We're piloting with the Oakland School District. We work with a lot of city organizations and community-based organizations like youth programs. And we're very much a collective impact model. So I put all these companies up there, not to show you who our funders are, but to say that this is something where business, city government, technology companies, youth organizations, foundations are all very engaged. So I joke that we won the challenge because so many different people voted for us because they all had touched some part of what we do. It makes it a slightly more complex model, but it's also a great way to bring the community together around a shared purpose. We have a great Twitter feed. The young people like to do hashtag #HackTheHood and put their own comments in and tell right back and forth to each other. These are 2 young people from last summer, and they're coming back and they're teaching other young people this summer as junior instructors. This is one of our weekend workshops. I've gotten so into this project that even though it started as a spin-out from Oakland Local, as what was meant to be a little 6-week summer project, I've actually told the board and announced to the community that I'm stepping down from Oakland Local. I'm actually looking at RFPs right now, responses from people who want to take over and run the site. I don't feel like I can make this work and have another project at the same time. You know, I'm really curious, like, would something like this help Newark? I see so many parallels between Newark and Oakland. I see, you know, the proximity to the city, the real estate prices, the community that's been on the cusp of revitalization so many times. I lived in South Orange and spent a lot of time in Newark, so that's another reason I'm happy to be here. And, you know, I think it'd be great to know more about what people here are looking to do and see if something like this would have a benefit. You know, it's great for the local merchants because they get free services they really need. It's great for the young people, it's really empowering. And for a lot of our tech partners, it's really a way to give back. It's a way to help bring up the next generation so that you don't feel like you're leaving residents of your community behind. So I'm really happy to talk about it. We put some time aside to hear comments and questions about both these projects. You might have other thoughts with the Spurs. Susan at happiness.org will reach me. I'm going to put this on SlideShare at some point in the next couple hours, so you'll also be able to get it. And thanks. So, comments, questions? Cameron.
Has anybody yet approached you about replicating this model in Newark? And if they have, can you put them in touch with me?
We've been very slow to push for national replication. We really want to get it right before we start to scale it, because we want to give a challenge. We had about 40 requests to go national, including one we turned down from Ferguson, which broke my heart. We did help them, but we didn't give them our curriculum. So I think by the time we get to the fall, we've gone through a test with partners over the summer, we'll have a good feeling for where to go. So I think looking in 2016, the idea of scaling it up is really realistic, but we don't want to expand it until we have a better sense of really how we can support people who want to bring it to their city.
So a follow-up question is, when you bring in a program like this into a city, are you driving it through the school system, or are you doing it outside the school system, and then having the school system come in and support it and back it? Is it community first, or is it school district first?
So far, we've worked with community-based organizations, but we're doing a pilot with Oakland Unified this fall, and we're also going to work with San Francisco Unified. So we're really looking for who are the best partners and what are the best delivery models. So we would be happy to look at a version that works in the schools. I also think having a version that's not in the schools for people for whom school doesn't work is really important, because a lot of our kids are not academically gifted. A lot of them are in remedial programs, and this is a great energizer to want them to stay at school and to do more. So again, we're kind of at the early stage of trying to figure that out.
Hi, thanks for the presentation, really good. This is probably for both of you. It seems like both projects rely heavily on collaborations with the community boards, especially with Deal. Can you talk about how you can figure out whether org is a good partner and good relationship strategies for those types of things?
Glad you asked that question. I was just thinking what I left out of my kind of takeaways. I was like, oh, that collaboration angle was critical, I think, to Eisen Oakland and the project, which is why it's worked so well. It's because we had great collaborators. Chris Tajari, Peter Foucault, Andrew McKenzie, the four of us have all worked on this project, and we have very distinct roles. I'm reading the information, I'm kind of setting up, bringing the facts and the journalism side of it to help kind of frame the topic and the conversation. Chris and Peter literally built the entire thing. They built the band out, they built the exhibit, and Aaron is a designer and helped kind of design the logos, all the materials, like they made it look like really something that you would want to engage with. So that's just an example of like having really those kind of key roles that everyone has and their key deliverables that you can bring to the table. And that applies not just to this project, but literally across the media. I think with Reveal, it's kind of the same thing of what we do and where we kind of like to come in and partner with folks is pair people that are bringing different things to the table so that everybody knows, and this is really important if you ever want to collaborate, and are very upfront about what you're trying to accomplish, what the goals are, and how you're going to accomplish them. And it even comes down to things like resources, like who's paying for the printing and who's like coming up, like you need to take care of that like now, like right up front, so that doesn't become an issue, because things like that can start to sour relationships very quickly too. And luckily, that hasn't really happened because we've kind of addressed it. So just really looking for someone who's bringing something different to the table, something that you're missing, right? And being able to communicate the kind of like how to work together and what that looks like, I think is really important and has worked well for us so far.
Yeah, working with youth, there's a direct service component. So we're very much about the MOU, the budget, the line values, the agreements. It's so different than journalism because there's so much documentation that you have to create. Ideally, you're doing it in a way that's replicable, so it's not a unique one-off. You know, standardize, work with more than one partner, having similar agreements and similar budgets for everybody, and push back when they want to customize, you know, everything.
I don't know if you covered this in your presentation, but maybe you did. So when you have these kids go through this program and they complete the program, are you issuing certificates or anything that they can put onto their resume, or are you doing introduction to technology companies or internships and that kind of thing?
Those are great questions. We have all the young people build portfolio sites where they can showcase their skills. We have them create LinkedIn profiles where they can showcase their skills and also start to link to all the people they're networking with. We certify them to have them be ready to work with clients, but we don't have a formal California Workforce Investment Board state certification process. Now we're starting to work with 18 to 24-year-olds as well as high school students. We're starting to consider that, and we'll probably do that in partnership with a community college next year, because those credentials are really important for a certain kind of person. But it also being tech, the fact that they've each built 3 to 5 websites, that they've learned a certain amount about coding and programming languages, that they have other skills, and the fact they can demonstrate those skills is really powerful. And we've just gotten funding to have a job developer and a community manager support people who graduated the program, and that's fantastic. We've actually gotten a lot of interest from small web design shops and from small startups to have young people come and do things like QA or do like junior designer. We haven't really been equipped to handle it that well. It's been very one-off and spotty, but we're also thinking about whether we should build some kind of social enterprise of our own, because frankly, for a lot of young people, not all, but a lot of them, going to San Francisco into an office is a giant leap. You know, they're comfortable in their environment, they're really comfortable with Hack the Hood, they might be comfortable in a small office in Oakland, but the step we're trying to prepare them for, they're not all ready to go there, it just feels too alien. So we're starting to think about, you know, how can we get kids ready so when these opportunities come, they can. We've had some incredible successes with training. We have a young person who got a full scholarship, $12,000 to General Assembly, who's halfway through a front-end design JavaScript program. We've had 4 kids go to college who weren't going to go. One of them got a full scholarship to a local university. We have a young person who considered for an internship at Apple this summer. We have a young person who won a $1,000 award from the Hispanic Heritage Alliance or presented at the White House. So we've had a lot of game-changing things happening at this early stage of the program. We're really working to get more systematic about it, so as we scale up, a better process to really support the young people and make sure that they get what they need. The other thing I'll say is that we're very much a partner-driven company, so we're not trying to do everything ourselves. We've sent 5 kids to Year Up, we work with College Track, we work with Upward Bound. We really don't want to do everything, but we really do want to fill some of the gaps for young people who, without a program like this, we just kind of get left out of the conversation.
Hi, I have a question about the relationship between Hack the Hood and Open Local, because I know that originally Hack the Hood sort of spun out of Open Local. And I've also heard of some hyperlocals have been able to sort of create a revenue stream around designing websites for hire, kind of, you know, just the way that the ad side might want to have designed an ad for a client. So I'm wondering, including that or maybe beyond that, is there any kind of ongoing relationship that you can foresee that maybe would be mutually beneficial?
Well, that's a really good question. I think that part of the reason Hack the Hood started was because we had done so much work trying to support small businesses through social media marketing training programs as a revenue generator for Oakland Local in previous years. And that wasn't very successful in Oakland. People just didn't have the money to buy training or to buy websites. So we kind of started this as a freebie, and now we're looking at, could we have people pay? And it's really become a completely separate thing than Oakland Local, with a whole other team of people. I'm curious if anybody, do you think are there similar programs to this in this area? And if yes, what do they do? And if not, is a program like this potentially useful? I don't know. I haven't been back to Newark for 8 years, so I'm out of touch.
Hey, Susan. The one project this reminds me of is the transmission project out of Boston that was run for a while, and this project called the Digital Art Service Corps. And it was so the transmission project, which is now closed, they had a project called the Digital Art Service Corps, which was doing a lot of similar to what you were doing a little bit earlier, so not like coding, but other sorts of some digital stuff. But then they deployed people out to actually support community media. So it's both the sort of training component and also supporting capacity building for local media. They are no longer around. Their website, the Digital Art Service Corps in Boston, the Transmission Project, is still there. They've got a ton of great resources on their trainings and other things that they did. So it's still a valuable resource.
Another project this reminds me of is actually in Colombia, in Medellin. There's one of the poor neighborhoods in Medellin was dealing with a lot of urban projects, and the local activist groups decided to create a journalism program with one of the local universities to train activists in basically community media. I don't know how much it was digital or coding per se, but it was through the university, and then some of those folks ended up then becoming greater public figures. So it wasn't so much like a job training kind of track as it was a civic leadership track, but the model was very much a community organization-based approach like that, which is I think further proof that these sorts of intermediary tactics are really valuable.
The only thing local we have like this is actually a national program. It's the DF Code.
Code.org.
Yeah, Code.org. We do that every fall in schools. But I see this model being very, very interesting because you can apply it to other disenfranchised groups as well. Like the prison population, you could hack the block. You could have absolutely taking people in and teach these prisoners the same kind of skills. So when they do get out of prison, they have those skills for life.
There's a fantastic project that someone I worked with 10 years ago, Chris Redlitz, actually runs in California called The Last Mile, which trains people in San Quentin who are doing time and have GEDs in coding skills to the thorough extent that when they come out, they actually work in the industry. And they've started graduating people. It's very cool.
Another program that's similar, just a little bit different, is ran by the Allied Media people. They're going next week. It's called Detroit Future Media. They do Detroit Future Schools, and they look at a lot of more digital arts and digital media skills to help with their jobs and creating various types of things. But they've been doing that for a very long time, and I would check them out.
Thanks. We also have a program called Inglewood Codes, an Inglewood neighborhood in Chicago, and Damon Trevor started that, and he's now a Chicago Community Trust. And I don't know how it is different from your model, but I think you might just need to check.
Represent. There's one in Boston called, it's actually in the same incubator, the Press TV incubator that I'm in, and it's called Resilient Coders, and also re-entry focused, younger people, and they've made, as somebody who's covered the prison system there for a long time, they've made inroads that I told him when he was starting, I don't think you're getting anywhere, and he's got multiple classes, so they're doing great stuff.
Last questions, comments, other ideas? I would actually be curious if you want to, in terms of if you'd like to launch a project like Guys on the Flip as well, any other arts collaboration with museums. I think that's something else that is being created about institutions here in New Jersey. I think there are a lot of resources as well, and it would be interesting to hear kind of talk more about that and see after the session as well. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. There's still
Those are all.
okay, good.
Just gotta.
I don't need them on. So we're gonna
just stop.